All right, folks, thanks for joining us this evening. It is May 12th. Welcome to the meeting of the Long Beach City Council. We're going to start with roll call, please.
Councilwoman Zendejas.
Present.
Councilwoman Allen.
Present.
Councilmember Duggan.
Here.
Councilman Supernoff.
Here.
Councilman Kerr.
Present.
Councilman Sorrow. Vice Mayor Uranga.
Present.
Councilman Thrash Intook. Here. Councilmember Rick Sodi.
Here.
Mayor Richardson.
I am here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. We're going to go to Councilmember Thrash Intook to lead us in the moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I just made my way to my seat. Good afternoon, all. As we look at the month of May, there are many things that we could be celebrating, but one item that I wanted to elevate is that May is Older American Month. So, as we take our moment of silence, please consider those who are older Americans in our community and their meaning for you. For those that are able, please stand and face the flag. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, before we get started, we this morning recognized our Police and Fire Memorial, our annual memorial service, so we want to recognize our first responders. We also raised the Pride flag. Happy Pride, everybody. It's Pride Month here in Long Beach, so we hope to see you at the parade this Sunday. And also, Councilwoman Sorrow won't be able to join us. She's experienced an urgent family matter. So our thoughts are certainly with her in her absence. We have 3 presentations. To start with, there is a puppy named Gulliver backstage, and we need to get that puppy out here because it is Animal Care Services pet adoption time. I don't think we're going to have a tough time getting Gulliver adopted when you all see Gulliver. Gulliver, little dog in a big world.
He's eligible tomorrow.
See what I tell you?
All right. Hello, esteemed City Council members and Honorable Mayor. My name is Laura from Long Beach Animal Care Services, and today we're joined by Britt and our shelter pet of the month. Meet Gulliver, a 3-month-old terrier with a gentle heart and playful puppy spirit. Gulliver is curious about the world around him. Despite being so young, he already shows an easygoing personality and enjoys attention, playtime, and affection. Like many puppies in our care, Gulliver is looking for a loving forever family where he can continue to grow, learn, and thrive. So if you're looking to adopt Gulliver and many other wonderful pets at our shelter, we're open tomorrow morning at 10, starting at 10 a.m. So if anybody wants to adopt him, stop by tomorrow. With kitten season here, homes are extremely important during this time. Many kittens come into our care needing round-the-clock feeding and extra attention, especially bottle babies who are too young to eat on their own. Foster homes help us provide the one-on-one support that allows these kittens to thrive and grow strong enough for adoption. If you're interested in becoming a foster, you can apply on our website or scan the QR code up on the top. We also partner with Community Animal Medicine Project, known as CAMP. They offer affordable services like vaccines, microchips, deworming, nail trims, and flea and tick preventions. Vaccine clinics are first come, first served for up to 60 pets, and there is no appointment necessary. These clinics are held monthly in our parking lot, and you can check their schedule and more information with the QR code, or you can also refer back to our website. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you guys just keep going.
Okay. I guess he's going.
You don't want to go that close. Too many of y'all.
We know that 4th of July is coming up, so pet licensing is really important. Fireworks often lead to an increase in lost pets, and a current license helps us quickly connect them back to their families. If your pet isn't licensed yet, it's now easier than ever to get one through DocuPet. Simply scan the QR code, and you can learn more information on there as well. Yep, we're good. All right. Lastly, here's our information if you're interested in adopting, becoming a volunteer, foster, or donate. So we have our phone number and all of our quick links. I think we're going to leave Gulliver here. He's very cute. He's available for adoption if anybody's interested. Oh, we also have a lot of kittens.
Thank you.
Ready, buddy? All right. If you're still interested, he's available.
Thank you. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
All right, so Gulliver's 3 months old, and he is ready for a home. We had to take him on the world tour. Gulliver's Travels. Come back here and meet all 9 of the council districts. So you can support animal care services. We do animal pet adoptions once a month. Every animal that's ever come in front of the city council ends up going home with a home. So we want to make sure we keep this streak and that somebody takes home Gulliver. Is anybody here interested in Gulliver? I saw some heads nodding over there. Maybe. I saw some heads nodding. I saw you. He might be interested. Well, you can check out the city's website. Gulliver is available starting tomorrow. Thanks a lot. All right, next we have Cystic Fibrosis Awareness Month, and we're going to go to Council District 5.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm honored to be introducing this presentation and proclamation to formally recognize May as Cystic Fibrosis Awareness Month in Long Beach. Cystic fibrosis, or CF, is a progressive genetic condition that affects tens of thousands of children and adults across the U.S. However, many of us do not know much about the disease impacts, the ongoing research, or the support we can give to those affected. In fact, there's many misconceptions that continue to exist around CF, and raising awareness of the realities of the disease is extremely important as research and supportive efforts continue to grow. I'm proud to welcome and introduce Shayna Flesser, Executive Director of the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation of Southern California Chapter, who will share some information about CF and the ongoing work of the foundation.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman Kerr, and thank you to the esteemed City Council and their Honorable Mayor for having me here tonight to share about the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation. So, good evening. My name is Shayna Flesser, and I am the Executive Director of our Southern California chapter of the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation. And I'm so excited to share with you a little bit more about May, being Cystic Fibrosis Awareness Month, what CF is, and what we do at the CF Foundation. I'm assuming is this my clicker? Great, thank you. So our mission at the CF Foundation is clear. We would like to provide a cure for 100% of all individuals living with cystic fibrosis. And we want to provide all of them today the opportunity to lead long, fulfilling lives while we search for that cure in the future. Ultimately, we want to treat the symptoms of CF today, but in the long run, find that cure for every single person. Cystic fibrosis is a complex disease. It's complex, it's expensive, it's time-consuming, and it's caused by a defective gene that causes a really thick, sticky mucus to build up in the lungs, the pancreas, and other organs within the body. While it is primarily associated with a lung disease, it does affect the entire body, from the sinuses to every organ in the GI tract to the lungs to mental health, as well as the physical health aspect of it. In the lungs, the mucus clogs the airways and traps bacteria, which leads to that sticky mucus, leads to infections, extensive lung damage, and respiratory failure in many cases. Most individuals with CF have to take enzymes with every meal, could be upwards of 40 to 50 pills a day just to be able to process and digest their food to gain the right nutrients they need to keep them healthy, in addition to doing airway clearance treatments, which might involve them wearing a vest that shakes the mucus loose from their body, to many other treatments just to be able to stay healthy on a day-to-day basis. We want the best outcomes for all those living with CF today, again, while we search for that cure in the future. Just to share a few highlights with you, there are now more than 40,000 people with CF in the United States, up from about 30,000 people a couple of years ago. And that number has grown and will continue to grow because of the advancements of new therapies that are allowing those with CF to live longer lives. Back in the day, CF used to be a childhood disease. Most individuals with CF would not live to see adulthood. Families were told to take your child home, love them, care for them, but don't expect them to graduate high school or go to college or have a life beyond that. But I'm very excited to say that as of this year, more than 60% of all those living with cystic fibrosis are aged 18 or older. And that is due to the advancements in research and care that we've been able to fund through our work at the CF Foundation. CF is a very personalized disease. There are more than 1,700 mutations, so every person living with CF is affected differently based on the mutations they have. They have different symptoms, they have different care needs, and so with that, we have dedicated care centers, and a fun fact, our only adult care center, accredited care center in the Southern California community is actually right here in Long Beach, our Long Beach Memorial Medical Center. Across Southern California, we do have around 10 care centers, but our Long Beach Care Center is for our adult population. And again, CF individuals need to see a dedicated care team and specialized care team because CF affects everyone so differently. And CF touches more lives than one might realize. 1 in every 38 individuals in the United States is a CF carrier and carrier of the CF gene, and there's about 1,000 new cases of CF diagnosed every single year. And again, like I mentioned earlier, our vision is a cure for CF, not just to treat the symptoms day to day. And while we have made tremendous progress, there's about 10% of our CF population nationwide who are not eligible for current therapies on the market because of their specific mutations, or they may have faced a lot of challenging complications with those medications, and so they are now no longer able to take them. So that is something that we are obviously continuing to find, again, treatments for 100% of the population until we have that cure. But we are making an impact. By any data point, we do have demonstrated results. We can say as of a couple weeks ago, we have 14 plus genetic therapies in our clinical research pipeline, which is one of the fastest moving areas of science funded by the CF Foundation, in addition to our work in the infection research space, lung transplant space, GI space, and other day-to-day, what we call modulator therapies to treat the day-to-day. And we are trailblazers. Our leadership in the genetics research space, in the infection research and lung transplant space, has real transferable applications to other rare disease communities as well. We have led the way so far in what we've been able to accomplish, and we will continue to lead the way until we find that cure and again be able to provide what we have learned through our research to help other rare disease communities. All of our progress to date has been made possible by the many volunteers and donors across our Southern California community, as well as throughout our chapters, our other 47 chapters throughout the nation. As we continue to look ahead toward a cure and to continue spreading awareness, especially during the month of May, I wanted to share a few ways that individuals can get involved with our local chapter. We have numerous local events ranging from our signature walkathon called Great Strides to galas, golf tournaments, a surfing event, a beer tasting event, a hiking event, and many more that we are always looking for support with. You can become an advocate for the CF Foundation and our CF community by attending one of our advocacy events either locally or nationally. And a very simple ask is to sign up for advocacy alerts by texting Fight CF to 96387. And of course, we are also always looking for volunteers, whether those are individuals who are looking to financially support our mission and fund our research, or those who want to show up on the day of an event and help us set up a registration table and help us put on an amazing event, or anyone who has another creative way to help us raise awareness. We are always looking for those to join our community. If you'd like to get involved, my contact information is on the screen. We'd love to have you involved with our local SoCal chapter, which does cover the Orange County and the Los Angeles counties, all the way up to Santa Barbara. And again, just thank you so much for giving me the time to share more about cystic fibrosis and our mission to find a cure. Thank you.
Thank you, Shayna, for sharing with us today and everything you and fellow members of the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation are doing on a daily basis to treat, support, and improve the lives of those living with CF. As shared, cystic fibrosis is no longer a pediatric disease, and with advances in treatment and research, people with CF are expected to live well into adulthood. In Long Beach, we are lucky to have an amazing transitional care team at Long Beach Memorial Medical Center and Miller Children's and Women's Hospital, where patients treated for CF are treated with outstanding care because of the multidisciplinary team of renowned pulmonologists, gastroenterologists, allergists, immunologists, respiratory therapists, physical therapists, dietitians, social workers, and nurses. And we know many families and CF patients move to Long Beach specifically to experience this care. So again, thank you to you and to the work of the foundation. We are proud to have you here tonight, and we have a proclamation for you, and the mayor and I will come down and take a picture.
All right, let's hear it for the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation. Thank you so much. All right, and our final presentation, National Public Works Week. We'll hand it to Josh Hickman, Director of Public Works.
All right, thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. We're excited to be here this evening. We invite you to come and celebrate with us the vital role that Public Works plays in the everyday life of the community, and recognize the dedicated professionals who plan, build, manage, and maintain the city's infrastructure. So American Public Works Association is a nonprofit organization that supports professionals in the public works industry, of which Long Beach is a member. This year, the APWA theme for Public Works Week is Rooted in Service, Powered by Community. And that acknowledges the root of service runs deep in public works. So here in Long Beach, we maintain essential infrastructure. We plan, construct, and maintain public facilities. We respond to service requests and emergencies. We enhance the quality of life, and we support the community's well-being. So we have 6 bureaus in Public Works, so 3 of them are on this slide, and I'm not going to go into all the specifics, but really just wanted to uplift all the hard work of many of our dedicated professionals on the team. So some of our work is highly visible, as you can see with roads, bridges, and our CIP projects, and some of it is really behind the scenes, a little less visible. So the remaining 3 bureaus are responsible for street maintenance, rehab, and transportation services. So we have a team of over 500 individuals, and many of them, or some of them, are here today. So if you're a public works person, would you mind standing up? Or past public works folks? So we've got a great team. I had mentioned over 500. We have a few of them here today that manage everything that I just talked about. So next week, Saturday officially kicks off our Public Works Week. We're going to be starting off with Touch a Truck on Saturday the 16th. We'd love to see any of you that might be able to join us there. Bring your kids. They love the trucks. We'll be doing an appreciation breakfast next Tuesday. We start early in Public Works, so we'll be there at 6:30. And then we'll be doing a Public Works pit stop lunch on May 20th. So that's what we have today. Please join us in celebrating all the hard work that our public works professionals do. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, Josh, to you and your team, we certainly appreciate all that you do. You are the front line of public services in our city, whether it's a pothole to a street repavement, an ADA curb, a tree branch, storm preparation, storm response, storm recovery. Our city counts on public works, and all of that work is done by people who show up every single day, who, were not able to work remotely during COVID, who continue to keep our city clean and well-maintained and safe. So thank you all for your service, and happy Public Works Week. All right. We are finished with our presentations. We'll now take consent calendar items 1 through 25. Okay, is there any public comment on consent? I don't see any on my screen.
There's no public comment on consent.
All right. Is there a motion and second? This computer's not showing me anything. We don't see any buttons. We'll take a voice motion in second.
Yeah.
Okay, Vice Mayor, motion, second, Council District 8. Members, please cast your vote.
District 1. We'll be doing a verbal on this one. District 1.
Aye.
District 2.
Aye.
District 3. Aye. District 4.
Aye.
District 5.
Aye.
District 6. District 7.
Aye.
District 8.
Aye.
District 9.
Aye.
Motion is carried.
All right, great, thank you. We're now going to go to item number 29.
Report from City Manager, Parks, Recreation, and Marine. Recommendation to amend the facility use permit with Centro Cha to operate the Latino Cultural Center at the Jenny Orpeza Community Center at 401 Golden Avenue and execute any necessary amendments. District 1.
All right, this is a big historic moment, many years in the making. We are taking formal steps now to establish our Latino Cultural District in partnership with Centro Cha at the Jenny Orpeza Community Center. We're gonna have just a few comments from staff, but a lot of people are here in support. I do want to recognize our Department of Parks, Recreation, and Marine, Stephen Scott, for his work in helping to make this happen. Tyler Curley, Deputy City Manager, Ron Arias, who's advocated for this from the very beginning. And we have to lift up and recognize the hard work of Jessica Katana and Centro Cha, who've been at the table, keeping me abreast, keeping the city council, multiple generations of city councils and mayors to make sure that this certainly happens. And then finally, Councilwoman Mary Zendejas and Vice Mayor Uranga, who both have been advocates for this Latino Cultural Center. Timing is very key. There are a number of improvements that are planned to take place to have this up and running and open. So when we open up our arms and welcome the world in 2028, we can highlight a number of cultural landmarks, districts, and centers across our city that really highlight our diverse population. And the largest population in our city, our Latino community, one of the largest populations in the region, actually. So that said, we're gonna go to staff first. Tyler, any comments?
Yes, and I will try to be brief, but I did want to give a little bit of background and history of how we got to where we are, because this is definitely an exciting item. Just for some context, Centro Cha is currently at the Jenny Orpeza Community Center, and they already have a facility use permit. We were working with them to find a temporary space to help expand their capacity to provide services and programming in the city. And what this item is doing is amending that existing facility use permit to really focus the work of Centro Cha at that center on the Latino Cultural Center. So providing specifically arts and cultural exhibits, programming, and a variety of activations that are specific to the Latino Cultural Center. So this is multiple years in the making. I know we've been working really hard with Centro Cha and others to make this happen, but starting in 2019, City Council provided funding to Centro Cha to do community engagement and to really develop a vision for the Latino Cultural Center here in Long Beach. They actually led a 50-member steering committee that really shaped that vision and developed a draft business plan that was presented to Council in 2021, where City Council identified Centro Cha as the lead nonprofit organization for the Latino Cultural Center. And ever since then, we've been working with Jessica and the team really to identify the right location and plan to bring that vision to life. So we looked at a number of different locations, but identified Jenny Orpeza Community Center as the best location given the physical space. There was an interest in using both the indoor and outdoor amphitheater spaces, the kitchen, a number of things that are at the community center, as opposed to having to develop a new facility within the city. And one thing to note about this agreement is that it's really a shared use model. So again, Central Cha is currently in the space. They'll be focusing their efforts on the Latino Cultural Center moving forward. But Parks and Recreation is also at this space. And so what this agreement does is allow for the shared use of that space to continue Parks and Rec programming, continue to have staff space there at the community center alongside the Latino Cultural Center. You'll see in the council letter, the agreement really provides specifics around city oversight, financial reporting requirements, and creating different accounting mechanisms between the Latino Cultural Center and Centro Cha and their other operations. And really any earned revenues that come through the Latino Cultural Center will be reinvested in the programming and activations at the site. And again, this will be for arts and culture, educational programming, community gathering, civic engagement, a number of different cultural exhibits and programming moving forward. The last thing I'll say is, as the mayor mentioned, we do have over multiple budget cycles, we've identified and set aside about $4.5 million for infrastructure investments in the facility. So the next step after moving forward with the permit is to continue working through the plan for those investments in the site. Right now, we're looking at investments in signage to really commemorate this partnership with Centro Cha. And then also structural improvements that are needed at the site and updates to the restrooms as well. So that will take place once we get the permit approved and then be able to move forward with the next steps with Centro Cha. So I'll end my comments there. I know there's a lot of folks here in support and excited about this partnership, but happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Councilwoman Zendejas.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to give a full thanks to city staff for all the hard work that we've done throughout the years, including the past council members in District 1 who also led on this, and of course our Vice Mayor Uranga. It's very important to recognize all the hard work and years of dedication that it has taken. So I do want to thank each and every one of you. Tyler, you've been driving us through this, and we really do appreciate it. April, you've been there for us too, helping us through this. And Tom, we couldn't have done it without your support, as well as our city attorney's office for helping us, navigate through all of the just hurdles that we have faced along the way. And it's just been a team effort. But I cannot thank enough Centro Cha and our Latino community for all the patience, all the ideas, all of the hard work that has gone into it. Our promotoras that are here, thank you for always making sure that the Latino community is represented. This is beautiful. Today is a beautiful day here in the city of Long Beach as we move forward with a private-public partnership to be able to collaborate. And if you were here a little bit before the city council meeting, you had a little taste of what our Latino Cultural Center will be offering to all of our community in the entire city of Long Beach. And I gotta say, those Aztec dancers were amazing. You felt the rhythm in your soul, and I was so impressed. And those little ones dancing folklorico, especially the little boy in blue, he was so awesome. But it's moments like this that we have to stand strong as a city, as a community, to make sure that we uplift one of our most special moments in the history of our city. So thank you everyone for everything that you have done to make this partnership work, and I can't wait to see all the wonderful things that are going to come of this. So thank you.
All right, thank you. And we've had a switch on the seconded. Vice Mayor Uranga will be second on this motion. Vice Mayor Uranga, your comments?
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to echo everything that Councilmember Santana said. For me, it's a long time journey. I have black hair, shorter. I had a black mustache. I look better. So this started back in 1990s. And we kept at it, keep moving forward. And I'm very proud day today to be here to take this vote because I was a civilian back in those days, and I really didn't have the power of the voice. I didn't have the power of the vote, and there was at the time most, believe it or not, that did not support this. And here, thanks to my colleagues, we have a council that is much more sensitive to the diversity of Long Beach, much more attuned to what's happening in the community. And I'm very proud of that and being part of it. So I'm looking forward to moving forward adelante with this. And I'm glad to see that the plan includes perpetual funding that we can continue into the future to make sure that the center continues well beyond me. So thank you to staff, thank you Central Cha for your work on this, Mary, your work on this as well, and all my council members. Looking forward for it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going to go to public comment. We have 20 members of the public signed up to speak. 90 seconds on the clock. I'll read the first 10. When you hear your name, please come forward. Lilia Ocampo, Ariana Sagun, Jenny Aguirre, Joel Gomez, Eli Gomez Perez, Itzel, Kareem, Jessica Quintana, Teresa Moreno, and Rosario Roldan. So first up is Lilia, and Ariana is next.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to make a comment. Mayor, council members, and my name is Lilia Ocampo, a longtime resident of District 1. And first of all, I want to thank Councilwoman Mary Sendejas and Vice President Uranga for supporting the creation of the Latino Cultural Center. Especially that it's been a long time effort, and I think finally it seems that it's gonna come true. So thank you, because the Centro Cultural Latino is gonna is gonna highlight and to give a bigger space for our culture, for our traditions, to be remember and to be learned to the new generations, and also to support the community with the programming that the promotoras, as I am one, with Centro Cha, we have been creating workshops to support our community, giving information very important for them that supports education to our community, and also the feel of belonging.
Your time's concluded.
A Latino place.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, next is Ariana, then Jenny.
Hello, Mayor and honorable council members. My name is Ariana Sagun. I'm the Community Health Justice Manager at Centro Cha, and I currently live in District 8, but I was born and raised in the city of Long Beach. I'm proud first-generation Latina of Mexican immigrants, and I'm here to ask for your support for the amendment of the facility agreement for the Long Beach Latino Cultural Center. You know, Latinos make up 44% of our population here in Long Beach, and we have many barriers that affect our families. Therefore, like, the establishment of a Latino Cultural Center can support and create a space and place for Latinos to feel safe, to feel connected and represented. This first ever Long Beach Latino Cultural Center will help preserve language, tradition, music, dance, food, and history for our Latinos that will strengthen their self-esteem, create a sense of pride and belonging, especially for our immigrants, our seniors, our youth, and families. Today, more than ever, Long Beach needs to prioritize a Long Beach Latino Cultural Center that will bring together our community and definitely strengthen resilience. I was standing outside, seeing everyone with smiles on their faces as they watched traditional Aztec performances and the Oropesa folklorico, and what was embodied outside for an hour in City Hall is what the Latino Cultural Center could be for our Latino community for generations to come. So thank you for everyone and their hard work in this initiative, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. I have Jenny and then Joel. Is Jenny Aguirre here? Okay, after Jenny is Joel, then Eli.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Jennifer Aguirre, and I'm a CIW at Carrillo High School. In my work with Latino, Hispanic youth and families, I see how many young people feel disconnected from their culture and where they come from. Many of our youth do not have spaces where they can learn about their history, celebrate their culture, or feel proud of their identity. Right now, this matters even more. Our Latino communities are facing fear and attacks. I've seen how this affects our youth and families. I worry for my own family and our future too. Long Beach needs to stand with our community and support spaces that bring people together and make people feel safe and supported. This is more than just a building. It's about supporting our youth and our families and our community. I respectfully ask that you support agenda item 29. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Joel, then Eli, then Itzel.
Hello, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Joel Gomez, and I am a resident of District 8. I attend Cal State Long Beach and graduated from Jordan High School. I'm here today to support the Latino Cultural Center because I believe it is detrimental for the young voices of Long Beach to have somewhere they can confidently say, I belong here. As a young person in Long Beach, I believe the center would help in aiding our community by providing a space which not only reminds us of our cultural roots, but educates us on them. Beyond providing an essential location for Latino culture and identity to thrive, the Latino Cultural Center will serve as a foundation for cultivation and talent. Something important to me about the Latino community and culture is growing up as a Latino in Long Beach. Besides Centro Cha, there hasn't been a location solely made for the purpose of Latino cultural restoration and upbringing. However, today can mark the day of a monumental change where the following generations of Long Beach will finally have a center of true representation. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Good job. Eli, then Itzel, then Kareem.
Hello, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Ellie Gomez-Perez, and I am a resident of District 8. I attend Jordan High School in North Long Beach. I am here to support the Latino Cultural Center because it allows Latin culture to be celebrated, honored, and embraced, which not only leaves an impact on the people of Long Beach, but it tells a story of who Long Beach is as a city and the things it stands for, in this case, prioritizing the preservation of Latin culture during difficult times. As a young person in Long Beach, I believe the center would help cultivate, strengthen the community, allowing Latinos to have a place where they feel a sense of belonging, share the traditions passed down from generations, and experiences being a Latino in the U.S. Furthermore, it not only allows this community of Latinos to have a place where they can call theirs, it allows for the chance for future generations to know their roots matter. Something important to me about the Latino culture, coming from a Mexican-American family, I have been able to see what it truly means to be a proud Latino. We deeply value family, unity, and tradition. Our culture identifies who we are and teaches us resilience, hard work, and pride. We do not settle for less, and work towards our goals and dreams regardless of what others might say and the limitations. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next is Itzel, then Karime, then Jessica.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Itzel Perez, and I am a Business Development Navigator at Centro Cha. I am here today in support of Agenda Item 29 regarding the facility use permit for Latino Cultural Center at the Jenny Oropesa Community Center. The City of Long Beach prides itself on being a diverse and inclusive, and Latinos make up nearly 44% of its population. A dedicated Latino Cultural Center is important because it ensures our community has a welcoming space to access resources, celebrate culture, and build economic opportunity. This center has become a vital hub for Latino business owners, entrepreneurs, and sidewalk vendors. Through our programming, we provide educational workshops on small business development and sidewalk vending, one-on-one business counseling, support with licensing and permitting, digital marketing, and access to grant opportunities. We also conduct outreach to connect with small business owners with culturally responsive, know your rights, resources, and education. This work is especially important for underserved communities that often face barriers to accessing clear and practical information needed to grow their businesses sustainably. Having a dedicated space like the Latino Cultural Center allows us to continue empowering our community, uplifting entrepreneurs, and creating opportunities for economic growth and stability. I would also like to share that we are hosting our next Know Your Rights workshop in Spanish on June 1st, and I encourage the community to stay connected with us by visiting us on Instagram at centro_cha. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, Karime, then Jessica, then Teresa.
Hello, everyone. My name is Karime, and I am a resident of District 7. I was born and raised in West Long Beach. I am a child of immigrants, and I am now a parent to a little 8-year-old girl. I'm here today to support the Latino Cultural Center because our community deserves a space that represents our culture and allows everyone to come together. As a parent in Long Beach, I believe the center would help support and create opportunities for the generations to come. It will provide safe spaces for families to come together and enjoy our history and culture. I encourage you guys to also support this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Jessica, before you go, I'm going to bring up the next list. So after Jessica is Teresa Moreno, Rosario Roldan, Karina Mendoza, Laura Mozo, Diana Norman, Lucia, I don't know this last name, Jerry Avila, Megan Anaya, Wilbur Galan, Christine Delabre, Lorena Banuelos, and Teresa Marino again. So I know it's on there twice. So if you heard your name, please line up if you heard your name. Okay, Jessica, you're up.
Absolutely. Thank you, everybody. Jessica Quintana, Executive Director of Centro Cha, longtime resident of the city of Long Beach for over 54 years. And thank you, Mayor, for those kind words and opening statement. That was really beautiful. On behalf of Centro Cha and our Board of Directors, we just want to thank the city for this public-private partnership. We are making history today, folks. History. And just because we're the first to come doesn't mean we're the last to come. So many more before us. Long Beach is the second largest city in the county, and we definitely are doing things innovatively here. So thank you, Mayor, so much. Thank you, Tom Modica. We appreciate all your support on behalf of the city manager's office. We appreciate Tyler Curley. And I know he's had to sit in meetings with us. It's been years, and Tyler, you've done a great job. And so, Roberto, what you talked about having, gray hair, Tyler was all black before he started. His hair was black before he started having to meet with us on a monthly basis. So, Tyler, thank you so much. We appreciate you. I know we had, a lot of heavy discussions, and Tyler has been great. So thank you, Tom, so much for the leadership of the city manager's office. And then we also just want to thank Parks and Recreation. Stephen, your team has been incredible. Stephen has been incredible in his leadership with Parks and Recreation. So again, this is a great partnership that we're putting together in our community for Latino Cultural Center. We have been doing this work for the past 25 years, and we've served over a
Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Congratulations. All right, Teresa. After Teresa is Rodario, then Karina.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, City Council members. I am Teresa, aka Teresa Marino. I live in the 2nd District, and I have been a resident of Long Beach since 1972. I want to let you know that this item on the agenda tonight is over 50 years in the making. There were many of us who were part of the first centro here in Long Beach, the Centro de la Raza, And many of us were college students and university students from Cal State Long Beach, City College, and also Dominguez Hills. And we were work-study students and interns who worked on many projects to address the needs of poverty and blight and illiteracy in an area of Long Beach that was the East Long Beach Neighborhood Center. And through that program, we brought Latino culture, Latino studies, Latino escuelitas to Long Beach. And at that time, 50 years ago, many of us came to the city and asked the city it was May of 1976, we asked the city if we could have a Mother's Day Latino cultural event at the Museum of Art, which was under the city at that time.
Your
And we were
time's concluded?
We were told, no, thank you for this. And
Thanks,
here we are
Teresa.
being able to do it.
Thank you. All right. Rosario, then Karina, then Laura.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Rosario Mayor y vivo en el Distrito 5 y mi representante es la señora Megan.
Good afternoon. My name is Rosario Lodan, and I live in District 5. My representative is Councilmember Megan.
Y yo soy promotora del Centro Cha y me ha tocado ver cómo familias van ahí, cómo yo vengo a hablar de la oportunidad que es más grande que un edificio. Hablo de la oportunidad de crear un centro cultural latino que represente la unión, la identidad y la esperanza para nuestras familias.
I belong to the Centro Cha, and today I'd like to talk to you about something bigger than a building. I'm talking about the opportunity to create a Latino cultural center of Long Beach that will represent unity, identity, and hope for our community.
Yo he visto a nuestras familias disfrutando de ese espacio. Ha sido muy bonito ver diferentes culturas compartiendo comida, música y tradiciones latinas, en alegría y respeto. En esos momentos las diferencias desaparecen y nace algo más importante, nace comunidad.
I've attentively observed families enjoying themselves in these cultural spaces, but the beautiful aspect of it all is seeing people of different ethnic backgrounds and cultures sharing food, music, Latin traditions with joy and respect. In these moments like this, differences disappear and something very important emerges: community.
También he visto niños sonrientes aprendiendo sus raíces y adultos encontrando un lugar donde se sienten orgullosos de ser quienes son. Y eso tiene un enorme valor, porque cuando las personas se sienten vistas y conectadas, una ciudad crece más fuerte y más unida.
I've also observed kids smiling, learning about their roots, and adults finding a place in which they can feel proud of who they are. This is has tremendous worth because when people feel seen and connected, a city grows stronger and in unity.
Invertir en un centro comunitario latino no solo es una inversión enorme, también beneficia la economía, pero beneficia el corazón de Long Beach. Sería una inversión en inclusión, en oportunidad para nuestros jóvenes y para nuestra comunidad.
Investing in a Latino cultural center will not only benefit the economy and local businesses, it will also benefit the heart of Long Beach. It will also be an investment of inclusion and opportunities for our youth and keep alive our roots.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias. All right. Karina, Laura, Diana.
Hola, buenas noches, alcalde y concejales. Mi nombre es Karina Mendoza y soy residente de la ciudad de Long Beach del Distrito 2.
Good evening, council members. My name is Karina Mendoza, and I'm I'm a resident of Long Beach, belonging to District Number 2.
El Centro Comunitario Latino en Long Beach es de suma importancia para la comunidad, ya que brindará apoyo económico, recursos de salud y orientación para muchas familias. Este espacio puede ayudar a las personas a encontrar información, programas y servicios que contribuyan al bienestar de la comunidad latina.
The Latino Cultural Center of Long Beach is extremely important to the community since it will offer economic support, health resources, and guidance to many families. This space can assist people to find information, programs, and services that will contribute to the well-being of the Latino community.
Además, el centro fortalecerá la unión entre las familias, proveerá la educación y creará oportunidades para que más personas tengan acceso a recursos necesarios para mejorar su calidad de vida.
Moreover, the center will strengthen the bond between families. It will promote education and create opportunities so that more people can have access to the necessary resources to improve their quality of life.
Además, también representará un lugar seguro donde la comunidad pueda sentirse apoyada, escuchada y acompañada de diferentes necesidades y desafíos diarios.
It would also represent a safe place in which the community can feel supported, heard, and accompanied while having different needs and going through daily challenges.
Gracias por apoyar.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you. All right, next is Laura, then Diana.
Buenas tardes, miembros del Consejo. Mi nombre es Laura, soy promotora con Centro CHA. Estoy convencida de apoyar de la creación del Centro de Cultural Latino porque sé que muchas familias estarán felices de tener un espacio donde nuestras tradiciones, cultura y valores pueden seguir viviendo y compartiendo con las nuevas generaciones.
Good afternoon, members of City Council. My name is Laura, and I'm a promoter of Centro CHA, and I'm convinced that supporting the creation of a Latino Cultural Center, and I'm in support of, and I'm convinced of the creation of the Latino Cultural Center, since it will provide many families their happiness, and will have different spaces in which traditions, culture, and values can continue on being celebrated and shared along with other new generations.
En nuestros jóvenes ya vemos mucho talento, artistas y futuros profesionales que aprovechan su tiempo para convertirse en mejores ciudadanos, aprendiendo y compartiendo diferentes culturas, lenguajes y tradiciones. Tener un centro cultural les permite contar con un espacio seguro y positivo donde pueden desarrollar sus habilidades, sentirse orgullosos de sus raíces y fortalecer el sentido de la comunidad.
Amongst our youth, we can see a lot of talent, artists, and future professionals that will take advantage of their time to become better citizens, learning and sharing different cultures, languages, and traditions. Having a cultural center will allow them to share a safe space, a safe and positive space in which they can develop their abilities, feel proud of their roots, and strengthen the sense of community.
Un centro cultural latino no solo beneficiará a las familias latinas, sino toda la comunidad, porque promoverá una unión, el respeto y el aprendizaje cultural y de participación comunitaria. Es una inversión en nuestros jóvenes, en nuestras familias, en el futuro de nuestra ciudad. Gracias a escuchar nuestras voces y considerar la importancia de contar con espacios que perciban y celebren nuestra cultura.
A cultural Latino center will not only benefit Latino families, but also the community, because it will promote unity, respect, and cultural learning, and community participation. It's an investment for our youth and for our families, and also for the future of our city. Thank you so much for listening, all of our voices, and considering the importance of counting with a space that will preserve and celebrate our culture.
All right, thank you. Next is Diana, then Lucia.
Señor alcalde, miembros del Consejo Municipal y comunidad presente, mi nombre es Diana Norman, residente del Distrito 2 de Long Beach, y estoy aquí hoy para expresar mi apoyo total a la aprobación del Centro Cultural Latino de Long Beach.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, and community members present, my name is Diana Norman, a resident of District 2 in Long Beach, and today I'm here to express my full support for the approval of the Latino Cultural Center of Long Beach, created by Centro Cha.
Nuestra comunidad es diversa, multicultural y llena de historia que merece ser honradas. La comunidad latina ha sido parte fundamental del crecimiento, la economía, la cultura y el corazón de Long Beach por generaciones. Sin embargo, todavía necesitamos más espacios donde nuestra comunidad, nuestras familias, jóvenes y nuestros ancianos puedan sentirse vistos, escuchados y representados.
Our city is diverse, multicultural, and filled with stories that deserve to be honored. The Latino community has been a fundamental part of the growth, economy, culture, and heart of Long Beach for generations. However, we still need more spaces where our families, youth, and elders can feel seen, heard, and represented.
Un centro cultural latino no es solamente un edificio, es un espacio de educación, arte, historia, sanación y unión comunitaria. Es un lugar donde las futuras generaciones podrán aprender de sus raíces con orgullo y donde los artistas podrán expresarse y las familias podrán reunirse y de nuestra cultura podrán seguir floreciendo.
A Latino Cultural Center is not only a building. It is a space for education, art, history, healing, and community unity. It is a place where future generations can learn about their roots with pride, where artists can express themselves, where families can gather, and where our culture can continue to flourish.
En tiempos donde mucha comunidad vive en incertidumbre, miedo y división, necesitamos invertir en espacios que construyan identidad, pertenencia y esperanza. Como residente del Distrito 2, creo firmemente que este centro beneficiará no solo a los latinos, sino a toda la ciudad de Long Beach, porque cuando una comunidad es apoyada, toda la ciudad crece más fuerte, más humana y más unida.
In times when communities are experiencing uncertainty, fear, and division, we need to invest in spaces that build identity, belonging, and hope. As a resident of District 2, I firmly believe this center will benefit not only Latinos, but the entire city of Long Beach. Because when one community is supported, the whole community grows stronger, more compassionate, and more united.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Lucia Cufatelli?
Very good.
All right.
Hi.
I tried it.
My
And then
name-
after that is Westside Jerry.
Okay, my name is Lucia Schifatelli, and I live on the west side of Long Beach, born and raised in Long Beach. I live in District 7, and I'm here to support the Latino Cultural Center. I think it's a positive for Long Beach, it's a positive for families, for young people, and I would appreciate your consideration. It is a plus all the way around. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Jerry, then Megan.
Good evening, council members, honorable mayor. First of all, I'd like to tell everybody they're so brave to come up here and speak on behalf of a great, what do we say, historical moment. The Latino Cultural Center is long overdue. Roberto, Teresa, Mary, thank you for everything. Tom, Taylor, Steve, I just want to hear in support. Let's make history. These children need a future, need a place to go, somewhere to that they could take pride and get them off the streets. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right, Megan and then Wilbur.
Good evening, Mayor Richardson and council members. My name is Megan Rosanaya, and I am a resident of Council District 8. I am also a community partner as well as a partner of Centro Cha. I'm a professor of economics at Cal State University of Long Beach, and I'm also the daughter of an immigrant. So I'm here today in support of Agenda Item 29 and the recommendation to support the authorization of Centro Cha to operate the Latino Cultural Center and El Mercado de Long Beach. So I also want to recognize that this moment did not happen overnight. It reflects years of community advocacy, cultural preservation, and tireless organizing by Centro Cha, alongside community leaders and a city who was willing to listen about the investment that's needed for the cultural future of Long Beach. So as someone who studies and analyzes economic development and community outcomes, I believe that cultural infrastructure is community infrastructure. And so as Latinos make up nearly 44% of Long Beach's population, our city still lacks a permanent cultural center dedicated to preserving, celebrating, and investing in Latino history, identity, and opportunity. So this is not just about cultural in a symbolic sense. Spaces like this create real economic and social impact, supporting local artists, entrepreneurs, youth programs, senior programs, small businesses, education, and new neighborhood revitalization. So I believe Centro Cha is uniquely positioned to work, to do this work because of their longstanding history in community engagement, advocacy, service within Long Beach, and approving this item is an investment in representation, belonging, and long-term community development. Thank you.
Your time's concluded. Thank you.
All right. All right, Wilbur?
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, district members. My name is Wilber Galan Flores. I am the founder and chairperson of the board of Casa Guerrero in California, a nonprofit organization with a mission to empower individuals through lifelong learning and workforce development. And we believe the Latino Culture Center will greatly benefit our community by creating a safe space. They gain better access to education and economic opportunities. This project is very important. We are working together with the Centro Cha, Casa Guerrero, and others organizations because it's most important for the community Latino. This project is the most important for community Latino, this project, because the community is the half community in the city of Long Beach. But Latino community is a great, great project. Thank you for us.
Thank you, Wilbur. All right, I have two more, Christine Delabre and Lorena Bonuelos.
Good evening, my name is Elvia Hurtado, and I am the Latino and Legal Director of Interval House, which is, has been provided service for domestic violence victims and housing. And as a resident of Long Beach for over 50 years, I'm so excited to see our city support the center. I just feel that the center will be an interesting and fun place for people to come and appreciate the Latino culture, the colorful, the food, the music, and I think this is a dream for the Latino community to have this cultural center. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Christine Delabre. I'm a director of Interval House and a longtime Long Beach resident. We are very, very excited about the Latino Cultural Center. But first, I wanted to let you know how Interval House who has proudly served the Long Beach community for nearly 50 years. And throughout that time, there has not been another individual like Jessica Quintana, nor another organization like Centro Cha that we will hold in higher regards in the city of Long Beach, in the county, in the state, even into the country. There is truly no organization or group of people more special, capable, and prepared to lead this vision than Centro Cha. So we're here tonight to support the item number 29 because we really think that the Latino Cultural Center is sure to be a very popular meeting place for everyone, and we thank you so much for making this a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, what is your name?
Lorena Panuelos.
Okay, Lorena, our final speaker.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lorena Panuelos, and I am a community educator at Interval House. Tonight, I stand before you with immense pride and very much hope to support the Latino Cultural Center. I grew up in this beautiful city of Long Beach. I now live in District 5, and I've witnessed firsthand how organizations like Centro Cha transform lives and how they straighten our community. Interval House is incredibly proud, longtime partner and supporter of Centro Cha. We have worked side by side to serve our community, and that partnership has made us both much stronger. The Latino Cultural Center represents more than just a building. It represents our stories, it represents our heritage, and it represents our future dreams. We have no doubt that it will become a vibrant cultural, educational, and economic heart here in the city of Long Beach, especially because of the remarkable leadership from Centro Cha. Centro Cha has stood as a powerful advocate, not just for Latinos, but for everyone, all cultures, all people who call this city home. On behalf of everyone from Interval House, we don't just support the Latino Cultural Center, we believe in it. We celebrate it, and we are honored to stand side by side with Centro Cha to make this vision a reality. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. That concludes public comment. We have a few more council comments. Councilmember Thrashentuck.
Okay, thank you so much, Mayor. And I want to thank the public for coming out this evening, our young people, those residents from across the city, and certainly those from the 8th District. The Latino Cultural Center represents a vital investment in cultural preservation and stands to be an inclusive place within our city. I too want to thank the staff. They've all been named accordingly for all of your leadership and perseverance, to our residents, and to Centro Cha for serving as such a collaborator in bringing this moment forward. I want to thank you, Jessica Quintana, for your leadership in bringing forward the work for today, as well as I see your board chair is here, Jerry Avila, as well as several other board members for Centro Cha are here. All of you who are here today because you've seen the work that Centro Cha has done in our community, from immigration, legal support and assistance to economic development, making sure that people have had access to quality jobs. You've been an exceptional steward of the violence intervention and prevention work, and we look forward to having you back here quite soon, where I will welcome you to share a presentation on that work. Expanding our partnership today with the Latino Cultural Center builds on that foundation and creates a permanent home for Latinos around arts, history, culture, and continuing to make improvements at the Jenny Orpeza Community Center. So I want to thank Councilwoman Zendejas for her motion, and it makes me so very proud to sit alongside Vice Mayor Uranga in being able to support this item. I do believe that we are taking the right step towards ensuring that public spaces truly reflect the diversity and the richness of our city. Thank you.
Great comments, thank you. Councilmember Supernaw.
Thank you. I also want to thank all the speakers here tonight and give a particular shout out to Casa Guerrero. I think it's been about a decade since we had your graduation ceremony at Orizaba Park, but it was always a great honor for me to support your organization. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Kerr.
Yes, I want to thank everyone for coming out tonight and continuing to be in support of this work for decades, to city staff and to Centro Cha for always showing up. I want to thank the original Centro de la Raza crew for starting this work decades ago, 50 years ago, and carrying us through and being here today to say yes and seeing part of that vision that you started as college students come to fruition in this partnership agreement today. And we know this is just one more step in the journey of the work. I'm proud to be a part of it and looking forward to all of the wonderful things that you will continue to do in our city. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And Councilmember Rick Sodi.
I think my council colleague said everything, but I'll just add in also my congratulations. Additionally, I think sometimes when we do these kind of events at City Hall, right, sometimes it feels like it's a very city-driven initiative, right? But I think what you all did in their public comments is really uplift the community engagement and the community organizing that were at the center of this from the very beginning, and the decades of engagement, right? The decades of pursuing and talking about funding and advocating over and over, right? And I think this is just a testament to the power and the voice of the Latino community, but also the power and the voice of grassroots organizing when you know something is so important and you need to uplift a community and make sure that their culture is represented, their community is represented, right? And that we're preserving that history. And so congratulations to you all for getting to this place.
All right. Well, congratulations to everyone. Lots of great work, more work to do. Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
Congratulations. All right. We are now going to, I know folks want to exit before I tee up public comment. If anybody wants to start that transition before I call up speakers. We got 10 speakers. Okay, I'm gonna call up the members of the public for public comment. When you hear your name, please start making your way to the front. Michael Feinstein, Carlos, Tatiana Williams, Anthony Holmes, Dave Shukla. Is that it? I thought we had more. Okay. All right, so Michael, Carlos, Tatiana, Anthony, and Dave. Michael, you have the floor.
Good evening, Michael Feinstein. I'm a former mayor and city council member in Santa Monica, co-founder of the Green Party of California, and a 2026 candidate for California Secretary of State. And I'm here to talk about representation for your city on the state level, particularly in the environment where we have a race to the bottom right now on election integrity around the country. You may remember a few months ago that Texas gerrymandered in order to favor Republicans, and then California went ahead and gerrymandered to favor Democrats, and now the Supreme Court has killed the Voting Rights Act. So what do we learn from all of that? What we learn is that an exclusive reliance upon winner-take-all winner-take-all single-seat districts means that inevitably, however we draw the lines, means some people get representation and other people's don't. But democracy works best when everybody has a seat at the table of the democracy, and if you don't have a seat at the table, you're on the menu instead. So what I am recommending for our state is to change from a reliance only on single-seat districts to a state legislature elected by proportional representation, similar to how they do in New Zealand and Germany, where half the seats are elected from smaller single-seat districts and half of them are elected by proportional representation. Proportional representation, unlike our current system, means you elect several people at once in a geographic area, and if one party gets 30% of the vote, they win 30% of the seats. Another party wins 20% of the vote, they get that percentage of the seats. When we do that, we don't just have somebody from one party representing an area. We might have some Democrats, some Republicans, some Greens like myself, some Libertarians, and maybe some people from other parties that will develop more under such a system. The proportional side specifically that I'm recommending is that instead of just doing a statewide proportional election, that we would elect people from regional, multi-county districts. Why? Because as a nation state and a state of regions, our economies, our land use patterns are more regional than they are just local, but we do not have regional public policy debates and elections where we involve voters in that manner and send them to Sacramento. So we would be better informed, in my opinion, in a proportional system if we actually incorporated the regional nature of who we are. The final thing is that it's very likely that top two elections are going to be overturned in this state. The jungle primary is probably going to go after the fiasco with all the Democrats vote splitting in the governor's race. And rather than just going back to the system we had before, it would help us to start thinking more about proportional representation. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Next up, we have Carlos.
First of all, I wanted to ask you guys to please be respectful of the speakers. In particular, our two council members there, but there have been others in the past in different meetings and different subjects. You don't pay attention to the public who is here, We are your boss. We pay your salary. Please respect and pay attention to us. I want to talk about, a year ago I attended the South Coast Air Quality Management District presentation about fumigation facilities releasing highly toxic methyl bromide in the West Side Long Beach neighborhoods. The AQMD had a familiar message that said, this methyl bromide substance, pesticide, is not, it's really not that bad. It doesn't really cause cancer, and it's not really that bad. And we have some mitigation measures that we're going to implement. And that really reminded me of, tobacco is safe, opioids are safe, Roundup is safe. This highly toxic chemical actually doesn't cause cancer. They're right. It causes brain disorders, it causes respiratory disorders, reproductive disorders, endocrinology disorders. And then one wonders, why is it that people who live on the West Side, mostly Latinos and blacks, have a shorter lifespan? We sacrifice normally 10 years of our life for the profits of the importers of this material that has to be fumigated before it gets distributed. The solutions that were proposed by AQMD were, there's no other word, but they're stupid. They wanted to install a taller smokestack to expel this stuff that they admitted goes up and then it settles down. So they're going to spread it from just that one specific neighborhood where a school was forced to close, the school with the highest absenteeism rate in both students and teachers, so that the rest of us could share it. The rest of us who have to live with neurological disorders and endocrinology disorders and respiratory disorders, like myself. So anyway, notably absent in all the meetings that I've attended on this subject is any of you or the health department.
Okay, thank you, Carlos. Next up, we have Tatiana.
Yes, thank you to the mayor and to the city council. I'm here today to represent all of the people, the vets and the pets, that are going to be impacted on the 4th of July. Everyone seems to enjoy the holiday during the daytime. Unfortunately, when the fireworks start, and sometimes that's 30 days before, 30 days after, there are all sorts of noises, in particular on the holiday date, 4th of July. Just a few statistics. There are roughly 460,000 residents. Of those residents, about 5% of people suffer from PTSD, so that means about 23,000 people are suffering from PTSD and have all sorts of noise from explosions from the 4th of July that night. And as we know, we like our fur babies. Gulliver's Travels was here earlier today, so we have thousands of pets as well. I have 2 pets of my own. We typically shut the windows and try to drown out the noise and just shelter in place. So not only that, there's about 125% increase in outside fire calls and fire responses by our local Long Beach Fire Department. And in Southern California, about $10 million of outside and structural damage from fireworks that have gone awry. I said all of that to implore you and to ask for proactive responses. I have a couple of solutions. Number one, we have a billboard that is southbound. When you're going southbound right now, there's a Snoop Dogg billboard for the June 6th amphitheater concert. That's a perfect place, I think, to put a billboard that says that fireworks are illegal in Long Beach. And I suggested to one of our local officers that we could also have a billboard, maybe not with everyone's picture on it, but just with silhouettes of their faces. If there's people that have received tickets, maybe we can say, this is what they got for this illegal firework, this is what they got for that illegal firework, and work together as a community to make it so that it's fun for people and not feeling like we're in a war zone on the 4th of July. That is all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next we have Anthony Holmes.
Y'all can start my time. This is my sign I was going to show y'all last week when the incident happened, unsubstantiated. This is what every black worker in the city of Long Beach get when they go to the EEO department to file claims. How do I know? You know, you can't argue facts. We don't have to go search for the data. Every black worker, anything that go on with black workers in the city of Long Beach, I know about it, because they all call me. I don't know how they get my number, but they call me. They don't want to come to y'all. They don't want to go to the EEO. They don't want to go to the department heads, the general superintendents, the supervisors, because you guys don't do nothing. You guys are the definition of poor leadership, plain and simple. And Uranga, he's not here. He was here. COVID, Uranga's son, you know, I worked on a truck with him multiple times. But his son told me, when COVID come, I'm not working. So Uranga made sure his son stayed home while every black worker, every black man and black woman put their lives on the line to go out and work.
Shame.
Shame, yeah, shame. It's upsetting. And everybody in the EO department are all Ashley Gonzalez's. They all need to be fired. And if Bryce Taylor can't do his job, he need to get the hell up out of here too, straight up. I don't care if he's black. We need the whole black leadership accountable. I can come in here and talk about Jews and Dayhas every day, Sidney Allen, Christina Duggins, Megan Kerr, of course Rex, Robert Uranga, but why? You guys are doing what y'all was trained to do. What I'm trying to figure out is what is y'all excuses? Tanu, I understand you knew, but if me and you can have a conversation, if I need to sign an NDA and you can sign one, and whatever we talk about inside that room don't get out, so be it. Let's do it. Let's make a change. I'm tired coming down here. I'm tired talking, and you guys make Don Henderson deputy director over public works. All the complaints she had been, you guys did a disservice to every black worker in this city when y'all did this. And not to say her boss, Josh Hickman, protect white supremacy. The only thing I want for white people is y'all privilege. That's it. I don't want nothing else. And somehow America think that black mans cannot get frustrated in public. Like we supposed to go home, scream, swing at the ear, and cuss. That's not happening with me. I just want you to respect me, Rex. And like I said at the commission meeting, you wasn't there, but I know you've seen it. Black people, black policy. Stay black.
Thanks, Anthony. All right, next is Dave Shukla.
Your time is ticking, Rex.
You good, Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. Last week I spoke on the Roberts Court gutting of the Voting Rights Act and its 6-3 Republican supermajority vote in Louisiana versus Calais. Yesterday, Monday the 11th, these same 6 right-wing functionaries, masquerading as Supreme Court justices, overturned their own 2023 decision in Allen versus Mulligan about gerrymandering in the state of Alabama and gerrymandering state electoral maps generally. This Supreme rushed this order out on the shadow docket on a Monday evening so that Alabama could openly gerrymander its black citizens, all of its black citizens, out of any political representation in the state. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now in a new era of Jim Crow, decided upon by 6 people. Last week, I laid these decisions at their feet and at an illegitimate and politically impotent Republican Party that has no other choice but to rig the game because nobody wants what they're selling. I took some aim at this fiction of an unrebuttable presumption of white racial innocence whenever white legislators willfully dismantle black political representation. Analytically, that's really low-hanging fruit because it's blatant and demonstrable that these actions will result in the disenfranchisement of those voters, particularly in the case of Virginia, where the court literally overturned the duly exercised and demonstrated will of the people, Purcell principles or not. This week, I'd like to turn our attention, Mr. Mayor, to your party, the Democratic Party, and ask why should any young voter of color ever stand by you people again? Ever. The Democratic Party, particularly in the past 40 years under the Clintonite DLC, DFC, DCCC, have consistently barred progressive candidates, prevented election reform from getting money out of politics, particularly in the primaries. And they've blocked obvious reforms to partisan judicial overreach, namely adding new Supreme Court justices and changing the threshold for impeachment of Supreme Court justices if they act to deprive people of their constitutional rights, like the 80,000 people in Louisiana who had already voted before the Supreme Court improperly inserted themselves into the process. This isn't just what have you done for me lately, it's what are you going to do? What is the Democratic Party going to do when these radical partisan hacks take a chainsaw, as they have been, to the federal government and to our democracy over the past 18 months? Judicial reform has to be the sine qua non, the baseline for any Democratic politician, otherwise none of us should ever vote for you again.
Woo! All right. Thank you. That concludes public comment. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. We're now going to go to item 26.
Report from Financial Management, recommendation to receive supporting documentation into the record, conclude the public hearing, and grant an entertainment permit with conditions for entertainment with dancing to Hey Girl DBA Men's Room Bar at 1744 East Broadway, District 2. This item does require an oath.
All right, please administer the oath.
Please stand for those of you who are going to testify on this item. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this body shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
You're gonna tell.
All right.
Thank you. You may be seated.
This is a real hearing. I hope you're telling the truth. All right, so we're going to start with a staff presentation, then we'll take public comment, then we'll go to council deliberation. Staff, please.
Yes, for staff presentation, we have Tara Mortensen, Manager of Business Relations from the Financial Management Department.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of City Council. Before you tonight is an application for an entertainment permit for entertainment with dancing for Hey Girl LLC, DBA The Men's Room Bar. The establishment is located at 1744 East Broadway and operates as a bar, tavern, lounge. This location has been in operation since January of 2025 under the current ownership and with a temporary entertainment permit. But it has been a similar establishment since 2014. All appropriate departments, including Health and Human Services, Development Services, Police, and Financial Management, have reviewed the application and have provided their recommended conditions as contained in the hearing packet. The following recommended conditions in Attachment A should be noted from the Additional Conditions section. Entertainment activities shall be restricted to Friday and Saturday from 6 p.m. to 1 a.m. and Sunday from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. So Monday through Thursday, there'll be no entertainment. There's also no outdoor entertainment or amplified music at all permitted outside. I, along with Commander Benson from the Long Beach Police Department, are available to answer any questions that you may have. And that concludes my staff report.
All right, thank you. We'll now go to public comment. We have, 7 members of the public signed up to speak. When I read your name, please come forward. Scott Ruiz, Jeff Cena, Josiah Davis, Keith Roskew, Tom Herzog, Rogelio, and David Bales. All right, are you Scott?
Yes.
You're up first.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Richardson and distinguished city council members. My name is Scott Ruiz. I'm a proud Long Beach resident, community member, music educator, and international DJ who has spent years working and supporting LGBTQ+ events here in California and around the world for the past 12 years. I'm here tonight to strongly support the granting of the entertainment permit for the Men's Room Bar. Places like the Men's Room Bar are more than just bars or nightlife venues. They are safe spaces. They are gathering places where people, especially the LGBTQ+ community and queer adults, may not always feel accepted. We can come together, build community, express ourselves freely, and feel seen and protected. In a time where our community across the country is facing increased hostility, isolation, and attacks on visibility, spaces like this matter more than ever. Long Beach has always prided itself on being inclusive, welcoming, and culturally vibrant. Supporting businesses that foster community connection and safe entertainment directly reflects those values. Music, entertainment, and dancing are not nuisances to our community. They are part of our culture, our joy, and mental well-being. The Men's Room Bar contributes to the local economy, supports artists and DJs, like myself, creates jobs, and provides consistent, positive gathering spaces in the historic Broadway corridor. On a personal note, being a DJ for my local community is more about than making money. It is a way to spread messages of love, inclusion, and freedom of expression through the power of music in our own backyard. These spaces and experiences matter deeply, and they bring people together in a world where many in our community are still searching for places to feel safe, seen, and celebrated. I gotta take a breath. I respectfully ask the council to approve this permit and continue supporting local businesses that make Long Beach a special place where the LGBTQ+ community can safely gather, celebrate, and belong. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you. Next is Jeff. Jeff?
Yes.
You're up.
I'm with Olin Davis, so we'll present together if that's okay.
You're with who?
Oh, Josiah Olin Davis. Olin's my middle name, sorry.
Josiah Davis.
Yes, me.
Okay, so you're going to speak together?
Correct.
Okay, go for it.
Cool. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Olin Davis here from Hey Girl, LLC. And I'm here with my partner, Dr. Jeffrey Seng. We respectfully ask for your support for our entertainment license. The Men's Room Bar has been a fixture on East Broadway for over 40 years, actually. It's been a gay bar, and it's had a men's room. Anyway, this corridor, lovingly known as Long Beach's Gay Corridor, represents an important part of our city's diversity. It is a home for people who share common experiences. For many in our community, this bar is more than just a business. It's a vital space to combat loneliness, oppression, and persecution. It provides safety, connection, and a genuine sense of belonging beyond the walls of our homes. Venues like ours are essential for the well-being of this important part of Long Beach's population. After COVID created serious financial hardship, we purchased both the building and eventually the business with the commitment to preserve this historic venue. Since taking over, we have taken major steps to address neighborhood concerns while serving the community. We invested thousands of dollars recently, working with a professional sound engineer to significantly reduce noise. We've also worked closely with local law enforcement, repeatedly, the city's entertainment department, the ABC office, and our city council member to stay in full compliance. We are determined to remain a good neighbor while continuing to provide this important gathering place. We're deeply grateful for the support we have already received, and we appreciate the time and effort so many have contributed to keeping this part of our community strong and thriving, including everyone who's come here today to support us. Let's see. Oh, and also Jeff and I have been here for over 15 years now. In District 2. So the approval of this permit will send a strong statement of support to the LGBTQ+ community, especially with Long Beach Pride this weekend. Thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you so much.
All right. Good. Good. Thank you, Josiah, Owen, and Jeff. All right. Next is Keith and then Tom. Is Keith here? Okay, how about Tom Herzog?
Sure.
Okay, and then after that is Rogelio, then David.
Hi, I'm Tom Herzog. I'm a property owner at 1725 East 2nd Street in Long Beach. Our property goes through and is one of the unfortunate weird zonings. We have 1724 East Broadway. We are bound by Mine Shaft Bar to our west, and then the men's room to the east by 2 properties. We have lived there since 1994, so 32 years. The house is 115 years old. We knowingly moved in next to the bar, and we've been working very hard with the bars and managers for the past 3 decades. I'm a bit opposed to the entertainment permit, oddly enough, even though I've worked in bars. I know the importance of gay bars. I like gay bars. I even, enjoy the music. But we have a problem. The city of Long Beach is zoned poorly on the Broadway corridor. You have residential bounding 4 sides of the establishment. There's condos across the street, apartments on the sides, a residence behind them. We worked with the Brit Bar hard, and they still got their special use permit. It got transferred to the men's room. We understand there's a patio. We understand that people want to go outside. We get tired of the cackling, the noise, people screaming at the top of their lungs. What I'd like to see is that no dancing at 8 p.m. That 1 p.m. isn't that bad, but I'd like to see a sound meter put in, keep the bass down, get some security out on the street. We don't want it becoming more dangerous. Ms. Dugan, the whole Belmont Shore issues, we don't want murders. We don't want people drunk out on the street, just roaming down the streets. That's part of the problem. The noise is amazing. We can't do anything to attenuate our noise, but the bar could put up curtains. They could block the corridor. I sent an email, talked to the bar owner, said, hey, yeah, we'll do it. It hasn't been done. It's been a year. We call and we don't get a response. And one thing of interest to note, as much as we are a community and we want that, I was there one night enjoying myself. There was a guy so drunk, his dog was out running on the street, out on Broadway. People were trying to catch it. I went into the bartender, said, hey, that guy's so drunk, he can't take care of the dog. The bartender looked at me and said, not my problem. I'm not a dog catcher. I've called the bar 3 times in the last year. Usually it's not too bad, but I call and I don't get a response. I have to go over to the bars, knock, and then I become the jerk. I have to go and say, hey, turn it down. They tell me, oh, the bar's been here. Well, I've been here 32 years. I've taken a house where I've had drug needles, people panhandling on my house, and made it into a nice community. We want a bar, we want a vibrant neighborhood. I just don't want more noise. I want you to enforce the noise ordinance. I want you to look at the police reports and really check for noise complaints. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and Rogelio.
Long Beach mayoral candidate Rogelio Martinez. I just wanted to come here to show support for this agenda item. I intentionally wore this bomber jacket, which has 2 of my favorite genre of music. And so respectfully, I hope that the individuals that are putting on the events specifically play this type of music.
Yeah. We hear you. It's our culture.
As you may or may not know, because I always continuously speak to only the residents of Long Beach, California, not these individuals, because you'll see, if you see the other videos, you'll know exactly why. But house music has always been kind of like the music that has moved the people that have not been able to dance in public spaces. It was specifically black gay males in Chicago that birthed the house music movement in warehouses, which is why it's called house music. The first record was pressed in 1984. And, it's very important that Long Beach maintains its inclusivity. It's what makes Long Beach special. It's actually the first thing of a list of things that makes Long Beach special. And if you don't know this, the only city in North America, actually there's 2 other cities, I'll name them quickly, but only Toronto, Ontario, Canada, and Puerto Vallarta, Mexico compare to what we have here in Long Beach, California. We need to maintain our inclusivity, right? And you know what? You just heard a gentleman that wants the music to stop at 8. That is way too early, way too early. We need to keep the music going, just like the permit said. He mentioned the police, but guess what? The police, fire, they're all in favor. This is going to pass, and the music is, and the reason why is because house music is not music that you just turn off like a switch. It plays 24 hours a day, right? Just like the groove and the vinyl record. Anyways, with that, my name is Rogelio Martinez, your Long Beach City Mayor, and I completely, 100%, wholeheartedly endorse and approve this agenda item. And again, we have Pride Week, the Pride Run coming up, May 17th. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our final speaker, David Bales.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, esteemed council members. My name is David Bales. I'm here to throw my support towards the permit for the men's room. I live in District 4. I've supported the mayor as well as Daryl in your election. So I'm hoping you guys will, the council will unanimously vote to approve this permit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. That concludes public comment. We'll now take it back behind the rail. We'll start with Councilmember Allen.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for those that came out, and thank you for those that sent in letters. I know that there's been a lot of conversation as Owen and Dr. Jeffrey Sang said, I did, meet with you guys, and I know that you're newer owners, and I do believe that you guys are doing everything that you can possibly do to make sure that you're being a good neighbor, and I will continue to ask that. As technologies improve and anything that you can do, because the way that you are around neighborhoods. And I know that we've had many conversations about this, just to be conscientious that you are living around folks that are right behind you. And I do appreciate that. I know you've been very receptive to meetings and to conversations, and I hope we continue to have these conversations. And but I do want to see you guys succeed, and I'm just making sure that we're following all the rules. Can I ask Tara, as far as I did get a question today from a letter that has there been any violations regards to their business permit or anything they violated? Can you, I just want to publicly clarify that. Is there anything whatsoever on their business, from the business perspective, that they have any violations?
No, not any current administrative cites or misdemeanor citations have been issued.
So just to confirm, there has been no citations?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so I know that I did get those comments, and I just want to reiterate that is just not the case. I know last time that I spoke with you, they also have meters there in your business, and you still have your meters up. You still have them fully charged, fully up. So, but I just, again, I know this hasn't been the easiest road. But we are a really tight community in District 2, and I know you guys just continue to be good friends, good neighbors, and I hope that you guys have a really successful Pride Week. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Zendejas.
Thank you. I think it's very important for the community and the business owners to have community in their establishment, and I think that you guys are trying your best, like Councilwoman said, and you're in very good hands with Councilwoman. I do think that going forward, that this is going to be something that continues to keep the tradition there in the 2nd District, in that very special core of the 2nd District. And I thank you for all of the work that love and tears and sweat that you have put into it. So supportive.
All right, well, congratulations, and we want you to be good neighbors. We also want to make sure we are supportive of continuing our diversity, our Long Beach culture, and our vibe, and I think you will contribute to the vibe. Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
Thank you. All right. Item 27, please.
Report from City Manager, recommendation to receive and file a presentation on the city's e-bike safety initiative and request City Attorney to prepare amendments to the Long Beach Municipal Code to clarify that electric bicycles are included in the definition of bicycles, prohibit Class 3 electric bicycles on sidewalks and multi-use paths, and remove an outdated provision citywide.
All right. Thank you. I want to thank Councilman Supernaw for partnering with us together on this issue. His constituents have heard a lot about the e-bike issues, and and so do I hear that as mayor. And so we want to hear from staff on some of the recommendations on what we can do. So we'll have a staff presentation, and we'll take it from there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, this absolutely did come from the mayor and council to ask us to really look into this issue. This is something we hear from all of you, from your constituents, about what are the rules, what is allowed under state law and not allowed under state law, what do we need to do locally, what can we do. So we do have a longer presentation for you to really kind of go into that, understand this item, and then also we have some recommendations for our own municipal code. So I will turn it over to our Public Works team and Grace Yoon as well, who's been helping to pull this together.
All right, thank you, Tom. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. This presentation is in response to City Council's request for staff to develop a public safety initiative related to electric bike or e-bike usage. Over the past few months, an interdepartmental team has been convening together to work on this issue, involving the Public Works Department, the Health Department, the Police Department, and the City Attorney's Office, as the topic of e-bike is multifaceted and impacts different operational areas of the city. These departments are all here today and will be taking us through the presentation and will also be available for questions and discussion afterwards. So today, we'll be providing a background on e-bikes, going over considerations with regards to our enforcement strategy, discussing how a public education approach will be key in this safety initiative, legislative bills that have passed and being discussed currently, potential Long Beach Municipal Code amendments, and finally, a summary of staff's recommendations. So before I pass it over to the team, as a reminder, City Council first directed staff to develop this public safety initiative last October. In December, staff issued an interim status memo that highlighted early review and research. And then in early April, a final comprehensive memo was released that includes much of the content that the team will be going over in today's presentation. And with that, I'll pass it over to Willie Walker to talk about the important context for understanding our approach to e-bikes.
Thank you, Grace. As Grace said, I'm Willie Walker. I'm the Parking and Mobility Officer in Public Works. To set the stage for why we are presenting tonight, there's been a growing number of concerns about riding behavior in Long Beach, and as we've seen in the news lately, all around the country. Our presentation tonight is focused on addressing the behaviors listed here, which we have seen on both legal and illegal electric vehicles around the city, including speeding, flocking, and illegal modifications to increase the speed of e-bikes. The California Vehicle Code already sets laws for what is considered an e-bike and what is not, as well as regulations for helmet use. Local municipalities can adopt additional regulations that dictate where e-bikes can travel and stricter laws on helmet use. The unsafe behaviors that have been highlighted recently in Long Beach are already citable under current state and local laws. This includes underage riders, flocking, and speed of vehicles on bike lanes and bike paths. One of the core challenges with enforcement is being able to tell what is a legal e-bike versus what is an illegal e-moto. You guys are gonna hear us use e-moto a lot. They're not bikes, they're different. Or legally modified e-bikes. Many e-motos are sold with settings that can allow the vehicle to operate in a street legal mode, causing confusion for parents and enforcement authorities alike. Anything labeled and sold as an e-bike must be 750 watts or less and have speed restrictions of 28 miles per hour. If an electric vehicle goes above either of these metrics, it is not an e-bike and is likely an e-moto, which requires a driver's license and registration and cannot be ridden in bike lanes or on bike paths. The safest option for anyone new to an e-bike is a Class 1, which requires pedaling just like an acoustic bike, and the motor restricts speeds to 20 miles per hour. Class 2 e-bikes have a throttle which allows riders to accelerate without any effort of pedaling and may not be safe for younger riders. A Class 3 e-bike is best for commuting as they can go up to 28 miles per hour. Riders must be 16 or older, and a helmet is required for anyone riding one. The city has found that most complaints and unsafe riding behavior is exhibited by people on e-motos and modified e-bikes that are not street legal. Removing the e-bike's speed restrictor or cutting the speed governor can allow vehicles to travel at higher speeds. Tampering with e-bikes to make them go faster is a misdemeanor. As we wait for more robust legislation from the state, some municipalities and transportation agencies have launched their own enforcement strategies. For example, Marin and San Diego counties have implemented stricter age requirements for e-bikes through state-authorized pilot programs. Several agencies have been working with school districts to begin education around e-bike safety. School districts like Palos Verdes and Redondo Beach require attendance at an e-bike safety training course to park bikes on school property. San Diego County has used federal CMAQ funds to provide free e-bike education classes to schools and community groups. Some cities have begun high visibility enforcement operations, including Ventura and more recently Irvine. Irvine has conducted operations around schools or other areas of concern where local PD has issued citations and impounded a small number of vehicles. Other cities have begun diversion programs similar to traffic school where minors must complete an e-bike safety education course if given a citation or warning. Orange County has been a leader in taking initiative around e-bike safety as the Orange County Transportation Agency has compiled a comprehensive e-bike safety plan that outlines goals and strategies for all aspects of e-bike safety, including infrastructure, education, data collection, and enforcement. And now we have Commander Benson to talk about our enforcement strategy.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. I'm Commander Shalana Benson and representing the police department in this collaborative effort. So as we begin to talk about enforcement strategy and our approach, I want to reiterate that we have many of the existing state laws and that we follow those and apply those when applicable through our regular traffic enforcement efforts. Pairing this with education and outreach is going to support voluntary compliance, which is our hope. And we recognize that enforcement alone cannot resolve the confusion about device types, which we see on a daily basis, not only in Long Beach, but throughout the state and throughout the country. We need to also require coordination across many of the departments that are represented here today, and others like Parks, Recs, and Marine would be a vital support with us, and our partnering agencies such as Long Beach Unified School District, Cal State Long Beach, and even some of our stakeholders like Memorial Hospital, St. Mary's Hospital, and even some of our businesses we've reached out to that sell e-bikes are partners with us. One of the things that we'll talk about today is the need for a youth-focused strategy that are essential due to the high ridership near schools. So as previously stated, there are a lot of state laws that already cover a lot of the violations that we're seeing on a daily basis, either on the roadways or on our social media feeds. 312.5 already defines what an e-bike is by 3 classifications, and it specifically sets speed limits and wattage thresholds. As Willie stated, 750 watts, that's the maximum on all 3 classifications, and it also sets the speed of either 20 miles an hour or 28 miles an hour, such as on the Class 3. California Vehicle Code 436.1 defines an e-moto or an e-motorcycle, and by definition, they are off-highway vehicles, and they are defined as motor vehicles, which could in turn require licensing, and age requires for a driver's license, such as an M1 or an M2 driver's license. And then as we go through, we can see other laws that already apply. E-bike riders must follow the same rules as a motor vehicle operator, which means they need to stop at the stop signs, they need to stop at the stoplights, they even need to use the hand signals for turning and stopping. And then we talk about the requirements for riders under the age of 18 is required on all 3 classifications. No passengers are allowed on an e-bike unless that e-bike is specifically built for a passenger. We also have prohibiting, as Willie mentioned, prohibiting tampering with the speed governors on any of them for motor power to increase the speeds. That is a misdemeanor section that is citable if we can determine that that has occurred. It also, we already have laws in place that prevents riding while impaired. Now, while we don't expect our minors and juveniles to be impaired, e-bikes are used by adults, and the same rules apply to them for impairment as it does for impairment on a bicycle. And then we also have prohibits wearing headphones and earbuds in both ears. And that is the same on a regular bicycle. You cannot hear approaching traffic, horns, emergency sirens, and those things if you have your headphones in both ears. So there's also Long Beach applicable municipal codes that Paul will address a little bit later, but we also have those, such as riding on a sidewalk in a business district is prohibited and things of that nature. So when we look at what Long Beach Police Department can do and what we are currently doing, we can cite riders for traffic violations and unsafe behaviors when they are observed. We can arrest riders when legally justified. So when I talk about legally justified, we would talk about reckless driving. Incidences where they're running through red lights and those kinds of things and causing a danger to public safety, we could potentially make an arrest on those if justified. We can also seize or impound devices when they do not qualify as an e-bike. So those would be those that are illegally modified or as classified as e-motorcycles or e-motos. If they've been powered by an electric motor that is capable of exceeding over 20 miles an hour on a highway, or they're operated by an unlicensed operator in the event of an e-motorcycle, or if it's a Class 3 e-bike that is operated by somebody under the age of 16. Those would be when we would be allowed to seize and impound those vehicles. These also apply existing California Vehicle Code provisions related to the helmets, impairment, and the prohibited equipment on all of these things, and we would be able to, if need be, seize or cite for those things. What we cannot do is we cannot simply confiscate an e-bike. They are personal property. They're not classified as motor vehicles. With the exception, we can take a Class 3 e-bike if it's operated by somebody under the age of 16, and we cannot find a parent to come pick it up or somebody over the age of 16 that the owner gives permission to ride away on. We cannot impound devices on suspicion of loan that a modification has occurred. The officer at the time has to be able to determine that there is such a modification. We cannot conduct e-bike only checkpoints. It's not authorized under state law. And we cannot conduct overall broad checkpoints for all vehicles solely to inspect an e-bike. That's legally questionable as well as operationally impractical for the police department to be able to do. When we're talking about extreme cases, some of the other enforcement strategies that we can take is a child endangerment. So if anybody's been following the news or social media feeds, you know that Orange County has been coming after parents and holding parents responsible for the behaviors of their children. And one of the sections that they are using is the California Penal Code of child endangerment, and that's 273AA section. So that applies when a minor is placed in conditions that are likely to cause great bodily harm. And we have seen over and over, and if you talk to members of the hospital staff, trauma emergency rooms like Chalk, Long Beach Memorial, and others, they will tell you that these injuries from bicycle accidents or e-bike accidents tend to cause great bodily injury and traumatic brain injuries in some instances. So we can apply the neglect when a minor is placed in a condition that's likely to create great bodily harm simply from riding the bike. Used in cases where parents assist minors in removing the speed limiters or modifying the device to exceed what is classified as an e-bicycle. Or in, such as I mentioned in Huntington Beach, Yorba Linda, now down in El Toro, Buena Park, all of these, when these devices are starting to reach in speeds of over 60 miles an hour, the parents can be held for that. We can also issue California, off the California Vehicle Code, we can also issue citations to the parents. If the parents are loaning a motor vehicle, in this case an e-moto, to an unlicensed driver, the parent can be cited for that. The law simply states that knowingly permitting a minor child to operate a vehicle on a highway without a license, and again, it only applies to the e-motorcycles, not the e-bikes themselves. And we could also receive input from other places, such as serious injury incidences that may be referred through hospitals or other social services, and child welfare protocols may trigger a review of the device legality and writing conditions. So what else can the police department do? One of the other things that the police department has been looking at, and other agencies in the area have done, is potentially start a juvenile diversion program. Long Beach Police Department could issue the diversion notices to youth violators that receive citations for e-bike violations, and the health department would assist by providing the educational component. This would obviously require new funding, staffing, and interdepartmental coordination to be successful. And again, as I stated, it is not currently in place, but it is a possible future strategy. So currently, the only diversion program that we would have as an option right now would be the online e-bike safety course that is offered through the California Highway Patrol. That is an online course that they can take at any time, and there's no requirement for the parent to be part of that diversion program. Continuing on with enforcement strategies, again, this is not just a Long Beach Police Department situation. We're also trying to coordinate with Long Beach Unified School District. So Long Beach Unified School District recommendation would be that they update their personal transport vehicle guidelines to align with the current California Vehicle Code sections and classifications. They could potentially, if the school district chose to do so, they could require the CHP online safety course of any student wanting to bring an e-bike onto campus. They would have to show proof of a properly fitting helmet, as required for anybody under the age of 18, and a device registration for campus parking permits. This has been successful in some of the Orange County School District areas, and it is something that we've been discussing with Long Beach Unified School District to see if they could implement as well. We have been allowed on school campuses with the health department's walk and roll team and the police department to do what we call lunchtime expos. And these are city and school coordinated events where Public Works provides the technical expertise on the device classifications to the students and supports administrators at the school in distinguishing legal e-bikes from prohibited devices, and complements the health department's school-based education programs that we already have, which includes the lunchtime outreaches, assemblies, and the walk and roll pedestrian and bicycle safety team, as well as Long Beach Police Department coming out and speaking to the children. And Long Beach Police Department expertise, where we come from it, is we are already enhancing our knowledge of e-bikes and violations of e-bikes. We have sent 4 officers to e-bike instructor course, and that is not for them to teach us how to ride e-bikes, but that is for us to teach the public how to safely operate an e-bike. We have also hosted several e-bike safety courses locally for some Cub Scouts, Boy Scouts, and talking to the parents and kids about e-bikes before purchasing, and we're looking at expanding those community e-bike safety courses throughout the summer in some of our parks activation programs. And we're also potentially going to start a community e-bike safety training course for Long Beach Unified School District so that BOE knows how to identify these on an ongoing basis. And then we also support consistent education and potential future diversion program within the police department itself. And I will hand it over to the health department now.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Richard Nunez, and I am the Chronic Disease and Injury Prevention Officer with the Long Beach Health Department, and I'll be presenting on the city's public education and outreach efforts. While enforcement remains an important component of this initiative, many of the ongoing concerns involve rider behavior, device misuse, and confusion regarding what is legally permitted. From a public health and injury prevention perspective, long-term improvements in e-bike safety will also require education, awareness, and behavior change strategies. In response, the Health Department, Public Works, and Long Beach PD have coordinated on a citywide public education campaign focused on e-bike classifications, safe riding practices, helmet use, and rules of the road. Outreach efforts are focused primarily on youth, parents, schools, in high ridership areas where both usage and safety concerns are most concentrated. Shown here are examples of school-based outreach conducted at Long Beach Unified Middle Schools through the Health Department's Walk and Roll Long Beach program, the city's bicycle and pedestrian safety program. Walk and Roll is supported through grant funding from the California Office of Traffic Safety and the Caltrans Active Transportation Program, and has allowed the Health Department to expand existing traffic safety education to include e-bike safety. And this is conducted across Long Beach Unified campuses. Following the initial council request in October, the interdepartmental e-bike team identified a need for increased school-based education and outreach. In response, staff expanded engagement efforts at campuses where schools and parent groups had expressed concerns related to e-bike safety. The city's partnership with Long Beach Unified is a key component to this effort. Through the established relationships across school campuses, the Health Department's Walk and Roll Long Beach program has updated and integrated e-bike safety education into existing bike and pedestrian school-based programming. This includes student engagement through assemblies, classroom instruction, and campaigns such as Safe Streets for Youth Week, which incorporates both student and parent outreach on traffic safety topics. In addition, the Health Department is coordinating with Long Beach PD to provide campus security for trainings on e-bike classifications and campus and safety messaging. This will help campus staff distinguish between legally defined e-bikes and higher power devices while reinforcing consistent communication across school sites. City staff are also monitoring ongoing state legislation and will continue to coordinate with Long Beach Unified to support any future policy or programmatic changes at the school level. These images further reflect some additional student engagement activities conducted at Long Beach Middle Schools focused on understanding students' riding behaviors, their device use, and their knowledge of traffic safety. Through these conversations, the staff were able to identify gaps in student knowledge and understanding rules of the road, as well as their safe riding practices. These engagements allowed staff to provide direct education to the students and help inform future e-bike safety education and outreach strategies. In addition to school-based outreach, City is implementing a coordinated public education campaign across departments. Public information officers are working collaboratively to ensure consistent messaging and shared educational resources across communication platforms. The campaign focuses on several key areas, including clarifying the distinctions between e-bikes, educating public on the risks and legal consequences associated with modifying e-bikes, promoting safe charging practices, reinforcing where e-bikes can be legally operated, and emphasizing helmet use and safe riding behaviors, as well as supporting the safe use of infrastructure designed for our roadway users. And in support of data-informed approach, Long Beach Fire Department, in coordination with Long Beach Memorial, has updated injury tracking systems to better capture e-bike related incidents. This enhancement will improve the city's ability to analyze 911 response data and inform more focused education and prevention strategies moving forward. The city is also expanding community-based programming and media efforts to support broader public education and injury prevention efforts related to e-bike safety. As part of National Bike Month this May, the city is engaging residents through rides, community events, and educational programming that now incorporates e-bike safety. These efforts include the upcoming e-bike demo day, where residents can receive helmet fittings, learn the rules of the road, and participate in guided test rides. The Health Department's Walk and Roll Long Beach program also continues to expand existing bike and pedestrian safety curriculum to include e-bike safety education, with additional programming proposed through pending grant opportunities. In addition, the city is working with Long Beach TV to expand active transportation content by developing educational materials focused on e-bike maintenance, safe operation, and proper charging and storing practices. We want to make sure that we're promoting the upcoming e-bike demo day, which takes place on May 30th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Laverne parking lot along Ocean Boulevard. The event is designed as a hands-on extension of the city's broader education and injury prevention efforts, providing residents with an opportunity to safely experience e-bike operations while reinforcing key safety messages. Attendees will have access to a guided test course to better understand e-bike speed and handling, along with educational resources focused on safe riding practices and rules of the road. The event will also include free helmet fittings in partnership with Memorial Care, bike rack loading demonstrations with Long Beach Transit, and safety checks to encourage proper helmet use. These types of community-based events will reflect the city's broader approach to expanding practical, accessible, and prevention-focused e-bike safety education throughout Long Beach. With that, I'll turn it over to Public Works to continue the discussion on additional safety strategies.
Thank you. Paul Van Dyke, City Traffic Engineer, Department of Public Works. How are you? So we've been talking a lot about enforcement and education. My part of the slideshow also includes a report card. So how effective are those things? We'll find out. Stay tuned. So on this slide is an overview of some of the signage that we've been relying on during the pilot that's been going on the beach path, where we've been paying a lot of attention to various electronic vehicles, scooters, and e-bikes are authorized to use that path. We posted signs that reflect existing state codes around operating behavior. So e-bikes are typically governed at 20 miles an hour. We'll get into that a little bit more again. And then e-scooters also have a cap at 15 miles an hour. So those signs have been up for about a year now. And on the path, we have a healthy mix of both privately owned e-bikes and as well as scooters that are owned by our various vendors that have governors on them that have basically like a pilot car type circumstance where we've got a vehicle setting the pace for the vehicles behind them. And so what that has actually led to are profiles like these. So got some line charts here for those who took a lot of math classes. This will look familiar. For others, I'll explain what's going on. Basically, these are the speed profiles of e-scooters on the left, bicycles on the right. You'll notice based on these charts that there are quite a bit more bicycles on the path than there are scooters. But the thing that we see in common here is that the majority of the users are abiding by the various speed limits. So e-scooters on the left, the vast majority of them are at 15 miles an hour or lower. And then for bicycles on the right, with very small exceptions, folks are traveling at 20 miles an hour or less. So on our path that sees the highest sample size in terms of use for both scooters and bikes, we are seeing really positive trends in terms of compliance with speed limits and behavioral concerns over the use of these vehicles. Seeing that a lot of our signs have been effective, or at least our practices for managing vehicle speeds have been largely effective, I'll move on to legislative advocacy. So what we have here on this slide are various state actions that have already taken effect. So establishing the three-class system that Willie was talking about, also general regulations around how to operate an e-bike, the provision of safety courses, defining what safety even means, and then also making sure that we're prohibiting alterations to these devices that allow them to operate in an illegal manner. You can see that this is a topic that is of significant interest currently. Speaking from personal experience, it seems like this is the topic du jour at many of our public meetings. Also, this is the topic du jour in Sacramento. So plenty of bills under consideration. A lot of them are oriented more toward narrow pilots. You'll see specific jurisdictions referenced in here. The one that seems really interesting down at the bottom, expanding local authority to regulate e-bikes and speed limits and age requirements. That one's been updated to focus specifically on Orange County and applying basically license plates to e-bikes. So a lot of these are being really focused down to create an environment where we're piloting different activities without establishing statewide mandates for a lot of these items. So a lot of things are being tested out right now, but we do have quite a bit of regulation at the state level that the city's largely compliant with or has existing frameworks already established around. On the next slide here, municipal code amendments. So given what is available to us in terms of authorization from Sacramento, the state vehicle code, we do have some context here at the local level. As you saw earlier on the previous slide, there's a lot in the hopper in terms of our state legislation. There's a lot of new bills being proposed, but ultimately cities do have limited authority. We can't change the classification system or further regulate how much power these vehicles have or change the licensing rules, but we do have authority to regulate some of the use, like where you're allowed to ride these bikes, specifically around sidewalks and paths. And then there are some rules that exist for us to manage things like towing. towing illegal vehicles. And so when we look at staff recommendations, really we're focusing on issues that stem from rider behavior. I want to make sure that we're focusing on folks who are really breaking established rules, but being careful not to over-regulate, because as we saw with some of the speed profiles and some of the normative behavior, that there are plenty of people who are also using these vehicles responsibly. So I think this is going to be a delicate exercise here to make sure that we're providing the conditions for folks to behave in a proper manner, but making sure that folks are still held accountable. So on the next slide here, staff recommendations are going to include a number of updates to the municipal code. The first is to really lean into the clarification that defines what these vehicles are in our local ordinances. So right now our code reads as bicycles, and the rules apply to bicycles. Now those of us who are big municipal code nerds will understand that e-bikes are bicycles. So whenever I see bicycle, that counts as an e-bike. But just to provide extra clarity, we're recommending that we add e-bike to the bicycle definition, so there's no question that these rules cover those vehicles as well. And so that'll make sure that we have clarity on things like e-bikes are subject to all of the rules that normal bicycles are, or acoustic bicycles are, and also rules around making sure that flocking isn't a prevalent behavior that's already restricted in our municipal code, even on conventional bicycles. Next slide here. So this is where we could, follow the lead of Sacramento, but take a more heavy-handed approach would be to start prohibiting Class 3 e-bikes in certain contexts. So we already restrict bicycles on sidewalks in business districts and other specific areas, but we do have an opportunity to potentially limit Class 3 e-bikes on paths. So that's something that is allowable, that carries other concerns there. It is possible to legally operate a Class 3 bike on one of these paths. You can still ride these bikes at 20 miles an hour. They're capable of doing 28. So if we want to make sure that we're really staking out that maximal position, we could prohibit Class 3 e-bikes, make sure that nobody is capable of going 28 miles an hour when the speed limit's 20. But yeah, that's open for discussion. We also recommend deleting any outdated provisions governing bicycles. So, we looked through the whole code about all of our bicycling rules, that we did find some outdated ordinances around the old Civic Center. We recommend that those be repealed while we're doing this cleanup. Really the larger recommendations beyond just the municipal code amendments include supporting Long Beach PD and making sure that we have as many options as possible for targeted enforcement. Also continue to explore the potential for towing fees and processes in the case that we have minors operating illegal vehicles, or someone who's 15 riding an e-bike when they need to be 16. What happens there, right? The bicycle needs to be collected. We can't send a minor home with an illegal vehicle. What staff recommend to continue pursuing are things like centralizing an e-bike safety website so folks know where to go to get all this information, understand what the rules of the road or the path or the sidewalk are, and then continue to double down on the education and outreach. So continue to post more speed limit signs on more of our paths. They appear to be doing a great job on the beach path in terms of moderating behavior, making sure that folks are compliant with existing rules. Staff plan on continuing to expand education and outreach in the manner described here on the slide, as well as convening a safety collaborative so that we're working with all of our partners in the area, educational institutions, health institutions, to continue to monitor all the legislation that is continuing to pop up, make sure that we are understanding our frameworks that we can operate under, but make sure that we're on the right foot and we're using all the tools at our disposal to make sure that cycling is fun, cycling is safe, and cycling is available to everybody. So with that, we are more than happy to take questions and respond to any concerns we have over the recommendations. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That was a comprehensive presentation. Certainly appreciate it. But, you know, to sum it up, we have e-bikes that are new, more prevalent in our community. We don't have the full power to outright ban e-bikes, but we can update our codes, our regulations. We can talk about where they can be used. We can lean into education. There are some opportunities with diversion that we can do. We can keep a better eye on it. We also want to keep in mind that we can't place an unfunded mandate on both our police department and our health department, given we know the challenges the public health department is already facing with reduced federal funding and federal cuts. So we do understand that, but I think this is an important first step. Update our codes, begin to wrap our minds around e-bikes, and begin to do that public education about where is it legal, where it is not legal, who is eligible to operate them in our city, and I think that's an important step. We're going to go to the council. Actually, we'll go to public comment first. So I have, looks like 3 people signed up to speak. Rogelio, Edna Transon, and Sydney Delgado Kurth.
Once again, mayoral candidate Rogelio Martinez. I just want to say thank you very much for the 3 people that presented. In my short time attending these since November, that was probably the best presentation. And so I really appreciate the time, energy, and effort that you put together to do that. Unbeknownst to me, I didn't know that there was that many current laws and pending laws in the queue. And this is this is extremely important, and the reason why is because traffic accidents currently, as of today, we have literally broken a terrible record. It's a record that you do not want to break, and that's we've had an excessive amount of deaths related to traffic. So anything that will keep the safety of our residents and our tourists visiting Long Beach is fine by me. So, and I did not know that I would actually be speaking these words, but I have to say it when it's true. Rex, I actually agreed with what you just said, which is weird. But what he just said, I completely support. We need to be able to take a very intelligent approach to how we address this extremely important concern, because it does not affect, but it's an opportunity for us to save someone's life, especially the lives of our children that live in the city. So, and what I really agree with him upon is that we're already short in police staff, in funding to the police, and you can see that this is going to tax the Long Beach Police Department in order to be able to maintain and uphold these state laws from a municipality perspective. So that's going to be probably the biggest challenge. But I really do appreciate the fact that it starts with education and awareness. And so I know this is not a back and forth, but if you can just really stress when that date is, I think it's like May 17th of when there's like an education period, that would be really nice. And then also bless you. Wow, I didn't think I'd be blessing Dawn. But one thing that I didn't see that I think we should incorporate is geofencing, where these things can be parked and where they can be ridden. I didn't see anything in that. And geofencing can enforce parking, riding, and speed. I like that you incorporated best practices with OCTA. And lastly, you know what? Possibly incorporating these in recess. Recess is a good
time's
time.
concluded.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Edna.
Good morning, or good evening, I should say. It's been a long day.
Long day.
It feels like a whole long day. So good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Edna Transon. I'm a nurse. I'm the Trauma Program Manager at Memorial Care Medical Long Beach Medical Center and Miller's Children's and Women's Hospital. I want to say e-bikes, they're faster, they're heavier, they cause more serious injuries. We've seen more children, we've seen more teens, more adults at our hospital with these serious injuries. They're not like regular bikes. They're not scrapes, they're not bumps, they're not bruises, they're not even just a regular fracture. They're more serious. There's more serious fractures. You've seen on the news, you've seen loss of legs, loss of lives. We support stricter regulations, education, anything that we can do to protect our citizens, our community. May is National Trauma Awareness Month as well, and so we do a lot for injury prevention, and we're hoping that through this comprehensive work that you've all done, we can make an impact on our community. Thank you.
Thanks, Edna. Next is Sydney.
Hello, Sydney Delgado-Kurth. I'm a registered nurse, and I also work at Memorial Care Long Beach in the trauma department. I'm the injury prevention coordinator, and for the past year and a half, I've been providing injury prevention education to the community of Long Beach, and more specifically, transportation safety education. So, been trying to work with Walk and Roll, and then we met Commander Benson, and then everything just kind of opened up. So we're here today to support Long Beach PD and Health and Human Services with their work on this amendment. We have the data. We provided them with the data. Since 2023 to 2025, we've had just at our hospital 168 e-bike injuries. I'm not aware of exactly how many are mortalities or serious injuries that went to surgery, but I can tell you that a lot of them do go to surgery and have very long recovery periods. We did have a pediatric orthopedic surgeon speak at an event that we hosted on Friday last week, and she talked about for 30 minutes of how kids usually don't have to have surgeries for the injuries that they receive on a regular bike, and now kids have to have surgeries and a second surgery to remove the hardware because they have to keep growing and you can't keep the hardware in there. So now they're having longer hospitalization, 2 surgeries, more time out of school, all of that stuff. So that being said, it's a really big issue. We see it all the time in the trauma bay, and it's not just the injuries, it's also the deaths that we have to, talk to the families about. So we definitely support this amendment, and we'll be giving education with Long Beach PD and Health and Human Services, and we look forward to your support. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for that public comment. Very thoughtful. We'll now take it back behind the rail. We'll start with Councilmember Supernaw.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank the Mayor's office in particular for partnering with our office on this item. And to that, I'd like to give a special shout out to, we have to say, former Deputy Mayor Paul Mungy. He did a lot of research on this, and we really appreciate that. I'll tell you what, I've been around for a long time, and I've never heard a better presentation, so thank you for that. It's comprehensive, thorough, everything. And I'm not just saying that because I asked for it, but it was really great. And Commander Benson has been so dedicated to this for so long. Thank goodness she's worked in the East Division, so I got to talk to her a lot. But she really spearheaded this for me, at least, so thank you, Commander, for that. Grace Yoon mentioned in the introduction that this was brought forward in October, but I asked for, Grace mentioned there's an interim report, and I had asked for that because I wanted to do something before the holiday gift buying started, and that worked well. Commander gave us some materials for that. We published that. But I find it interesting that the Attorney General of California just issued a consumer alert about purchasing e-bikes. So I'm glad he took my lead on that. But the great outcome of that is that Amazon already has banned illegal e-bike sales in California. So I think we're making progress. I'll tell you, when I brought this forward in October, I had seen enough at that point. I wanted to make something, and I didn't realize it could devolve to where it is now. It certainly didn't get better on its own, and so we have a lot of work to do, but I think you guys have built a great foundation there. And to our trauma nurses, thank you for joining us tonight and sitting through the meeting and speaking. Welcome anytime at my community meetings. They're the last Tuesday of the month at Los Altos Library, but thank you for all the education you're doing. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Duggan.
Councilman Supernaw, this was a great item to bring forward with the mayor, and I was going to say the same. City traffic engineer Paul Van Dyke, Commander Benson, everyone who did this presentation. This is the information that our residents need, and having trauma nurses come out to support this, it's important to have that as part of what people are hearing. So I do think we want to have a balance. We don't want to discourage people from riding e-bikes, but we certainly have to make sure that people are using e-bikes safely. So I appreciate that the educational effort is being made with LBUSD, with kids. Commander, you've talked about this so much over the last couple of years since I've known you. Having kids understand the rules and having principals understand the rules of what kind of bikes can be on their campus is really part of the process to getting kids to know the rules. But I really want to focus on the people who are knowingly violating the law and what enforcement measures we have now in place to address these problems. In District 3, we have situations where groups of riders take over an intersection on the e-motos, kind of like a street takeover. And we've heard about situations where groups of bike riders terrorize and assault someone and then take off. It isn't necessarily the e-bike, but the mobility of a 14-year-old who has on a bike that can go up to 50 miles an hour. That makes it difficult when we have groups who are making decisions like this. So, and I understand many of the laws are already on the books and we have a hard time enforcing them. Commander, can you walk me through LBPD's pursuit policy if someone doesn't stop on an e-bike?
So generally our pursuit policy prohibits us from pursuing just traffic violations. So for instance, if you run a stop sign and we tried to pull you over, that's considered a failure to yield. That is not pursuable under our current policy. So same thing with an e-bike or an e-moto. If that e-bike or e-moto, an officer witnesses them run a stop sign, stoplight, not using the bike lane like they're supposed to be, and we attempt to pull them over and they take off from us, that is not a pursuable offense. What would be pursuable is if it were crossing into a major public safety issue and a potential felony crime may have been committed. So let's say there's a hit and run where an e-moto goes through a crosswalk and hits a pedestrian and causes significant injury, and we believe that's a felony crime. That would be something that the officer could consider at the time to be able to pursue under our current policy.
All right, thank you. We've discussed this too, Commander, that some cities are using drones to pursue people on e-bikes. Can you go through what our city is doing and what's been explored?
So we do currently have what we call a Drones for Patrol program operating on a pilot basis in the department, and we do have drone certified officers in the field. That would require the officer, so a sergeant or an officer who requests a drone, that would require the officer that is an operator of the drone to respond to the area to be able to launch their drone in the area. One of the things that could be done if we know that there's what we'll just refer to as the rest of the day as a flocking group coming into the city, that rescue request could be made by the patrol sergeant to get a drone up into the air to follow the crowd, watch its maneuvers, see where they're going. Are they going to an impacted area such as 2nd Street, Pine Pine Avenue, down on the beach, and can we mitigate that by getting officers to that location to basically divert their path so they don't go there. That is an option that we can do with the drones. The other option would be to, if we have enough battery life, because sometimes these go throughout the entire city, if we have enough battery life available, the officers would be able to follow those with the most egregious behaviors and maybe follow them to a location where they exit the bike and respond. Then other patrol officers could respond and then issue citations that are appropriate and or seize. If it's an illegal e-moto, we could seize the illegal moto at the time.
And would you recommend that residents who see flocking or groups of bikes, or would you recommend they call 911? What's the process for that?
Absolutely give the communications center a phone call, whether that's our non-emergency number, the 562-435-6711, or if it's an emergency situation where there's surrounding vehicles or surrounding a person and somebody's life is an immediate threat, then yes, call 911. Advise dispatch as much information as you can. Are they, do they appear to be teenagers? Do they appear to be adults? Are they on, and it's hard for people to, it's even hard for officers to determine what is an e-bicycle versus an e-moto when it's moving. But to the best of their ability, let us know what we're looking at so that we can deploy the appropriate response, whether that is patrol officers, our drones, our air support unit, or whatever it may be at the time. The more information that citizens can provide to us, the better.
Great. And I really like the educational approach, but I really think it also needs to be paired with enforcement. So I'm glad the direction that our city is going. And I want to thank you, Commander, as well as Officer Gonzalez, who spoke about e-bikes, e-motos at my town hall last week. Really good information. Thank you so much for the work.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Councilman Supernaw and the Mayor's Office for spearheading this. This is just, it's so important. And also, so this is a National Bike Month, so what an appropriate time to have this presentation. I don't know if that was planned, but it really is appropriate. So I have some questions that I have. I want to say, Commander Benson, thank you. What a great job. And I just, this was absolutely a great presentation. I do have a couple of questions. First of all, I thank you so much for Long Beach Memorial for being here. I know I met with your team a couple months ago, and we had a long conversation about this, and I know all the work that your doctors are doing with regards to this. You did talk about, Commander, about there are ways that child endangerment, and I was reading about that, but I thought it was just something legislators were talking about. But this is something that someone from the trauma center, I would imagine you would contact the police department if there's a severe injury. I don't know if that's what happens, but I'm just going to assume. And then, has there been a situation in Long Beach where you've held any parent responsible for any traumatic injury that a child has had?
We have not had that yet here in the city of Long Beach, but obviously we have seen it in our sister cities in Orange County with the recent tragedy, and a parent is being held right now. As a matter of fact, that parent is being held on vehicular manslaughter for her child's actions, so on an e-moto. So it is possible in the state. It does align with our current penal codes, causing great bodily injury or a parent knowingly allowing a child to ride or drive a motor vehicle without a license. Those things are available to us as a tool, but we have not had to do it yet here in the city.
Is there a mechanism in place then for someone from any of our emergency hospitals that they would contact, or a policy in place if there was a serious injury on one of these e-moto bikes that they would be required to contact the police department?
So it doesn't fall currently under the mandated reporting, but we do have really good relationships with Memorial and St. Mary's, and they can call in to our traffic collision investigation detail and let them know that there was a collision or an injury involved in an e-bicycle, and our collision investigation detail can look at it and determine whether or not that's an aspect that we need to follow, as opposed to just doing it as a traffic collision.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that would be good to have some type of mandatory reporting policy if there's serious injuries to a child. And also, I loved our school-based education. I think that's really amazing. Just want to ask a question. I know my nephews go to school here in Long Beach Unified, and I know once those kids get there, and I've seen it, these bikes are locked into these cages, and they lock them in while they're at school, and then they let them out. Maybe there's an opportunity to identify some of these kids that are riding some of these bikes that aren't permitted. And even working closely with the Long Beach Unified School District to make sure they're not allowing even the kids to bring these bikes to school. But I think if you look at these bikes as they're coming out of, as they're coming out of these locked rooms, it's outdoors, that there's a lot of education that could take place right there. Because I guarantee you a lot of parents don't even realize that how dangerous this is. So anyway, just a thought. I love that Daryl already talked about Amazon. I just read that this week. They're restricting that. So kudos to our legislatures that really put pressure on Amazon to make sure that they're not selling these bikes that go over the state speed limit. Can I just clarify something? I'm reading on my chicken scratch here. So class 3 bikes are not allowed, or are allowed on the, like, say, the beach path, as long as they're not going over the 20-mile-an-hour speed limit. Can you just clarify that for me, Commander, or anybody?
Yeah, the way that these vehicles are defined, they are allowed to ride on those facilities because they're capable of being ridden in an appropriate manner. So while they can reach 28 miles an hour, their default setting isn't instantly there. So they're not restricted because they can be responsibly driven there, just like I can responsibly drive my pickup down Bellflower Boulevard. Even though the speedometer has a really big number on it, I usually don't reach that, right? So regulating vehicles, typically, we don't overly regulate just because something can travel fast, but that certainly is an option for us here.
So is there, class 1, 2, and 3 are allowed basically at anywhere on Long Beach streets, bike paths, or beach paths, anywhere in the city. They're currently allowed as long as they stay within the speed limit.
That's my understanding.
Okay, all right. Okay, and then you, Commander Benson, you did say on one of your slides that the city may adopt additional rules that go above and beyond what the state requires. Is that, did I read that correctly?
So we can't change what the state law says, so we cannot, sorry, we don't have the authority by the legislature to change the age requirements or to impose age requirements on the class 1 or class 2. We can't change the requirements of the helmets on class 1 or class 2 for adults. Those things we can't change. What we are allowed to change would be, for instance, the recommendation of no class 3s on sidewalks. And while the class 3s on sidewalks could do 20 miles an hour, the potential of them being able to do 28 miles an hour exists because they can go that fast. So we are allowed to impose those as a local jurisdiction.
Okay, and I think that this is a great first step, and we're having these conversations, but I think as these bikes get faster and heavier, and we obviously have heard from the trauma nurses how dangerous they are, that, you know, as a council or a future council could look at adding, working with the city attorney and looking, or is it necessary for us to have additional rules to ensure the safety of our community, especially our youth that are riding these bikes. So again, thank you all 3 of you. Thank you for one of the best presentations. I agree with everybody else. And thank you so much for answering all my questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Kerr.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the team for your presentation. My colleagues have said a lot, so I just had a couple specific questions I want to check in. I feel like the strong partnership with the schools is really key to moving forward. I know that I am personally committed to working with them. I'm going to reach out to school board members that represent my area tomorrow to talk about what are they doing at the policy level, not just at individual schools, so that it's a comprehensive approach on their part. I'm certainly willing to help and partner and support them in whatever work that they're doing. and letting them kind of set that general policy. We know that sometimes schools have make up rules for their own communities because our schools are also different, but having an overarching policy will be really critical for having consistent implementation across our school site. So I will follow up with my school board members on that. One of the things that I was curious about is, I think anecdotally we all have in our mind what we have experienced in our own parts of the city, but are there parts of the city that are more impacted by the use of e-bikes than others? And the reason I ask that is when we talked about the health department and we talk about grant-funded education, we know that oftentimes grant funding comes with very specific requirements about communities that you are serving. And I'm wondering if there is a disconnect potentially from our bike safety education funding and where it's directed per grant requirements and where we're seeing kind of the biggest impact of e-bike. So it's mostly a question of, do we see parts of town where we experience it more, and is there a discrepancy in where we're able to fund education through grant funding that may not actually qualify for the parts we're seeing an impact on? Could someone speak to that?
Sure, I can kind of address part of that. Currently, we just have some preliminary data, and what that's telling us right now is primarily it's impacting youth. And so the data that we have from Memorial is showing us that, if I'm looking at the data, 30% of the reported injuries are from the ages of 10 to 17, so all of the e-bike injuries. We don't have location-specific data quite yet, but it looks to be mirroring very similar to our typical bike and pedestrian injuries, which are in high injury corridors. But we are looking at the requests that we're receiving, and they are typically coming from middle schools. And so we're looking at addressing those safety issues at our middle schools right now. So we'll take a closer look at what those locations are, and our grant funding will sort of mirror that.
Okay, and I think I would hope that if grant funding doesn't apply for that particular part of town, that we know that, so that we can potentially look for public-private partnerships or other opportunities for funding to fund those parts of town or those schools that may have a higher number of e-bikes present on campus if they don't qualify for grant funding. So thank you for that, and I look forward to that information. And then, as Councilmember Allen talked about, if you Google Class 3 commuter bikes, the first things that come up are bikes that I have seen that people use for professional commuting. I was actually at a conference, and one of those booths was giving away. That was the prize. If you dropped a business card, was the exact #1 Google search for a Class 3 commuter bike. It also includes cargo bikes, so for people who are using it as their primary transportation and maybe having groceries or backpacks or other heavier items, have that Class 3. I also know a few folks in our neighborhood who have the bigger ones that have the buckets in the front, so they can take their kids around town as well, are also Class 3. So I think I have some hesitations about saying that those can't be on places like the beach path or the bike path, especially since the data is saying that most people are behaving appropriately on the bike path. Yes, we have outliers on either side, because I think in some respects, those are the safest places for those people to be commuting, especially if they have children or cargo. And so this becomes that chicken and egg scenario that we talk about, which is we want bike infrastructure to support bike safety. We understand that some of our major corridors are having major improvements that are allowing for bicycles to be in protected pathways and more protected areas, because everything we hear is that we don't want people on e-bikes on sidewalks. But we also know that we need a safe place for them to be, and it often isn't in traffic, as some of our corridors have shown us. I do not represent the bike path, but I will say, as someone who rides a bike, I would never ride down Ocean Boulevard on my bike. I would want to be on the bike path because that is the safest way for me to get from downtown to Alamitos Beach or wherever it is that I'm going. And so as we talk about infrastructure across the city and protected bike lanes, part of the reason that we want to bulk up our bike infrastructure is for this very future-oriented look at commuting. And so it's a both and while some people may not see lots of folks in a bike path now, if there's a protected path for them to go, we certainly don't want them on the sidewalk, and we can put them in that space. So I think we have to continue to look at the grant funding, the education, as well as where we can, adjusting infrastructure to make sure this future of commuting that a lot of folks are using at every age. I talked to some senior residents yesterday who both have e-bikes, who when they go on their longer rides, they need that extra pedal assist. So giving them the opportunity to have infrastructure that keeps them safe as well. So I appreciate the work of the traffic department and the health department and PD. And I look forward to us continuing to try to balance how we keep folks safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Great points. If we had more bike lanes, maybe they wouldn't be on the sidewalks, right?
It's true.
All right. Councilmember Thrashintook.
Yeah, very good conversation. Thank you so much to the mayor and to Councilman Supernaw for bringing this forward. I'm going to focus my comments on where we might expand our ability to stretch our dollars and create the level of education that's needed within our community. I'd like to thank the team from Memorial that came out and for reminding us that May is Trauma Awareness Month. And one of the things that I noted on that site this year is the theme is stay focused, stay safe, and you also have a toolkit there. When I look at what we can do from a city standpoint in terms of the level of resource that we might not have available or just have available for now, I think it will be critical for us to think about a train the trainer model. We should consider our own toolkit that would be available on our website that the public and parents and young people can see regarding, how to keep themselves safe, what's the best way to handle an e-bike, and ensuring that there aren't those modifications that are illegal as was outlined. As part of that Train the Trainer toolkit that I'd love to see us have, I'd love to, in addition to the schools, for us to consider that young people in our city are engaged in a number of different activities. So looking at partnerships with our Scouts, our Girl Scouts, our YMCA, our Boys and Girls Club. Summer's coming up. We have a number of camps across Long Beach, all of which could receive this toolkit that they could make available to their campers. You've shared that our parks will be conducting some work over the summer, and we want to make sure that all the parks throughout the city, even if this could be available at movies in the park at night, and making sure that there is something there that promotes and shares what what we want to do in order to keep our community safe. We also host our annual youth summit and have many, many organizations that are there who work with youth throughout the year. And so I'd love to make sure that all of those organizations were aware of our toolkit and could disseminate that information accordingly at their respective camps and programs. So that is, what my recommendation would be regarding getting the education out there with limited dollars. Maybe we are not able to get to all of those spaces, but certainly there are adults who can do that. And then at some point, I was looking at, where else can you buy these? If Amazon has said you can't buy them there, there's probably places within our city where you can purchase an e-bike, and we might consider requiring that some safety information goes along with that purchase to ensure that families can responsibly take on this particular purchase and utilize it correctly within our city and safely overall. So those are some of my recommendations regarding how we might disseminate this information, and I hope they'll be considered as the staff completes its work. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilman Browland.
Yes, I just want to also reiterate that how much that I do think that bikes should be on bike paths, and we need to look at anything microtransportation and just making sure that we always keep it safe. But I also recognize that if there are rules that we can create down the road that protect people while they're safely traveling is something that we should do. Who knows I don't know what the future looks like and how these things evolve, but we have to do both. We want to continue to make sure people are commuting on these bike paths and they have the opportunity, which I support, but also making sure that people are safe. And the fact that we do have the opportunity if this council or future council should decide to make additional rules. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Members, please cast your vote. You got
I'm
another?
sorry. Can I ask a
Okay.
question?
All right, go for it.
So can I ask a question then? Because I'm looking at the item And one of the recommendations, am I reading it correctly? It says, clarify that electric bicycles are included in the definition of bicycle. Prohibit class 3 electric bicycles on sidewalks, multi-use path, and remove outdated provisional. I get the outdated provisions and I get the classification piece, but are we saying we're asking the city attorney to prohibit class 3 on multi-use paths like the bike path? Is that correct?
That is the current recommendation.
Okay. Can I ask the maker of the motion if they would accept a friendly to postpone that particular portion until more research has been done and continue with the other two?
Well, I guess I'd like to have staff weigh in on this because I don't want to agree to a friendly that causes more injuries and whatnot. So I don't know if I'm splitting hairs here, but if staff could come back to whether or not this is something well, I just think it's something we should ask the experts and get data on before we eliminate that. So that's my question. If staff thinks that they can come back with a recommendation.
Well,
Or they need
from a process
direction from us.
standpoint, this is when you give the direction on the ordinance. So if you're not ready to give direction on the ordinance, or you want to discuss it further, then we wouldn't be making that recommendation. But I think it's fair to ask staff, if you exclude multi-use paths, what are we talking about specifically?
Yeah, so when we talk about multi-use paths in the city, right, some of the higher profile ones include the beach path, obviously, both of our river trails, pathways that exist through parks, whether it's along the former Pacific Electric right-of-way or in Hartwell Park, those would be considered shared use. So to one of the council members' points, if someone were trying to use a class 3 e-bike that's used to ferry their children to and from an ice cream shop, like certain of us do, that would be prohibited under that provision. So,
to the chair, that's exactly what I need to find out because I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater here. So if you'd like to make a motion something specific to the bike path on the beach, that's not in my district. So if we can get consensus there, I'm fine with that. Okay.
It sounds like you may be able to craft a motion here that gets you what you need, but I kind of personally feel that like the river path and some of these paths, people do use them to commute, and I would be okay with it. But ultimately, the council members who represent those areas need to have an opinion on.
Yeah,
some
that
of
is
those
exactly my
topics.
point, and we
Yeah.
get huge numbers of complaints about I don't know if they're specifically type 3 or whatever, but we just get so many complaints about people speeding on the bike paths and walking paths along both the San Gabriel River, Los Cerritos Channel, you name it, we have a lot of them in our district.
So for the sake of process, you still have the floor, Councilmember Kerr. I think it would be helpful for the sake of the conversation to be more specific on which areas you think they should still be allowed, because there may be a way to craft it here.
Thank you. And so was that list exhaustive of multi-use paths? So the bike path, probably Hartwell, El Dorado, riverbed paths. And does that mean anything that is created through current infrastructure projects as well?
correct. Yeah, the way that it's currently drafted, anything that's a mixed-use path would then have that class 3 restriction. So if we built it next month, next decade, so long as this is still on the books, it would apply broadly to those mixed-use paths. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess Councilmember Super and I'm looking to see if you're willing to leave that part out of this particular ordinance drafting with the availability to add it at a later date, if you would accept that friendly.
Yeah, I think I can accept that friendly, unless we want any input from the folks who their jurisdiction is a bike path. So I'd like to defer to them right now or ask for their input.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're gonna go to Councilmember Allen next.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilwoman, for that question. Can I ask you, why did you make that recommendation in the staff report?
So yeah, in the staff report, we were laying out kind of the maximum opportunity for regulation, and so wanted to spotlight that was an opportunity, but we're also expecting to have this exact discussion on what the priority is, what types of behavior we're trying to enforce, and yeah, what is palatable in terms of laying out this type of regulation. So.
Okay. I just don't have enough information to know. There's a lot of questions that I have to be able to say right now at this point, like, if I'm for that or against that. So I was hoping that maybe there was some data that you had for us that while you made those recommendations. I don't know if Councilwoman Zendejas or Councilwoman Duggan, if you guys want to add anything.
Just before you go, I think that's actually what Councilmember Kerr is asking for. Don't include those bike trails until you have some data. So you can move the ordinance, and this is what I understand. Move the ordinance forward, include the sidewalks, all of that. Don't include beach path, river path until you have that data.
Yep.
That's what the recommendation is, because you can always add the ban later.
Correct.
But you don't want to ban it and then unban it, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. So Councilman Supernal, I would be supportive of that, friendly.
Okay. Next is Councilmember Zendejas.
Just wanted to chime in that I'm very supportive of that. I think that's the right way to go, to get a little bit more information before we vote on that part.
Okay, great. Councilmember Duggan.
I would be supportive of that, friendly, as the seconder.
Great. Councilmember Supernal.
Okay, so I'll just reiterate that we have so many complaints about these vehicles on the San Gabriel River bike path that it just wouldn't be fair to my constituents to agree to this at this point. So that's my only objection. So if we can, whatever the motion is, if it can be added at a later point, I'm good with that.
So you're accepting the friendly to do more data on that on the multi-use paths, and we'll consider that portion later.
Agreed.
Okay, we clear on that? All right, Councilmember Kerr.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, Councilmember Supernaw. I think it's one of those things that I hesitate to go to the most restrictive in this moment when we can step up to more restrictive as we get more additional information. I share the San Gabriel River path, but I also have Hartwell Park, which we know I see parents with their kids in their bucket class 3 bikes that are using that safely, and so I would hate to limit a safe form of travel for folks with a blanket that we're not so sure about. So I really appreciate you accepting the friendly just to take out. I agree with the sidewalks potentially, but the multi-use path is the one I'd like us to see more on. So thank you.
All right, great. And I support this as well. It's clear. I think once you start saying this bike path and not that bike path, it becomes hard to regulate and hard to do education around. I think this is the right approach. We can always come back again and revisit if we hear beach paths going well, but river paths are not, right? Then there would have to be an education, signage, and all of that to make sure that it works. The other part that just really resonates in this conversation is if you don't have a path for them to take, a bike path, and this is something to say to the public, you can't oppose bike infrastructure while at the same time complaining about traffic challenges and e-bikes. There has to be a realistic conversation around behavior and where you want to guide and steer that behavior. All right. Anything else?
One last thing. If we could have an approximate date when we could come back with it, that might be kind of important because there might be some paranoia we create with this. So is 6 months a good time for you?
What do you guys think? Review it 6 months? Since 6 months from implementation of the ordinance.
Yeah, 6 months works for us. That gives us plenty of time to cover multiple paths and come back with information like we had for the beach path. So yeah, we can do that.
Okay, great. City attorney's got all that? We're good. All right.
I think we got it. Good work, everyone. Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
All right, item 27, please.
We just did item 27? Item 28?
Yes, item 28.
Report from City Manager, recommendation to receive and file an update on proposed changes to the City Council Order of Business due to Senate Bill 707, and request City Attorney to prepare an ordinance to amend the Long Beach Municipal Code based on the proposed modifications, citywide.
Thank you. We'll have a presentation from staff. This is related to SB 707. The intent of this legislation is to make city council meetings more accessible. There was a lot of concerns and opposition from cities on how to actually implement this. We certainly support making public comment more accessible for everyone, no matter the location. I know a lot of folks got used to e-public comment and virtual public comment during COVID, but it's important that we also, at the same time, carefully consider the potential challenges this will bring and unintended consequences and the vulnerabilities related to AI public comment, non-human public comment, remote participation tools. There could be some challenges, so I appreciate that staff's conducted a thorough review and provide some additional background and analysis and recommendations on how we should navigate this new state law. Staff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we're absolutely here to do that. We also had the committee coming from GOE committee had some specific recommendations that they asked us to look at, and then the full council asked us to look through at all of that through the lens of SB 707. So we're going to be looking a little bit at some of the committee's work, some of which we recommend, some we don't recommend, and then but also what was new since the committee had done its work was the implementation of 707. And so how do we merge all that together? I will turn it over to Tyler, who's really been doing the lead research here with our attorney's office and with our city clerk's office to go through what we've come up with, and we'll end with some recommendations.
Great. Thank you, Tom. Thanks, Mayor and Council. A little hard to follow up the best presentation ever talking about public comment and order of business, but we'll do our best. So as Tom mentioned, this was originally brought by the Government Operations and Efficiency Committee, looking at different ways to not only streamline council meetings, but also to encourage additional participation. And they had proposed a number of different changes to the order of business as a starting point for thinking about ways to, again, encourage more participation in city council meetings. And that was in October of last year. And then those recommendations came to city council in November. And the discussion with City Council was to report back and do additional staff analysis on all of the recommendations from the committee, plus add in more information about the impacts of Senate Bill 707 on the order of business, as well as recirculating a community survey that the committee had put out, and get input from the Citizens Advisory Commission on Disabilities. And we did recirculate the survey, which I'll talk about in a second, and we presented to KCOD as well in April. And then we provided all of that feedback and input in a memo that was attached to this item that outlines all of the recommendations and the updates on SB 707. So for the survey, as mentioned, the committee originally did a survey trying to get input on how do we get more participation in city council meetings? What are some of the main barriers that impact residents and community members from participating? And they received 74 responses that informed the committee discussion about recommendations for the order of business. And then after the council direction in November, we recirculated the survey after translating it. We did a public notice in February to put the survey out as widely as possible. We provided printed copies at libraries and in person here at City Hall. We also worked with the council offices to include that survey in newsletters to try to get wide distribution. And the clerk's office worked with different neighborhood groups to get it out there as well. And we got about or almost 500 responses through the recirculated survey with all the same questions that the committee had originally asked. And you can see here just the geographic distribution of the survey input. And what we mentioned in the memo is that the survey is helpful to understand, the 497 or so respondents, what their interactions are with city council, what are some of the barriers, but it's not necessarily a statistically representative sample of the entire city. It's really just to help with the discussion. So in the memo, we do talk about in each of the different recommended changes to the order of business where the survey input kind of falls on those recommendations, as well as the commission or Citizens Advisory Commission on Disabilities. So I'm going to go through each of those proposed changes to the order of business, and then I'll pass it over to the clerk's office to talk a little bit more about the impacts of SB 707. The first grouping of different proposed changes were really related to the public comment process. So looking at ways to expand early public comment, adding additional speakers in the first round of public comment, or adding another round of public comment in the middle of the meeting. That came up during the city council discussion, as well as adjusting the times for public comment depending on the number of speakers. As the memo outlines, and then we'll talk about more later on in this presentation, we do have an alternative approach that we are recommending to public comment that really aligns with the impacts of SB 707. As the mayor mentioned, SB 707 is really similar to what we saw during the pandemic, and it will change the way that the public can participate in city council meetings. And so for public comment, a lot of the input we got from the survey and from KCOD as well was there was a lot of frustration when people prepare to come to a city council meeting. They don't know exactly when the item is coming up to provide public comment. They don't know how much time they're going to get to speak. If it's a larger item, they may not have as much time as what they had prepared for. There were a number of inputs from the committee and the survey that expressed frustration around the existing public comment process. And SB 707 really changes that, allows for more opportunity to get more involvement, and as we'll talk about later, to move public comment into a specific designated time in the meeting so everybody knows when it's going to take place and how much time folks will have to be able to speak. So we'll talk more about the specific proposal, but again, that I think will address a number of the different proposed changes in that section. Another recommendation was to establish estimated times for high interest items. We do have that ability right now through time certain. We don't necessarily utilize that very often because it can be a little bit confusing when the item will come up. But sometimes if there's a really high priority item, we know there's a lot of people coming, we can do a time certain to say at or after a specific time in the agenda, we will go to that agenda item next. So we don't really have a recommendation to change that current process. I think it's good to have the flexibility to utilize that when needed for those high interest items. In terms of setting earlier city council start times, this is also impacted by SB 707. So one of the challenges oftentimes for people to participate in city council meetings is a work schedule. It may be hard to get down here even at 5 p.m. if you have to drive down to City Hall. But if you have an opportunity to call in or to participate remotely, that can change public participation opportunities. Another piece of the discussion with the committee was finding ways to streamline meetings, to maybe do more ceremonial kind of administrative items earlier on in the agenda. We do every once in a while have special meetings where we start the council a little early if we know we have larger items to discuss, like when we come back from the summer recess last year, we did that, as well as larger budget discussions. We can start the meetings early. And we do recommend that we consider looking at a normal agenda start time at 4 p.m., knowing that we have additional public participation opportunities under SB 707. Another recommendation from the committee was to look at alternate locations for committee and city council meetings. This also changes under SB 707. So I think one of the initial intents of this recommendation was to get more participation, folks that may not be able to get down to City Hall, but could go to another area of the city more easily. But again, if you have an opportunity to participate remotely, that changes the equation when we're talking about participation. The impacts of SB 707 also make doing alternate locations more difficult from a technology standpoint. So even without SB 707, a couple years ago when we went to LBCC for a number of months during construction in the chambers, that is a pretty difficult logistical and staffing burden on everyone to be able to move the city council meetings to another location. And it's costly. And then under SB 707, there's the concern if there is a technological failure or issue that comes up, that becomes much more challenging when we're at an alternate location than what we're used to here at the chamber. So we don't recommend changing the location for committee and city council meetings due to some of those changes under SB 707. Another recommendation was to uphold the current time limits on ceremonials and presentations. So right now in the municipal code, we're allowed no more than 3 ceremonial or presentations per meeting at the beginning, and each lasting no longer than 5 minutes. Oftentimes in practice, we see flexibility when it comes to the amount of time for the presentations. And I think from staff's perspective, we appreciate the flexibility. There are a number of times where there's larger cultural ceremonies or presentations that require longer than 5 minutes. So having some flexibility is helpful when it comes to these ceremonials. I will say the KCOD disagreed, and they like having a strict specific time limit for everybody to follow. So we don't, from staff side, recommend any specific changes to the current process. Another recommendation was to amend the divide by 9 sponsorship approval process to allow sponsorships under $5,000 to be approved at the staff level. This ultimately won't really change the amount of time during the city council meetings, considering that all of the divide by 9 are now on the consent calendar. In the past, when they weren't on the consent calendar, obviously that took longer to get through each of the items, but moving them to the consent allows for public transparency, the city council to approve the items according to the city charter, and then it doesn't really change the amount of time during the city council meeting, so we don't recommend making a change to that process. Defining urgency for supplemental agenda items also came up from the committee. Staff doesn't necessarily have a recommendation on this item either. We, from staff side, try not to use supplemental as much as possible unless it is truly urgent. But we understand there might need to be some flexibility. If there are important items that come up, they're timely, but maybe wouldn't meet a definition of urgency that's defined in an ordinance, we think it's better to have some flexibility when it comes to that definition. Another recommendation was to move supplemental agenda to the submission of the items to Thursday. This is something staff definitely recommends. I think, one, it helps with transparency. It gives the public more of an opportunity to know what's coming the following week, instead of waiting until Friday evening or afternoon to see the supplemental agenda items come out. They would have an additional day before the weekend. But it also helps from a staffing standpoint as well. So the clerk's office isn't waiting until Friday afternoon to be able to pull together the full supplemental agenda item supplemental agenda to get it out to the public. So moving this can really help add transparency and help with the staff burden as well. Scheduling standalone study sessions for major topics was another recommendation from the committee. We do currently have that opportunity to use study sessions for those high interest, high impact items. And we definitely would recommend continuing to do that process, especially when we know there might be a lot of public interest in certain items. We can utilize study sessions, essentially special meetings before the main council meeting to be able to go through those high impact items. So again, we don't necessarily recommend any change to the current process, but being able to utilize the existing opportunity for study sessions. And then the last two that were recommended were to create a tentative public schedule of future agenda items. This one would be very challenging from a staffing standpoint because there is a lot of movement. Items may be planned for a certain date, but a number of things could happen in the meantime that might cause an item to go to a different meeting date. and it could cause a lot of confusion. This is something we heard from KCOD. If we were to put out tentative public schedules of future agenda items, I think the concern was really that we wouldn't know or be able to very clearly communicate with the public if things change. And so the expectation might be folks would come to the council meeting thinking an item is on the agenda, but it may have changed. So we don't recommend moving forward with that drafting of tentative public schedules, just to avoid that confusion as well. And then the last one is to recommend expanded and/or pre-recorded staff reports. So right now, what we do typically is when we get a recommendation from council to do a report back, we'll often do a memo, just like this report back. We did a longer memo. It outlines all of staff's research and input. We post that online, and then we come back to council and we provide the more in-depth presentation. So the recommendation here was to look at ways to pre-record those presentations in an effort to reduce the amount of time during the council meetings themselves. That can be really burdensome actually on staff to be able to record ahead of time, potentially translate the recordings, as well as if members of the public don't know or weren't able to view the recording ahead of time, they may miss out on certain aspects of the report and the presentation. So at this time, we also don't recommend moving forward with this item in order to ensure that the public has the opportunity to hear the presentations and get the details that mayor and council do as well. So with that, I'll pass it over to the city clerk, and she'll walk through some of the changes related to Senate Bill 707, and then we can talk about the recommendations to move forward with different proposed changes to the order of business.
Thank you, Tyler. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is a brief background of Senate Bill 707 that was passed on October 3rd, 2025. Some of the provisions were implemented on January 1st of this year, and many of the provisions take effect on July 1st, 2026. The bill made significant changes to the Brown Act to increase participation opportunities at certain local legislative body meetings and modernize rules to reflect advances in technology. The key requirements are mandatory remote public attendance option, allowing people to join meetings online or by phone, which we did see during COVID, providing equal opportunity for in-person and online public comments, provide a call-in option, and enable captioning if using an audiovisual platform, adopt a policy regarding procedures for disruption of telephonic or internet service, establish rules regarding disruptive behavior for participants attending remotely, update online access, making meeting information easy to find on the agency's homepage, make reasonable efforts to encourage groups that don't traditionally participate in meetings to participate, provide translation for all meeting agendas into applicable languages, provide public posting board for translated agendas, and assist members of the public that wish to receive interpretation services. And some other key provisions that were enacted on January 1st were verbal reports on executive and department head compensation, required distribution of Brown Act to all elected and appointed officials currently serving on legislative bodies, allow legislative body members to participate remotely as reasonable accommodation for a disability, and expand just cause criteria for remote participation. That concludes the high-level summary of the revised Brown Act provisions under SB 707, and I'll turn it over to the city manager to continue the presentation.
Thank you. All right, so just last piece, we wanted to talk about some of the specific recommended changes to the order of business based on the committee's input and the staff analysis, as well as the changes that are coming due to SB 707. So one of the main ones that we mentioned is looking at starting the meetings earlier at a regular meeting time of 4 instead of every once in a while doing special meetings earlier. We think starting the meetings at 4 would allow for some of the more administrative, ceremonial things to take place, and then also with SB 707 still allow for a lot of public participation, more than we're seeing currently. Second would be in terms of the supplemental agenda, moving that to the publication of the supplemental agenda to Thursday. Again, adding transparency and addressing some of the staffing logistical challenges with getting the supplemental out on Friday. And then in terms of public comment, this is the one that's most impacted by the changes to SB 707. Again, if we have hybrid meetings similar to what we had during COVID, there's a balance that needs to take place in terms of additional participation as well as managing the public comment process and making sure people in person as well as online or hybrid have the same opportunity to provide public comment and input. So what we're recommending, again, based on some of the input from KCOD, from the surveys, where there was frustration and confusion around different public comment time periods, different changes to the amount of time that people might have to present, is to establish a very clear timeline to be able to provide public comment and amount of time for speakers for each meeting, so everybody knows ahead of time and they know the process, and it doesn't necessarily change from meeting to meeting. So in this case, we would recommend establishing a single public comment period at the beginning of the council meetings after the ceremonials. So after we do call to order, roll call, the pledge, and the ceremonial presentations, we would go into the public comment period. We would limit a maximum of 3 minutes total per speaker, and this would be up to 1 minute for non-agenda items and up to 2 minutes for agenda items. And then in order to manage that process, we would have to have speakers, of course, sign up before the public comment period starts. So we would close the sign-ups at the start of public comment, and speakers would have to identify what items they're speaking to, if they're speaking to non-agenda items or if they have specific item on the agenda that they're speaking to. That would allow us to understand how long of a time period they would have, up to 3 minutes. And then we would cap the total public comment period at 90 minutes. And also reiterate the option, of course, to submit written public comments in lieu of either coming in person or remote participation. We would also want to really clearly identify what the timing and sign-up procedures are and participation rules, both for in-person and online. Again, making sure that everybody has the same opportunity under SB 707. And then allowing the mayor as the presiding officer and the chair of the meeting some discretion to either extend the time limits, reopen public comment in certain circumstances. If there's a large amount of public comment for a certain item, either we could consider doing a study session separately or during the meeting finding a different approach. But again, trying to standardize this as much as possible through this single public comment period. There are examples of agencies that do something similar. So Long Beach Unified, City of LA, even La Casa, the LA County Affordable Housing Solutions Agency, look at ways to front load the public comment on non-agenda items and agenda items towards the beginning of the meeting, and then allowing for the regular order of business in the council or agency discussion. And also, as mentioned, similar to SB 707, we did see during pandemic a number of different agencies have a different approach to public comment during the pandemic when we had hybrid meeting rules, where allowing for all the public comment towards the beginning of the meetings and then getting to the larger agency discussions. So in terms of next steps, what would this look like? Tonight, of course, we're just receiving input and direction from council on what on this staff proposal and how you all would like to move forward. And then if there's an interest in moving forward with changes to the order of business, in order to have this in effect before SB 707 goes into effect, we would have to do a first reading of this draft ordinance next week on May 19th. And then we would do a second reading on June 9th. And then after 30 days following the second reading, the ordinance would go into effect. We would actually be in the July recess at that time. So the first meeting back would be July 21st when we would have that new order of business after the summer recess. And if approved, of course, one of the key areas that we'll have to do, regardless of any changes to the order of business, even under SB 707, there's a lot of changes in terms of how the public can participate. So we need to do a large education campaign, making sure that the community understands how to participate in the city council meetings, including a press release, social media updates to the city website, public noticing, working with different folks on city newsletters, council newsletters, other ways to get information out about any of the proposed changes to the order of business as well as new opportunities to participate through SB 707. And so with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions and look forward to the discussion.
All right, thank you. So I want to acknowledge this is a major change. Having gone to virtually every council meeting since 2010, this is certainly a change. But we know that COVID and during the pandemic, different standards were established and agencies are going through this transition right now. A lot has changed from 2010. In fact, we do a whole lot more agenda items today than we did in 2010. We didn't used to have more than 1,000 agenda items every single year. And yet council members are still part-time and we haven't added any additional time. So either council meetings are gonna go later or you have to start them earlier. There's no other two ways about it. There's only so much time and you don't make good decisions late. In fact, we get a little loopy the later we go. So it's gotta give. Either you go to a full-time council like LA County, like larger jurisdictions and other jurisdictions of our size, or you add additional time by bumping the time up. This was going to happen one way or the other, but COVID and SB, this new Senate bill has prompted this change. So I certainly agree with moving it up. And then when we start meetings, we're doing at least a half an hour on presentations anyway, and that's if the council members stick to the 10-minute limits, which some of the council members really don't stick to the limits. So, so I will say we probably use 30 to 45 minutes on presentations anyway. I would also say a number of jurisdictions and agencies, and I'm glad you mentioned La Casa. I've been chair the last 2 years. This agency started off with a different public comment system and moved to this system, and it's been way more efficient. It prioritized resident public comment, lets everybody come in and speak. We get dozens and dozens of people who come out and speak to the whole agency, and we go through and we're able to hear it, document it, prioritize them. Some of them stay, some of them go on with their day, and then we handle a lot of the items that they were not there to hear. I understand some people want to hear every item, but some want to speak on their very thing, and they don't have all day to wait until that item. So I've seen how this has worked. I will also say, I appreciate the committee and staff going through item by item and recommendation by recommendation. I agree with many of those recommendations. I would be flexible on the cap. I like having flexibility on the cap, but I do know, I would say on big things like hearings, we still have public comment separately on hearings, correct, Madam City Attorney? So hearings, including the budget hearings, would have their own public comment distinct from this one public comment period. So that's important for us to note. And in certain cases, if we need to add time or add a study session, we have that ability. So I like that flexibility is in here. We're gonna do public comment and then we're gonna go to the council for motions and deliberation. I see 5 members of the public signed up to speak. So first is X, then Fred Zelmer, then Dave Shukla, Brian Cochran, and Rogelio.
Hi, City Council. My name is Amy. I'm a resident of District 2. And honestly, I didn't have a lot of time to prepare to speak on this item because unfortunately there wasn't a campaign put out to let the public know that this was going to be voted on tonight. Like there's going to be a campaign about informing the public of the changes. So it's unfortunate that there wasn't a campaign to let people know to come have a say on this. But that being said, this item stems from a proposal to strengthen public participation, but that's not what it's doing. The proposal that you're about to approve today has hours that are difficult for working people who work a normal working day, which is 9 to 5. It's already difficult for those of us who have to work and then scramble to get here by 5 p.m. or 4:45 if you want to make a public comment, because you have to sign up before the meeting starts. And now you're making the meeting start earlier, which is pretty much impossible for any working person to make. In addition to that, accessing is already difficult for elderly and disabled folks. They have to find a parking space in the structure, and then they have to walk the long distance from the parking structure. And not to mention if you're in a walker or a wheelchair, Meanwhile, city cars are illegally parked right next to the plaza. So if you guys want to make it more accessible, I would definitely put that in your plans, because making it an option to attend the public or the city council meetings online also isn't really beneficial to people who don't have internet access, who aren't comfortable accessing remotely, which is a lot of elderly constituents. So that's not necessarily helpful. And the time limit is crazy. Years ago, the time limit was 5 minutes to speak on each item. Then it got cut down to 3 minutes. Now it's getting down to 90 seconds and 60 seconds. There was a recommendation to allow up to 15 public comments in the first public comment at 90 seconds each. So that's about 22.5 minutes. If you do 10 comments at 3 minutes, that's 30 minutes. So you're already taking away 8 minutes of public comment time. So that's not necessarily increasing public participation. It's really just shortening your day or allowing a longer presentation process, which already takes a lot longer than 30 to 40 minutes. That's being generous. So what you're doing is not strengthening public participation. You're limiting it, and you're definitely tailing our First Amendment rights and damaging the Brown Act. So we're gonna remember every single council member that votes on this tonight, because this is truly harmful, and you're not here to listen to your constituents. Honestly, that's all I can say, because this is crazy. And anybody who thinks that this is helpful to public participation is lying to themselves or just an idiot.
Fred Zelmer. Is Fred Zelmer here? All right, next is Dave Shukla.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. The first thing that should be said is that SB 707 was, the legislative intent of it is to increase public participation. It's not supposed to be a prophylactic for limiting public participation. And the presentation made clear that the decision to use it in that way was made in October, well before the discussion, public discussion of implementation of that bill came up. And I'll be honest, I'm a bit ambivalent to speak on it, because on the one hand, it's such obvious bad policy. It's so obviously designed to limit public participation. Shame. Please, let me speak. That it's such a self-own, maybe I should just let you guys do it. Mary, your seat, District 1. Christina, your seat, District 3. Megan, your seat, District 5. Rex, mayor's seat. Roberto, your former seat, District 7. Joni, your seat, District 9. If you vote for this tonight, you are telling the people running against you exactly what to do. You are telling them, hey, I'm limiting public participation. They're going to go run to your constituents and tell them, vote for me. These people are trying to limit your voice. I will restore your voice. It's such an obvious self-own. Maybe you should just do it. And then we'll deal with a different council to undo it in 6 to 8 months. I mean, politically, it's so unstrategic. If I was on your staff, I would have recommended that. I mean, honestly, Tyler, are you trying to fuck Tom about? Are you trying to make him look bad? The council gives the staff direction on how to implement 707, and the only recommendations the staff creates are ones that make their lives easier at the expense of the public's. As someone who does policy for a living, doesn't cut it, man. Just doesn't cut it. However, since you are talking about limiting my rights, you are opening the city up to a lawsuit, it should be said on the record that a 4 p.m. start time does discriminate against working people. Yep. Saying we have a teleconference option doesn't help if you're at work or you have to drive here. What are you supposed to do? Be on the phone? Yep. More than that, where'd my notes go? Oh, they're written next to the item. What else is there? The time limits on speakers, that's a non-starter, unless, of course, it's going to apply to how often y'all talk. Yep. You know, we have strict time limits. I remember Councilman Supernow, you once had the idea of a shot clock. We could use that shot clock for everything we have to hear you guys go on and on and on in circles about. But more than that, closing speaker sign up. I mean, the whole proposal isn't thought through in terms of what politically it's actually going to do to help this city be more engaged. It sounds more like we don't like We like the laurels, we like the power that comes with our seats, but we don't like any of the crap that comes with our seats, and we just want to limit that part. That's not the job,
Your
ladies
time's
and gentlemen.
concluded.
You wanted the laurels, you want the power of those seats.
Thank you. All right, Brian is next, and then Rogelio. Brian, did you hear me? Brian?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. It's interesting that the language of SB 707 specifically states the desire for engagement and accessibility, but the proposal that comes back from City of Long Beach is one that's centered on efficiency. That's an entirely different message. And you have to want engagement from your citizens in order to do something. This sends a message that engagement is exactly what you don't want to have happen. You want to move it around so it's harder for people to get to you and convey things. It's already hard to do so. Tom Modica creates a system where he talks to the bar owners about bar issues on 2nd Street, hasn't talked to the community groups at once. The survey that was done here, it didn't reach my community group or any of the community groups I knew to communicate it further and reach out to other people. I spent hours preparing for last week's session about the CSI comments. I was probably better informed staff than you as well, and yet it resulted in a unanimous vote that just dismissed it and spent another $175,000 wasted. The Parking Commission, which is supposed to be a direct conduit from our community to you, it has not met in 4 months now. When I was last here, it was 3 months. It's now not meeting for 4 months. It does not have a resident representative on it. Page 36 of the 96-page memo that was put out, there's a survey item that references why people don't engage. Mostly it's about time. The second closest one, though, was feel of voice is ignored anyway. That's an important part for everyone here tonight, and it's an ongoing part of all the community. We feel like we can't be heard. We're already being curtailed. The messaging here says, take the 3 minutes you might have had, reduce it to 2 minutes, and maybe you'll get that on a given day, best of. When you sit here, I've been here since 5 o'clock to speak on this one item and one possible public comment item. That's 3.5 hours of my time to do this one thing, and I still feel like I'm going to be ignored and unengaged on this one. So, staff recommendation looks, there's remedies here. You want to move to things where the time becomes more efficient for you, not for the community, unfortunately. That's a frustration. You want to move things up. There's a part where it says it has a vague recommendation about planning time so people know when to come here. That would be great and efficient, but it's doesn't work for us if you don't do it. You have to put it on the schedule. You have to notify people. Did you know that when a city agenda goes out and gets updated in email to people who care about these things, you get a notification. It does not link to the actual agenda. It links to everything but that, and dates and stuff like that. You make it extra hard every step for us to do the things that we want to do. You have to want engagement. Please do not do this way. Please open up to community groups, and please do this in a better way going forward.
All right, Rogelio.
I'm just going to keep it very short and sweet. Everything that they said. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so thank you very much. We're going to start the deliberation now. All right. Thanks everybody for your public comment. We hear you. This is the beginning of the deliberation. I'm going to go to Councilmember Duggan, but first, two things. Tom, walk us through the timing considerations on why this is brought forward now.
Yes, so SB 707 goes into effect on July 1. If the council is contemplating any type of changes in order to put that into place, we do recommend that you do that before your first meeting in July. And so their first meeting in July, because of the recess, is July 21st. And so what we've built out is a timeline for this to be a multi-step process. You're not making any final decisions tonight. You will direct us tonight on whether you want to move forward with something like this after debate. Then we will come back and we'll read the item first one time, and at that point you can make changes. If you think something needs to be modified, you'll have the ability to do that. Then you could read it another first time. Every time you make a change, it's got to be a new first reading and a second reading. So the goal is by June 16th, you would have read everything second time. So it's about a month from now. Then it goes into effect 2 months after, or a month, or 30 days after that, in time for our meeting to meet SB 707 and the laws to change the municipal code.
And just to be clear, the deadline for implementation on SB 707 is what date?
July 1st.
July 1. So this gives us the time to begin this discussion. We can make changes. They have to begin the process of the ordinance. If we want to make refinements, we can do so at an additional meeting. But we have to have time to have two ordinance readings, a first reading and a second reading, with no changes before they go into implement, 30 days before it's implemented. So this is brought forward today. This has to be done per state law. There's, we have some options here. But this allows us to have the time to kind of work through this. The other part I just want to clarify before the council member starts is it was brought up about council members having shot clocks on their speaking. Technically, we have 5-minute shot clocks on the councilman speaking, unless it's a proposal and they're making a proposal, that's 10 minutes. So there are limits on council member deliberation. We're going to start with council member Duggan.
All right, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the City Manager's Office for the presentation. As the maker of the motion, I would like to amend this motion to remove the 90-minute comment period limit and to allow signups to happen after the comment period starts. But there needs to be some discussion on the comment period starting. I would recommend 15 minutes. This is part of my discussion because if we are, as Tyler stated, we don't want to limit people 9 to 5 from being able to sign up for public comment. So my amendment, I'll repeat it, amend this motion to remove the 90-minute comment period limit and to allow signups to happen after the comment period starts. So I'm going to start with a few comments prior to moving for my reasoning for amending the motion. As the chair of the Government Operations and Efficiencies Committee, we really worked to see how we could make council meetings more accessible to the public. This included sending out the survey on behalf of the committee, and the number one response we heard was to allow for virtual public comment. With Senate Bill 707 passing, the city had to set up a system where people can call in their comments, which is great for accessibility. I think moving the supplemental agenda deadline to Thursday is a very good change. The supplemental agenda should only be used for truly urgent items because it limits the notice our communities get to decide if they want to participate. For ceremonial items, I'd really like to see these stay within 5 minutes that's allocated in our municipal code, but there are some cultural events, there are things, we want to celebrate our community groups, but a lot of the ceremonies could be scheduled before meetings start, which could cut off maybe an hour of our meetings by following the time limits already in place. Finally, though, I want to share my concerns and share why I amended the motion. I think moving the public comment period to the beginning of the meeting that's okay, but limiting it to 90 minutes and cutting off signups at the start of the public comment period, it doesn't expand accessibility. I think that there are some agendas where we're going to have more than 30 or 40 points of view that should be shared. And I also think that cutting off signups when public comment period starts gives people who have that 9 to 5 job a disadvantage, as was mentioned previously. So that's what I have to say about this item.
Thank you. I think some of that does need discussion, but is that your second, Councilmember Allen?
Yes, I'm okay with that.
Okay. All right. Next is Councilmember Allen.
Yes, I do think that this is going to allow more public participation And that the biggest complaint that I hear is folks, and someone said that in their public comments, that are waiting here 2, 3, 4 hours to be able to speak on an item. And it's frustrating, and people that have other things going on, their jobs and childcare, this can be difficult. So I do like that it gives a certain time that people can come and can voice their concerns or opinions at the beginning of the meeting when they know there's a time certain when they're going to be heard. So I like that. I would like to see the council members and the ceremonials, I would like to see everybody adhere to that. I feel like it's gotten a little loosey-goosey, and I would like to see that everyone adhere to those 5-minute rules and get our things done within those time frames. But I do have a question. With regards to people calling in, is it limited to residents, or anyone from the entire world can call in?
The public is the public, anywhere in the world.
Yeah, I know. I'm just want to verify that could be anyone.
Yes, that's correct. Anyone in the world with access to our meetings could call in.
Okay. So people can still come here in person, and then people also can call in.
Yes, correct.
Okay. But it's either or.
It's both, actually. Yeah. So we're going to have to manage the people who are here in the room who would like to speak, and also the people who are calling in, and create one time period to be able to have all of that being heard.
And then will the people that are here in person have priority for speaking over those calling in?
No, they will not have priority. It is equal opportunity for both remote callers and people in person.
Okay.
So we have to be equitable.
What we do at La Casa, we take the in-person first, and then we do the virtual. So we do have that option.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. All right, those are my questions. Thank you.
All right, next is, let's see, council members in Dejas.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'm glad that 702 is happening. Being a disabled woman, knowing that within the disabled community and the seniors, it sometimes is difficult for them to come in person, and they want to be able to be active and participate in public comment. So I do appreciate that that's going to be starting, and that they'll be able to take advantage of that. I think that's something that the community has been asking for several years now after COVID. I think we did get a taste of that it can happen, and so now it's happening, which is good. But one of the things I'd like to share is that I was introduced to City Council by coming to public comment probably like 20 years ago. And that really empowered me to keep coming back to voice my concerns or my consent of things that were happening in the city. And I think it's very important for us to be able to have that engagement with our community, be able to hear them out, and be able to see, because I do think that one of the most important things about creating policy is when we all work together, meaning city staff and the community. And I've seen that very, very effective work for us as a city. That's why I have a problem with how little time was given to our community when presenting these items. So it's very difficult to say that we're working with the community when even the council just had a little bit of time. So maybe you can share with us a little bit more in depth, Tom, what the urgency is again on passing. First of all, 702 is coming in July 1st. Can you explain to us the urgency of our vote today?
Yes, so we definitely have to put 707 in place by July 1st. And so it's before your first meeting. So your first meeting is July 21st, so we actually do get a little bit of time to be able to put that in. Some of the meeting changes, though, are in the municipal code and are separate from 707. So you do have that discretion to decide what you're going to do in the municipal code to change the way that you do your business. We as staff highly recommend, though, that you create a system, and when we do this and we add in new public comment coming from anywhere in the world or in Long Beach, that you set clear rules and that we practice that from the very beginning. So that's why we'd like to do this during May and June. You can debate, you can give us different direction, but then we really recommend setting everything up at once so that it's very clear to communicate to the public. We'll go through a campaign and we'll make sure everyone knows what the new rules are, rather than starting SB 707 and then later deciding you're going to try to change how we're going to organize the business.
Thank you for that. I think that the community needs to hear that as well as us. I do think, though, that it's community engagement. This is going to affect the community and how they show up at City Council. So I feel like we haven't given the community enough time to be able to voice their opinions. Maybe even they have even better ideas that we're not even thinking of, that might work for all of us. And I think it's important for us to do that. Therefore, I was going to ask the maker of the motion if maybe you might accept a friendly to go forward with the 702, but do community engagement and come back. I know that that's not what city staff is recommending, and just hearing you, Tom, I understand where you're coming from, but I feel that for something this big and this huge of a change in our city and the way our city council is run, we really need community engagement.
Respectfully, I decline that friendly because we did community engagement in our committee with government operations and efficiencies. We went through this. We were clear about the survey that was sent out. We talked about ways to engage, so no.
Thank you, and thank you for, and as being part of the GOE committee myself, I know that we went through extensive community engagement with the survey, but I think that was different when it comes to what we were presented here today. So I move, as this motion is moving forward, I won't be able to support this, but thank you.
All
Mr.
right,
Mayor, I would suggest that over the next 3-4 weeks, that would be the time. So if everyone wants to invite their community, they can come next Tuesday and debate it. We can do that again. That's the 19th. We can do it again on the 9th, and we can do it again on the 16th. That would provide 3 other opportunities for people to come and give input.
And from the 16th until it goes into effect, the first meeting in July, that's the opportunity for public education on what the rules are once they're set. So you have deliberation about a month and a half, and then you have an additional 3 weeks of letting people know the new system before the deadline approaches. Just want to be clear on that timetable. All right, next is Councilmember Thrash-Intook.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for my colleagues and all the discussion we've had so far. So I actually found the staff presentation to be quite insightful and very thoughtful about how we balance the requirements of SB 707 as well as with the practicality of being able to engage as much public as possible. I recall that at the last meeting, or the meeting where we began to talk about this and we received the report from the committee, I specifically said, let's go back, let's make sure that there's more public input on the survey. And so I'm really pleased to see, that we nearly got 500 responses, and that it's quite representative, certainly I feel like in my community and across the city, of having some participation among the public. So I really appreciate that. In terms of where I'm landing, where the current motion stands, I would say, just for the staff to provide input, I think an earlier time at 3 o'clock, probably just too early, so I appreciate us coming down to 4 o'clock as a potential start time. I actually think that part of what we're trying to balance here is to give people a chance to be able to have public comment at the top of the meeting when we open it up. But also, as we have to close public comment at some point, trying to figure out when and where and how that happens. And for me, I'm looking at that 90 minutes to start and the implementation of this as a way to close public comment after 90 minutes is a good start. But I also understand that people may feel like that is either not enough time, or public comment started and they didn't make it and they didn't get a chance to get their comment in. Maybe there's an additional closing comment, and we find some way to create a space for that. For me, that achieves the ability to start the business at a time certain, but it also gives people who might otherwise not be able to give a public comment because they did not make it before the first commenter began, they can provide that public comment later in the meeting or at the end of the meeting. Then my final comment is related to the supplemental agenda. The supplemental agenda, I believe, is a legislative tool. And it's there for a particular reason. And as council members, frankly, we decide. And if we can get a partner to stand with us to be able to move something forward, it's there for that. I can accept Thursday, but I would accept as late as possible on Thursday. So 5 o'clock at the end of the day would be the time that I would recommend for supplemental agenda items to close. So with that, colleagues, I'm sharing that if we are not able to put in that cap, I will not be able to support this motion, and I think we should consider an alternative, which could be an additional comment period, giving people who miss the first opportunity a chance to be able to provide their public comment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going to keep going, and I'm going to address some of the topics on the cap and some of the issues I'm hearing the council members raise at the end. Councilmember Rixodi.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just wanted to clarify. So I think the way we're saying, or the way it's being presented from staff, is that we would start the meeting at 4 o'clock. We would do all the ceremonials, et cetera. So I'm assuming we're kind of thinking that the meeting would start, the formal portion of the meeting would start around 4:30. If we're having a 90-minute cap, then we're thinking somewhere between 4:30 and 6 would then be our public comment. So my question related to that is, I think what we're hearing from some of the public, right, is that feels unnecessarily restrictive, and I can understand why they would think that. Even with me on BOC, last year we did a public comment only meeting, right, later in the evening, understanding that people needed, people work, I work, right? It may be difficult to get here. Now, granted, right, we should be fair and say the public comment portion would be 4:30 to 6, so we're still allowing an hour of 5 to 6 for people to do the public comment. But can we kind of take a step back here and put things into context? Because I think we're making, the staff made recommendations, right? And I think those recommendations maybe don't seem like they're landing in the scope of like what's possible or what other cities are doing. So is there a way, when staff was making these recommendations, did we look at other kind of comparator cities around what they were doing? Is what we're recommending? Because I think from what I'm hearing from residents, it sounds like we feel kind of like out in the kind of extra sphere here, and we seem out of range as to what is expected from a city. So maybe we can talk a little bit about is what we're recommending kind of in the middle range of what we're seeing across cities that are implementing SB 707? Kind of, are we an outlier? Do we have that kind of information about what other cities similar to ours are doing?
Yes, there are a few agencies that take public comment at the beginning. Like the mayor mentioned, La Casa, City of LA also does something similar. The school board, Long Beach Unified School Board does that as well, where they do about, I believe, 30 minutes for non-agenda public comment and 30 minutes for agenda, and then they get to the main meeting discussion with the board members. But I will say, I mean, we don't know exactly how all of the other cities are going to adjust to SB 707. The best indicator, I think, right now is what we saw during the pandemic, again, which is pretty similar hybrid meeting rules. I mean, I, at the time, was doing Gov Affairs. We would call in to the county board, to LA Metro. They took public comment all at the beginning of the meeting on agenda and non-agenda items, do one specific period for public comment during that hybrid or online type of approach. So yeah, we don't know exactly how all of the surrounding jurisdictions are going to address their order of business related to SB 707, but there are examples out there where, especially moving the public comment period into one period at the beginning, where a number of agencies have done that. And then especially during the hybrid meeting rules during the pandemic, seeing that as more of an example. Yeah, I mean, I think there are a number of different options. I think if the concern is around, starting the meeting early and closing the public comment period, this is where there's options in terms of maybe the starting point for the meeting, or allowing signups later on into the public comment period. This was just an initial starting point for the discussion as well.
Okay, but it does sound from what you said, Tyler, that the idea of having public comment right at the beginning of a meeting is not without precedent. So that we have seen that before.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. Councilmember Duggan, question: when it comes to your motion around having the unlimited public comment, does that still allow the chair the discretion to close the public comment? Because my concern is that if we end up with, 100 people signed up for public comment, then we end up with a public comment period that might go 3 or 4 hours, and that ends up being a concern for everyone who might actually want to do public comment, and they end up doing it really late, or they don't get to hear an item they wanted to hear.
I'd like to ask the city clerk to talk about something we discussed yesterday, that over the past 2 years, you did some research to look at different items. And before you speak to what we talked about, if 100 people want to comment, then they would have done that for a specific item anyway. So they would be a part of that. So limiting 100 people, I hadn't thought about. The point is to not limit the ability of people to comment. And yes, we might have to go through multiple hours of public comment.
And I think my argument would be that may also end up at some point disenfranchising people, because like I said, again, the meeting goes so late that items that they wanted to be now present for, they can no longer be present for, right? So I think we're all trying to balance the idea of making sure that we can implement SB 707, right? Because we're going to get more public comment because people are able to access us virtually, right? And we've seen that before. So I just want to make sure that there's some level of discretion, because I have concerns about how late the meetings will go, and then how that impacts our ability to do business, which is why I asked the question.
I will just jump in because we still got time to work some of these details out. But I would say the idea here is, let's just keep in mind, there's a new segment of folks who don't currently participate, who will now participate. So we have to keep in mind, we can't compare what's going to happen in the future to what has happened in the past. This is different. There will now be, we close in-person public comment and we open up virtual public comment, and that can, some meetings, folks are going to call in from everywhere and just a high-profile item. What we ought to do, what we need to make sure that we have is the ability to, have the judgment to say, okay, this is a really important issue, and we want to take an additional hour to get this comment. What we don't want to be is too rigid, where we don't have that flexibility. It's one thing to say this is a really important issue, like we're going to go all the way to our full 90 minutes, or we need 30 extra minutes to do so. It's a very different situation to be comment bombed when you could get as many as 1,000 public comments, and that actually happened during COVID. So in those cases, we have to have the ability, the flexibility to say, okay, at some point we have to begin the discussion. So the good news is, like, this is an ordinance. We have to have it in place by July 1st, but it doesn't mean it has to change. It can't change. So if we see there are no public comment bombs and this hasn't really materialized, we can change it in 6 months. So we can adjust this process, but we do need to have it done in time. There's still more discussion here. Let's see where it goes.
And I'd like to hear from the city clerk on my question.
Okay. All right, Madam Clerk.
So one of the questions we talked about was the 90 minutes, and how did we come up with 90 minutes? Some of it is what La Casa was doing, what LA City is doing. We also looked at data over the last 3 years of our own city council, the number of meetings we have, the number of items, the number of speakers, and on average, in 2023, we spent maybe an hour and 45 minutes on public comment. On 24, about an hour and 20 minutes, and in 2025, an hour and a half on public comment for the entire meeting. So when we propose 90 minutes, that is on average what we have been doing for the last couple of years for public comment. We anticipate that increasing, obviously, with remote participation. So if we're currently spending 90 minutes on public comment comprehensively with all the items, we are trying to keep it somewhat in line with what we're currently doing with the increase in remote participation, though we can still get city business done while hearing what the public has to say. Now, how we get that done, there is flexibility, and that is up to the council on how they want to make that happen within that 90 minutes. And if you want to extend that 90 minutes, that is something you can do too. Not every meeting will have full participation where we're going to go 90 minutes. There are meetings where we have less participation, and there will be meetings where we have more participation. There's opportunity for flexibility. There's also, as discussed, opportunity for study sessions for high impact items to take those comments and move them to a study session to allow for regular business to happen within a reasonable amount of time.
All right, thank you. We're going to keep going. Vice Mayor Uranga.
Thank you, Mayor. When this item first came up, and I saw the survey, I had concerns. Very small sample of the voting public to address an issue so important as this. So my comment at the time, and it was to City Manager Tom Odegan, was, we can't rely, let me rephrase that, we can't base our policies based on a very small sample of people who really are involved and voiced their concerns, and they shared it with us. Talking about going out and doing it again, I don't blame you for not wanting to do that, because you did it already. You did it twice, and the outcome was the same. Not very high, very low turnout. And at the end of the day, we're talking about really one thing: time. And that's time we don't have, because we meet one day out of a week, Tuesdays. We're a part-time council, so we're not able to categorize our meetings like maybe Mondays presentations, Tuesdays study sessions, Wednesdays potpourri, whatever, But the bottom line is that until we get a full-time city council, we're gonna have this problem of people wanting to address the city council by not being able to schedule a Tuesday to come out and be all there and be here all day. One of the criticisms I had when I was a civilian, before getting into politics, was that I looked at the days. This day is a whole lot different than what it was 30 years ago. 30 years ago, almost everyone on the city council was either an independent businessman or retired. That was it. Because they had the time. This city council here now, we're all working stiffs. We all work for a living, and our service on the city council is in addition to. So it's not like we're here because we have to be. We're here because we want to be, and that makes a big difference as to how we approach things here. Bottom line is that, and I know it's a controversial issue, but we really have to study making this a full-time council. That'll resolve a lot of issues that we have with this 707.
We're having a difficult time having our deliberation. I'm going to ask you not to interrupt the council meeting. Please just keep the discussion down. And so you've interrupted, and it's very difficult for us to continue. So sorry, Vice Mayor. Please speak into the mic as best as you can.
One thing I learned about being up here is that you just turn some things off, and you continue with your point. If people hear you, they hear you. They don't, they're not paying attention. Anyway, at the end of the day, is that not what we need to do? Is that we're limited on time, so we need more time. And how do we do that? Being able to offer more time to the public to come in and speak to us. We have chiefs of staff, yes, where people can call in, talk to my chief of staff because I don't work here. I'm only working. My official hours are one day, Tuesday. I get paid. I'm a part-time councilman. I get paid for being here one day. That's, how effective is that? I do make time, obviously, during the day to meet with the city manager, meet with department heads, do what I have to do in order to be informed. But when it comes down to the general public wanting to express their views a lot more, it's just not there. I'm not here. And we always get criticized for being inaccessible or unaccessible. It's not my fault. I have a family. I have my personal time. And for some of us here, you work. You don't have time during the day. Come on. Bottom line is that when we go to
All right, so this is a second warning, Madam Clerk. So please inform the audience and restore the room to a state of order, please.
This is the second warning for the members of the public. If you can please remain quiet while we're trying to operate and conduct business. If we have to issue a third warning, you will be asked to leave the council chambers. Thank you.
So public comment is the time for speaking, and this is the deliberation time. And it can't, we have to make sure this doesn't get interrupted. A clap every once in a while we get, reactions we understand, but when it gets to a certain point and it interrupts, it constitutes a disruption of the meeting. So let's just try to get through the conversation. Thank you. Vice Mayor, were you finished?
Just about, I'm very close. So at the end of the day, what we have here today is we're not making any decisions today, correct? This is receive and file.
We're starting.
You're starting. So today
Right.
you're not passing an ordinance, but you are giving initial direction for us to bring back something in writing where you can see the very specifics of an ordinance, which will come back next Tuesday.
Okay. And then there's those dates you indicated are follow-ups to this meeting so that we could, by July, have something in place that'll comply with SB 707, correct?
Yes, you will have the 19th of May to consider a first reading. If you're done with that first reading, it can go to a second reading on June 9th. If you're not ready for that, then the first reading would be on June 9th and the second reading would be on June 16th. Then that would be your last day to do a second reading. Then it would take 30 days for it to go into effect, and then it would be effect when we come back July 21st.
Okay, so what we're voting for today is not anything is not a fail complete. It is basically provide staff with direction on issues that are important to us, correct?
Correct, this is the start.
Okay, I'm concerned because, I heard one or two council people say they can't support this. So my concern would be that, because other council members might feel say that if this does not pass tonight, we shoot ourselves in the foot. Is that correct?
No, we have some time. We need to land on a motion tonight. Even if you don't love it, it needs to be something that has some sense of consensus. Next week, we need to fine tune. But by that third meeting, we need to land on what we're going to start with on June 1. That's our timetable.
Well,
So we really have three bites at the
that's
apple here.
clarification I want, because,
Thank you.
you know, like I said, I can't vote for this.
It's not going to be perfect
We're
tonight.
not voting for anything. We're just,
Right.
we're just providing direction to our staff to look at these other issues. And I also would like, maybe it's time, look at more seriously having a full-time council.
I mean,
know
we
the
can have
budget's not
staff.
saying, but we are in budget mode now. We're budget challenged in the next couple of years. But you know, perhaps our time has come when we have to look at it more seriously in terms of how we function up here. One day out of the week is not enough, apparently. We need more time. More time to be accessible, and for us to listen to the public, and for the public to share with us. And the only way we can do that right now, it appears to me, is that we need more time. We need to be more accessible by being in our offices, like a professor. Office hours. I have office hours. I will come there, whatever. Anyway, those are my comments, and looking forward to further discussions on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kerr.
Yes, thank you. So I'm looking at, I don't know if the slides have numbers on them. They do. 11. The key requirements. I'm going to skip the first one for now. Equal opportunity for remote public comment, using an AV platform, approving a policy about technical disruptions, updating disruptive behavior language, accessible webpage, create outreach, and then translation are the key components of 707 that we need to make sure we're doing. I think the part that we're trying to figure out and that we're grappling with is that remote participation, not necessarily the platform, but what that looks like in real lived out ways. I came from the school board. We did have 2 separated public comments, 30 minutes for non-agendized items, 30 minutes for agendized items, with the chair having the discretion to increase time for agendized items as those seem to be the most pertinent. That is a system that has been in place there for a long time. And it made sense. In some meetings, we had 3 non-agenda public comments, and we had 35 or 40 or 50 people who wanted to speak on agendized items, and the chair oftentimes would extend that time. And so I think for me, the thing that I grapple with when we talk about time is time versus people. So if we're going to take a set amount of time and divide it by how much time each person gets, we may end up with fewer people being able to speak. If we extend that time, we'll get more people to speak, or if we give people more time, they have a different opportunity. And so I think that's the balance and the thing that I struggle with, because we know that this is the place people come to be heard. We know that folks do not have the opportunity to do this at the state level. They do not have the opportunity to do it at the federal level. And oftentimes, this is the place. We are the most local place that they have access to government. And whether the thing they're speaking on is in our jurisdiction or not, this is the place to be on the public record. And I really think that that's important and respect that. But I also understand that our meeting is the business of the city done in public, with the opportunity for the public to comment on the business of the city. It is a business meeting where we are required to get through things, and so having unlimited amounts of time for people to speak and unlimited numbers of people speaking is not realistic in getting the business of the city done. And so that's where the rub is for me. And so can we look at other options of, do we put together a time that is 30 minutes of non-agendized sort of public comment like we do, and then potentially 60 or 90 minutes, maybe it's 90 minutes more with the speakers or with the chair's discretion, to say, these are the items on the agenda. The reality is, if anyone can call in, if any of our constituents can call in from where they are, it's important to me that we're hearing oftentimes, most often, from local public speakers who the policies that we're making are directly impacting their lives. While we know it may be a big item and state people may have considerations about it, we are doing the business of the city that most impacts our residents. So that's this. And different people have different ideas about it's more people that we need to hear from, or the people who we're hearing from need an opportunity to speak longer. And I think that's the part that we have to figure out respectfully, working together in collaboration for what is going to be in the best interest of getting the business of the city done. Because being here until midnight, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning to hear public comment from all over the place isn't conducive to the business of the city of Long Beach, in my opinion. And so I think that's something that we need to grapple with. Also, understanding that this isn't the only place where people can give public comment or engagement, that you can give comment online, you can address it to the city clerk, you can engage with your council member in different spaces. I know most of my colleagues have public meetings where we can engage on other issues. So when we talk about engagement versus comment, we have to look at the nuance there. I don't think there's an easy answer here. I don't think there's an answer that's going to please everybody in this room tonight or a week from now or 2 weeks from now, because everybody, it's very personal. So I think it is unrealistic that we do not have some set amount of time. We have to be able to close public comment. That is real. So then I actually have a practical question. So we've talked about this a little bit of it's both in person and online, and some agencies prioritize who's in front. My concern is we open this up and all of a sudden 90 minutes worth of public comment fill up because people were online ready to go, this is an important issue for me. And then we have those people who this is the only time they want to show up to council and they come to chambers and the time is already full. What do we do with that? Like, that's the most uncomfortable thing for someone to come here, and that's the balance. So we know that folks like to come, sometimes speak on one items or two items. Sometimes people speak on every item, which adds 30, 40, 50 minutes of public comment. It's unrealistic to think that we won't be limiting public comment in some way, but how are we doing it in a way that it invites as many people who are locally impacted by the work we're doing in a way that is realistic for the work getting done and allows people to feel heard? There's no easy answer here, and I think the reason that we don't know what other municipalities are doing is because they're grappling with that same very question. So I appreciate that the team has put together some suggestions for us to work through. And I think we need to think really seriously about, yes, we need to have a time limit on what that looks like. Possibly it's closing comments of 30 minutes at the end of the meeting to catch folks who didn't have that opportunity. But I am deeply concerned about making sure that there's some kind of balance between people who call in to sign up for a spot and people who walk in the door to do the same thing. If they're rushing from work, they picked up their kids, whatever it is, and they show up here and there's no times left. But we know that we can't sit here until 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, and effectively do the business of the city. So I think there's bigger questions, as Vice Mayor talked about, in the amount of time we have. We know that some bodies start their meetings at 9 o'clock in the morning, and we know that's not conducive to working people. But I think it's an impossible ask to say we are going to be fully available for working folks and we're going to be fully available to hear everybody who wants to speak. We run out of time, and we have to acknowledge that. And it isn't, for me, a personal failing. It is, we're running out of time and it's a bureaucracy, and we have to figure this out to the intent of 707 and in the best interest of our residents. So that's a lot of talk for not having a lot of answers or input, other than saying possibly looking at closing public comment, possibly looking at taking agendized, non-agendized item comment out of there and letting us fill a 90-minute slot with agendized so that people have the opportunity to speak on the items that we're doing the business on that day, knowing that at the end of the day, folks aren't going to be happy about it. So I think there's room to invite more people into the conversation, but I think it's unrealistic to say we are going to meet the needs of every single person who wants to comment on our agenda every single time. It's just not going to happen. I wish it were different, but in the way that we are currently set up and the constraints that we currently have, we have to make some decisions. So I look forward to continuing to grapple with this with y'all over the next couple weeks.
All right. We still got to grapple tonight because we're going to need a motion. But, and we're going to keep going to the second round of comments. But just some things that I've heard many of the council members say that I think should be a part of whatever we land on. One, the meetings, there's not enough time, so the meetings have to start earlier. Unless we're going to do meetings on other days, the meetings have to start earlier. I'm looking at I'm seeing heads nod. So that the meetings do have to start earlier. Two, it's unfair to cut off sign up before 5 o'clock for in person. I heard everybody say that. Because if people are rushing here to get off work, they need to be able to sign up. So that needs to be a part of it. The third thing, I understand the need to say no cap, but realistically, the way we manage it, we're going to have a cap, but we also need to be able to have flexibility. When we need to read the room, we need to add 30 minutes. And we need a way to do that. So we need to have a cap, but respect that that cap is like, if there's really council members who say, hey, we really want to hear more and people are here, then we need to do that. Those need to be a part of whatever comes out. I like what Councilmember Kerr said about potentially dividing the general public comment that are not specific to the issues, because that could be anybody from anywhere using this platform to talk about any issue in the world. So there may be a way to say from 4 to 5, you know, you have your presentations, which takes about 30 minutes. We need the council members to respect that 30 minutes as best as we can. If they wrap up sooner, we can start the general public comment sooner. But we put a cap on that, and that's no more than 30 minutes. And we can determine, is that, because you have to do virtual and remote, maybe you take that down to 90 seconds and do both. You could do 10 of in person and 10. You could do 10 in person or 15 in person and 15 online, and then it's done. And then general public comment could start from 5 to 6, and you cut off the sign up to 5:30, and you go from 5 to 6. You can't stop public comment. You can't start the council meeting until 5:30 though, because if we start the council meeting, let's say only people get here at 5:30, but we finished public comment already and we start the council meeting. So we have to still respect anybody who met that deadline of got in by 5:30. We have to let them comment, those people, so that we respect that 6 o'clock, 5 to 6 window. So we should be able to start the council meeting sooner if fewer people come, but we respect that 5:30. I think having a system like that addresses at least what I've heard most of the council members address here. I think that's a good place to start and refine next week. So this is not a motion, but I'm just looking to everyone about, that's where I hear some consensus on right now. Like that? Okay. Councilmember Duggan, I will offer that to you if that's where you want to start as a consensus motion.
Let me make some comments, and then I like what you built.
Okay.
That was good. I think Councilmember Kerr brought up people signing up virtually and blocking out in person. So I like that we could do public comment 50-50. I think we could do that for agenda items also, making sure that people who are present in chambers also get the opportunity. So let's make sure that that's a 50-50 for in-person versus virtual or something like that. I do think when you talk about the fact that people could call from anywhere and we could see thousands of people calling in, I think we can introduce the chair's discretion, as well as if we have we have an average of 35, City Clerk, approximately over the past 2 years per meeting, 35 comments, correct?
35 commenters, correct, on average over the last 3 years.
So knowing it will probably increase with virtual, what if we do chair's discretion, but it bleeds into 30 minutes after, at the end of the meeting, after we do agenda items. Because putting a cap at 1 hour and 30 minutes, of course, now we have to take into consideration public comment beforehand. There should be opportunity for people even afterward, after our meeting, because our meeting will be more concise. I saw that.
Are you asking me my opinion on it?
I am.
Oh, no,
And I want to hear other council members what they
Yeah,
think. I mean, the
way I
cap
would administer it.
the cap prevents people from speaking.
Yeah, I don't know. So the way I would look at it, I would say I like this idea of like the 30 minutes before 5 o'clock you prioritize non-agenda. That's anybody talking about any issue. After 5 o'clock, we're talking about the issues on the business of the meeting. And I think we can look at it 30 minutes at a time. If we want to extend, I think we look at 30-minute extensions and that's the discretion. We look at, hey, looks like we're gonna need to add 30 minutes or we need to add an additional 30 minutes, but there has to be a cutoff on sign up. If you don't do that, there could be a perpetual public comment period because of the online dynamic. It could be, hey, this is great. I hear something's going on in the council meeting. Everybody just jump on, let's all call in. And it could be a rolling situation, a rolling scenario. So you have to have that cutoff. So that is necessary or else it's not easy. You won't be able to manage it or understand how long it's gonna be. So based on what the clerk has said about what the average has been at 90 minutes, I think 90 minutes is a start. It's hard to say how much virtual is gonna actually come in. I think having 30-minute increments of discretion allows us to adjust. And then in 6 months, after we see how it's going, are we getting virtual bombed? Are we not? Are people using the virtual feature the way it's designed and supposed to be used, which is accessible public comment? If it does work, ideally you do get more public comment. And then we can say, okay, because personally, I would be okay with going from 90 minutes to 2 hours. A council meeting having 2 hours of public comment, I mean, those were the old school council meetings that everybody did back when I was working for the city, and it was, we had, a different group of council members. But at the same time, back then we didn't have as much business as we have today. We have more than 1,000 items every year. It was like 700, 800 back then. So the amount of items we have has grown, and we don't have a full-time council. And the council did not want to add an additional council meeting day, right, without changing that structure. So I say all that to say, I think we're in a good place as a start. I think this gives us a week for everybody to chew on it, have staff start drafting it. Next week, let's look at the language when it comes out. Because this is where I think I see some consensus here. And then next week, we really sharpen the pencil on what those details look like.
So you're talking 30-minute increments at the discretion of the chair,
Right.
post 90 minutes.
Right. And I would break the 90 up 30 for general, an hour for agenda, with 30-minute increments to add at the beginning of the meeting. But we have that cutoff at 5:30. So we would do, and we could do, I think you do 90 seconds on general public comment. I'm flexible on the other one. I don't know that you need, I think we can look at the amount of signups and assign it on item public comment between 90 and 30. If it's not a lot signed up, we can stick with the 3 minutes. If it's a lot, then we prioritize getting as many points of view as possible within that time. If we want to add additional, we can add additional. But I think on the general public comment, I think we do 90 seconds because we now have to add virtual. So that adds more people, but less time, because ideally people are going to use the virtual option. So if you or someone wants to make that motion, I think that's where consensus is today, and we can start there. And there's a few more people queued up so we can see if there's any additional consideration. But I think we need a base motion. So you want to make that as the base motion?
Yes, you blocked it out. Read it back again so
All
I
right.
can.
Here's where we are, Madam City Attorney. Council meeting start at 4. You're going to do 30 minutes. You're going to do your presentations. You're going to do 30 minutes of general public comment, online and in person, 90 seconds each. 5 o'clock to 6 o'clock is your general public, is your agenda item public comment period. Sign up to speak in person cuts off at 5:30. I think virtual, I don't think you need that for the virtual, because virtual can come in at any point. So virtual is at 5 o'clock, but
You
in
have to
person
be
is
equitable.
5:30.
Mayor, you have to be equitable. You can't cut virtual off.
Okay, well, that's the law, so 5:30 is the cutoff. 1 hour, if we want to extend it, we can consider 30 minutes at a time.
And
So that
keep
is-
in mind, if you're extending the signups to 5:30 and public comment starts at 5, you won't know how many people, because you can have that half-hour period where callers are coming in, people are coming into the chamber, so we might start off thinking we have a lot of time, there's only 5 people, and we could end up with 50 at 5:30. That's just something to keep in mind if we're gonna
That's a good point.
extend.
You have a recommendation on how to solve that? 'Cause we're, you know, a lot of folks are going to look to Long Beach because we're typically the ones, we've started this conversation ahead of other jurisdictions. So I'm sure this will get some feedback and be adjusted. But do you have a recommendation how to handle that?
At this time, I don't have a recommendation on how to handle that, but we can come back next week
Okay.
with some ideas.
So let's think through that for next week, for next week's discussion. Yeah. Okay.
And so
All
it was
right,
90
that's the motion.
Just for clarity, it was 90 seconds for the non-public comment or non-agenda item. What was it for the from 5 to 6? Was that also 90 seconds?
We didn't
or-
set it. A maximum of 3 minutes, but we can ratchet it down based on how many people that we're seeing.
From 5 to 6, okay?
Yeah.
And I'd also like to remind the council that we do have language requirements, so somebody can come in, we
Right.
won't know if they're gonna need assistance, that doubles their time. People might also have assistive listening devices or need help with those devices and get double the time as well. So we might be doing the math thinking we've got it set, but there could be additional time added on if we have a lot of people who require those services.
Mm-hmm.
Something to keep in mind.
Then I would rather err on the safe side and err on more people than more time. Keep the 5:30, but do 90-second consistent. That way, if you start at 3 minutes and then you have to go down to 90 seconds, nobody feels like they got less time. All right. Okay, Councilmember Duggan, you good with that motion that I just restated?
I'm good with the motion
Okay.
as stated. We'll keep building on this
All
with
right.
additional public comment when people come in. to
Certainly,
speak.
absolutely. I know this isn't like the ideal way to do this, but we're having this conversation ahead of most jurisdictions, and this gives us time to make adjustments. So we're starting it sooner. We appreciate what the committee has done, and we're going to keep the discussion going. Councilmember Zendejas.
You. Just want to be clear that I absolutely support SB 707. I think that it's very important. And one of the things that I would like to ask city staff, do you remember how, or do you know how many surveys we collected in regards to?
Yeah, it was, originally 74 with the committee survey, and then when we redistributed it, 497 total, including online and in person.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I think that's very important to note. Being on the GOE committee, I think that was very important for us to redistribute the surveys so that we could get more community input. I don't think it's still enough. I'm glad that we had that many response, but we have to remember that there are almost 500,000 people in the city of Long Beach, and so I think it's important for us to continue engaging the community. I know that us as a city, we're very good at engaging the community in roundtables and trying to reach the community in different ways. That's why I really did appreciate Councilmember Kerr's comment about trying to find some kind of balance and some kind of uniformity to be able to address not only the challenges that we might face, but also being able primarily to be able to give our residents the opportunity to do public comment when they feel that they need to. So I think that that's very important. So thank you for all the clarifications. I understand that today's motion is just the beginning part of it, and that that we will go through the process. Another question that I had is I know that 707 is urgent and we must vote on it so that we can start it on July 1st or after. I was wondering, do you see an opportunity or the feasibility of us having community engagement and with maybe coming up with what our ordinance is going to look like, but maybe implementing it later than that so that we can inform the community of the changes that are going to be made, the changes that are coming, have a campaign there? Or do we have to start at the right when 702 takes place, 707?
We do recommend that you get this all in together. I mean, look how much discussion we've had tonight. Do all this together at once in time for 707 to be implemented July 1st. So you could use your newsletters and invite people next Tuesday to come down here and join us. Then we'll have the meeting on the 9th to join us, and also the meeting on June 16th. So I don't think we as staff would be able to go out and try to engage throughout the whole city in that time and still be able to have you meet the deadlines to change the ordinance.
Is that, but can we approve the 702 and then, so in other words, we would not be able to approve the 702 and we wouldn't be able to start the engagement or
So legally, we could put in 707 in place, but without any of the meeting changes that you talked about tonight. So the meeting changes, how we do business, all has to be done in municipal code. So 707 is just really saying you could just turn on a virtual meeting option. We really recommend being able to consolidate it too, because there are parts of 707 that says if for some reason you can't access that online version, you have to stop all business. So we really do need to have a consolidated time where people can give their comments and be able to participate in the meeting so that it doesn't potentially make us have to cancel the meeting if we have a technology issue.
So if I could just add it, because we do this at La Casa where I chair. So before, we had to do public comment on each item and then switch to virtual public comment on each item. And there are a lot of technical issues when you get through that. And we had to do that on every single item. Before we consolidated all to one time, we were able to work through everybody in person. Then we went through the virtual and worked through all the technical issues until it was done. So that is one thing to consider if we don't, think about this comprehensively and we just say we're turning on virtual without thinking about it comprehensively. It could be a very challenging meeting to administer. I have a question, Madam Clerk. It's just an idea. If this is not possible, it's okay, because I don't want to mess up the momentum we have right now. But what if the issue is people are rushing to get here by a certain time to sign up to speak? Could they sign up remotely? Just, hey, I'm coming down to City Council, add me to the list?
The opportunity is there. The risk with that is people could sign up remotely
and not
show up. And if we're gauging the time on the number of people who have signed up, it could throw that off. It's possible, but again, there is a risk. Okay, so would it be possible to say, okay, you can sign up in advance. Here's a window to sign up, but you need to be we will add you, we will confirm you when you walk in the door before 5:30 or whatever. Yes.
Okay, seems confusing, but I just figured I would ask since we're in the middle of the discussion. So that's something to think through. All right, Councilmember Zendejas, anything else?
So would we even consider having an additional public comment for those that don't make it during that? Or is that's just to limit this to that hour and 30 minutes?
Well, what we landed on right now was we would consider extending 30 minutes at a time, is how we're addressing that currently in this existing motion.
Yeah, and I would really suggest that you try to get all that public comment up front, because that is going to inform your decision. If we open that up at the end of the meeting, then they'll be commenting on something that you have already passed, because we would take all public comment, then we would do the agenda items, and then that second public comment period would really be input to you that you wouldn't be able to act upon.
Okay.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Councilmember Allen.
Yes, just thank you. Gosh, my colleagues are so smart, and I really, a lot of things that I've been thinking about. When Councilwoman Joni Ricks-Odie said that, you know, we are disenfranchising folks if we wait too long, I didn't think about that, because there are people that are here to hear, that come here to hear certain items, and I think we have to consider that too. This going on too long, so. I do like that at some point, you know, you're capping that. I think everything has to be up front, because then it doesn't look like we're being, you know, genuine if we're voting on stuff and then people haven't been heard yet. And then also with the public outreach, I mean, obviously, city manager, I mean, we can reach our constituents and our own silos, but I think hopefully there's more that we can do over the next couple of weeks to hear more from the community, maybe, you know, with your own social medias with the city and newsletters or PR outreach or something, just to maybe reach people that are even outside of our silos, so that we can make sure that folks come over the next couple of weeks and we can hear from them, because we are under a timeline to get 707 implemented. And then last but not least, but I do agree with Councilman Uranga. I think there is a need for a full-time council. People are wanting more and more of folks' time, and folks are expecting more of us, and a lot of people don't even realize that that we're a part-time council. So with that, that's my comments, but I do appreciate these conversations.
Thank you. I'll just note that you know, that's in our, that would have to go to the voters, but as a charter reform. But if charter reform is considered, that would be the 2028 ballot. So after this process, we could have staff begin to look at options if the council wants to put something forward. It's always been an uncomfortable conversation for current council people to say, hey, make me full-time. I think you get around that by setting a date certain after a certain point, or you have a coalition of former council members, engage them to help design it, so they're not, so it's not seen as a self-serving issue. But I certainly think, given the additional requirements by the state, the additional items that we take on, the workload has changed. It is not the same as it was 15 years ago. And I think it's a worthwhile conversation to really explore what does that look like if council were to have more than one meeting a week, like LA City Council does, or daytime meetings and evening, and have other options like the county has. So that is something to consider. So I think we would take that up before the 2028 election cycle. All right, Councilmember Kerr.
Yeah, just a question. So 707 is not just council meetings. Does this apply to all committees as well as commissions? So what we are talking about at this meeting regarding specific to city council meetings, is this what will apply to all of our people that meet?
No, so SB 707 applies to eligible legislative bodies in the city of Long Beach. That is the city council.
Great.
There are other things in SB 707 that do apply to commissions, multi-jurisdictional bodies, etc. But for this council, and for right now, it's just what applies to council, not to commissions.
Great, thank you for that clarification. And can you talk a little bit about written comments? I think that continues to get lost. We get written comment to our offices, but I know people send it to the city clerk, and I think at about 5:10 on council days, we get an email from you that includes all of the bundled comments from all of the things. Could you reiterate how that would continue to work or works?
Yeah, so currently we have emails that come into the city clerk's office after we publish the agenda on Tuesday. We collect those emails and we do send a first batch out to the council and post online on Fridays if we received any emails about council items. We then continue to collect emails, and we will distribute those on Tuesday of council so that the council has them, and it is about 5:10. We stop receiving or collecting those about 4 o'clock so that we have time to compile them and send them. We also get e-comments through One Meeting, and we compile those and send them as well. So there's an opportunity for people to provide written comment 2 ways: email the city clerk's office, or they can use our online public comment portal through One Meeting.
And those are provided to us in the moment for consideration. I just wanted to make sure that that was clear to the public, that we didn't get that during public comment, to be able to hear from folks who didn't have the opportunity to get here in person.
Yes, and so if somebody from the public emails us early enough before Friday, those do get distributed on Friday, so the council has an opportunity to review them well in advance. If we receive later comments, then they get distributed on Tuesday, so the council still has an opportunity at the beginning of the meeting to see them and consider those opinions.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Supernaw.
Thank you. I just needed legal clarification on a point. When the mayor was talking, I just thought of something. And I really don't want to get in the weeds, but this goes back 20 years when I first started on a commission. The 4 o'clock time, that's the start of the meeting, as I see it. If you have a quorum, I think the rule is you have to start your meeting within 5 minutes of your quorum. You can't wait for somebody else to show up. Now, let's say on a night where we don't have presentations and we don't have a lot of public comment, it only takes up 45 minutes. You roll into the meeting at that point. You don't have a time certain for when your meeting starts. That's the way I'm seeing it. If I'm way off on that, let me know. Or maybe we can come back with clarification on that. Because there's another unintended consequence here. People may think the meeting is going to start at 5:30. Well, no, it could start at any time prior to that, because the meeting is called to order at 4.
Right, so what you can do if you wanted to, if you want to have these set periods of time, so public comment will go until 5, general public comment will go until 5. If there's one person here for general public comment and no one virtually, and that period is set, then basically you have 30 minutes or 25 minutes to do nothing until you go on to the next item. So the meeting is still going, but you can't move on. So that's the problem with having definitive periods of time that you can't adjust.
Yeah, I guess that's my question. I thought we would be required to continue the meeting. Once the meeting is called to order at 4, we were required to go on with business. We can't have different segments set up. That's my understanding, but I'm willing to listen to reason.
I mean, I don't think it's reason versus not reason. I think it's just a matter of how you structure the meetings. It doesn't make a lot of sense for your interaction with the public to say, we're going to have this half-hour public comment, only one person's there speaking, and then you're sitting there looking at the folks who are waiting for the next section. But if other people are counting on the time frame and they don't show up until that time frame, then you've got some dead space where nothing's happening. So that's the problem with setting definitive time periods rather than maximum time periods. If it's a maximum time period, then you can say, okay, if it ends before then we move on to the next item.
Okay, that's very well put, and so I think that's what we want to adopt. So
I agree.
Okay.
So but what we're saying is we can't, we still have to keep it open until 5:30 though. If we see general public comment didn't have very many people, we can start on, if people are waiting on public comment, we don't want to wait until 5 o'clock for them to start. If they're here to speak, let them start speaking, but we will keep it open until 5:30. So if by 5:30 no one else is signed up, then we're good to start regular business of the meeting. That make sense?
No.
Go ahead, Madam Attorney.
I think as you put tonight as a starting point, so I think it makes sense as a starting point. I think the team here will go back and really give some deep thinking to how it would play out in real time and come back at the next meeting and say, okay, here's what you proposed, here's how we think it could really have some problems in practice, and here's how we suggest a way or a couple ways of dealing with it.
Perfect. Minimums and maximums sound good though. All right. Okay, Councilmember Thrashinto.
I just want to thank Councilwoman Duggan for focusing in on the consensus we had tonight. I really appreciate that modification, as well as the second by Councilwoman Allen. I'd like to call the question.
No need to call the question because there's no more debate. All right. Unless you want to vote on the question and then we vote. Okay. All right. Well, members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
All right. Thank you. Where are we? Sheesh.
Item 30,
Yeah, that sounds about right.
report from Health and Human Services, recommendation to adopt specifications and award contracts to various contractors for providing operations and supportive services for programs that support adults, youth, and families with minor children experiencing homelessness in a total annual aggregate amount not to exceed $9,613,093, and authorize to execute all necessary documents, including any necessary amendments, citywide.
All right. Is there any public comment here? Rogelio.
So when I started my campaign, because I'm not a career politician, I lived homeless in Long Beach for 98 days to identify what was broken. And one of the common things that kept coming up is our staff at the multi-service center are unappreciated, overworked, and underpaid. And I would ask continuously, like, but isn't there like millions? And they'd say, well, if there is, we don't know, because, I mean, look at us, we're short-staffed. So I want to highlight those individuals because they don't get any appreciation. The people at the multi-service center do an outstanding job. They're the right people. They really do care. They take pride in the countless people that they house there. To see them turn the MSC into a emergency shelter during inclement weather when it was raining, and bringing in all the cots and maintaining the males on one side and the females on the other side, it was actually very impressive to see. The fact that it wasn't cheap food that was provided, it was actually good quality meals, was really good. But I say all that to say that, look, the $10 million, I already know, is not going to be spent accordingly. It's really not going to help anyone. Because right now, what's been done for the past 4 years has helped no one. It really hasn't. You know, so obviously you're going to do the round table, yay. But the reality is, this $10 million is a lot of money, and it's going to be poorly mismanaged once again, and it's not going to go to the people that really need the help. And there's a lot of people that need help. And yeah, it's really sad. We just keep throwing money. Literally, that's the action. We're about to sign off another 10 million. And in the fine print, it's probably to extend for another 10 million. But anyways, yeah, so I don't approve this, but they're going to approve it. They're just going to continue to waste more money. And Tom, yeah, continue to laugh, Tom. He takes great pride in saying that instead of an $80 million deficit, we're only going to be at a $61.3 million deficit. That's terrible. Thank you.
All right, members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
31.
Report from Health and Human Services, recommendation to execute all necessary documents, including any amendments with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, BioWatch, to accept and expend funding in the amount awarded to maintain BioWatch field operations for biothreat detection citywide.
All right, thank you. Tom, given all the sensitivities around Department of Homeland Security, I think it's important we do a little bit of a presentation here and explain what exactly this is.
Sure, Sandy Wedgeworth can do that. This is one of the important functions that we do for national security and also for making sure we're healthy here at home. So, Sandy.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Sandy Wedgeworth, and I'm the Communicable Disease and Emergency Response Manager at the Health Department. And I will be brief because I know it's late. So BioWatch is a biothreat early detection program that has been operational in our region since 2003. And this is a result of the Ameritrax attacks that happened in 2001, if you all recall. The program entails collecting daily air samples and having them tested in a laboratory to ensure that select biological agents are not present in the environment. And this occurs 365 days a year, including holidays. The program is funded and overseen by the Department of Homeland Security. However, it is managed by local agencies across the country. Previously, South Coast Air Quality Management District were the ones operating this program for us here regionally. This contract that we are discussing today is limited to 3 months. However, we anticipate being back before this council later this summer when the full yearly contract is awarded. This portion of the 3 months is just taking over or completing the remainder of what was previously AQMD. Thank you, and I am open to any questions you may have.
No, I think it's fine. I wanted to make sure that you name that this is specifically limited in scope to air quality management.
Correct.
All right, public comment, Rogelio? Rogelio? Okay, pass on this one. Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
All right, 32.
Report from Economic Development and Opportunity. Recommendation to adopt a resolution to execute a contract and any necessary documents, including any necessary subsequent amendments with Pro Finish Painting for the installation of electrical infrastructure for the Long Beach Amphitheater in a total contract amount not to exceed $747,060, District 1.
All right, one member of the public, Rogelio.
So I've spoken numerous times on the fact that I cannot believe that we're paying $21.3 million for a temporary amphitheater that has high school bleachers. And now we're about to throw just $750,000. But let me just read what was really just concerning to me. So, Pro Finish Painting Incorporated of El Cajon, California. So, painting, El Cajon, not Long Beach. But I'm pretty confident there's plenty of painting companies in Long Beach. And what we're paying them for is the installation of electrical infrastructure. Think about that. So, painting or painting, but for electrical infrastructure. It's like, what the F? And again, it falls down to Tom. Once again, spending our money outside of the city to pay for a temporary amphitheater that at some point we're going to have to shut down operations, dismantle it, demolish it, to then rebuild the permanent amphitheater, who, by the way, the operator chooses to sell tickets through a monopoly known as Live Nation Ticketmaster. So, yeah, this is another one where I don't support this, but You know, they seem to think that this amphitheater is going to be good to the city, and it will bring revenue, and it will create jobs. But again, at a cost of $21.3 million and growing. Terrible mismanagement by this council, headed by this mayor. And again, the first person that will be let go on December 15th will be Tom. Thank you.
Members, please cast your vote.
Councilwoman Zendeja. Motion is carried.
Item, okay, now we're going to general public comment to close out the meeting. I have 10 members of the public signed up to speak. Brian Cochran, is Brian still here? Okay. Oscar, FB, Lourdes Dixon. I know I can't, I need to read the rest of these. Lourdes Dixon, Gray, Rahilio, Gerald Higginbotham, CJ, G, and Amy. Brian, you're up.
Thank you, and good evening again. I'm of two minds here because I promised about a month and a half ago that I would keep updating this body regarding the city's neighborhood leadership program. We're at 6 weeks in, which means we're halfway through the program. Our 26 participants have engaged deeply on grant writing now. They're working on their first grants to do community work, which are skills that will build out and continue on well past their graduation in August. But I'm of two minds because this points to why this issue about community engagement is important as well, in that I'm here trying to get your empathy and sympathy and understanding for something that I care about, but the mechanisms that this does mean that I'm supposed to be alternately angry and frustrated about your decisions and ideas on other things, but I'm coming here to advocate for a community program that matters a great deal. And I thank those of you who've reached out before to learn more about the program and figure out what the details are. But right now, the clock is ticking because August is the budget range for this. And right now, the staff members of the city that work on this 30-year program with a huge return on investment to all of our communities, they're in danger of being put out of their jobs. They've already been told they won't have a job in the next fiscal year. So we need to make decisions now that say protect the program as it is. Don't keep the name the way some people would have it just be a name only and not be what it is fundamentally to this community and the city as a whole. It needs to keep building on what already is there, and the continuity comes from people in the city who worked on the program and are graduates of it. That's why it works for all of us as volunteers to come back and keep doing this and to keep building that legacy. To do 6% cuts because it meets Tom's numbers and to have bureaucrats in the city departments to make these decisions without sense of community input and meaningful guidance from you is really painful. I hope that you'll continue asking these questions. I love the questions that we got back after the first round with this. I will keep coming back so that we can do this more, but please find a way to put the brakes on this so the program remains intact. Let it be additive to what's already there now to become more and build something even better beyond that. There are ranges to do that, but this can't be outsourced. It can't be downsized into some just name-only kind of effect. It has to be the vital thing it is with the people who've done it before who work in the city. You lost Margaret Madden because she just took the out to save others to do this. Don't let that happen to the remaining staff that are there. They need to keep doing this. It's a return on investment that's huge for our communities, and everyone here benefits from this every day. Our 26 graduates will be seeing you in July and August back here to talk about their achievements, and that pays huge dividends all across perpetually. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Oscar. After Oscar is FB. Oscar.
Hello once again, long time no see. I'd like to start off with a sincere apology to Roberto about last time getting messy. I felt that I had to get messy in order to get the attention of you guys and to get the proper reaction. I'm not proud of that fact, but it did work to some extent. So I just want to extend my apology personally to Roberto. And for what it's worth, whenever I do play guitar, I do think of your son and play to, you know, the spirit of him as well. That being said, I love the city so much. I was born here, I'm 30 years old, 1996. Started off in a small little home, two other siblings, no, not enough space. Parents they're immigrants, they try to make it through. I slept in the closet until we could move out, which was until I was like about 8 years old. That being said, I also I was born in Long Beach Memorial. I went to Garfield Elementary, District 7. I went to Stevens Middle School, District 7. I went to Cabrillo High School, District 7. I did my 2 years at LBCC after not having enough funds to go to my first choice, which was Drexel University in Philadelphia. Then I did the rest of the years at Cal State Long Beach. And last year I finally got my degree in May in mechanical engineering. That being said, again, I do love this city and I cherish it so much. So to see a disconnect between leadership and the community hurts me so bad, especially when an amphitheater is prioritized in turn of something as trash cans, something as simple as trash cans. I walk every day in the city. There's no trash cans to be seen, barely any. Then we wonder why there's so many litter everywhere. There's some nice trash cans in the court, in the yard. If we could just put those maybe every 2 blocks, litter would be solved. Less work for all our trash people to do. I also want to highlight that Carolina Bueller was here, candidate of governor. And I love her policies because she does speak to the people and she does take the time to come here and to know us, 20 seconds left. So the last thing I want to say is in terms of the changes you guys are all planning for city council, I don't think we should start earlier. I think we should start at 5:30 or something like that, because again, we're changing too much too drastically at the same time, and that affects everyone's ability to come. I also think that we should still keep the public comment at the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is FB, and then Lourdes. Who is FB? Are you FB?
You have all sold us out, and therefore you don't deserve my respect. I will respect you when you stop weaponizing our tax dollars, criminalizing our homeless community, holding contracts with evil companies that terrorize and murder our community members, and let's not forget, pricing us out of our homes and communities so that you can have your wealthy and moderate income tenants feel welcome and comfortable in their new homes. I also want to state that you should be ashamed of yourself, Rex, for not allowing Anthony Holmes of the Coalition of Anti-Blackness, Coalition Against Anti-Blackness speak last week, especially when Black voices have been silenced for centuries and continue to be silenced by bought and sold bad actors such as yourself, Rex. You dishonor us all. For that, I say, fuck you. LexisNexis holds contracts with ICE. Their intention? Mass surveillance. General Dynamics Information Technology holds a contract with DHS and holds one of the biggest contracts with ICE. It is also the world's 6th largest weapon manufacturer and a major supplier of weapons used in the genocide of Palestinians. Anduril, another manufacturer that your idiot mayor wants us to build in our beautiful community. I guess it's Freudian slip because you do look at our community as a company. CDW Government also holds contracts with DHS. GovConnection also holds contracts with DHS. You sold the trust that the community would have for its mayor to contracts with weapons manufacturers, surveillance companies, and developers catering to the wealthy few. It's the people of Long Beach that make it beautiful and not you. Please don't forget that when you go back there to do the job that we paid you to do, that you chose to take on. Please adopt the civil and human rights screening policy.
Pasadena City Council just passed their ethical screening policy yesterday. Do better, Rex. And as always, fuck ICE and free Palestine. And fuck you all for wasting our time tonight with your fucking filibustering. Fuck you. We're coming for you. Free Palestine, losers.
All right. Lourdes. After Lourdes is Gray.
Buenas noches, señor alcalde, Gerson y miembros del consejo. Gusto en saludarles. El asunto es sobre algunos vendedores de comida. El señor Mario Hernández y su esposa siguen invadiendo algunas áreas restringidas, por ejemplo, no estacionar en rojo o líneas en blanco solo para subir o bajar pasajeros, no parar en ningún tiempo. Esto es en el área del Aquarium Way y Shoreline Drive.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor Richardson and members of the council. A pleasure to greet you. The issue is in reference to some of the food truck vendors. Mr. Mario Hernandez and his wife continue taking over some of the restricted areas. For example, in the non-parking red or white zone area, designated to drop or pick up passengers. No stopping at any time. This takes place in the Aquarium Way and Shoreline Drive area.
Este vendedor que les he mencionado tiene más de un año desobedeciendo las reglas y las autoridades, la policía o departamento de tráfico. Le han pedido que se mueva de esa área, que no es área para vender, y menos en el área en rojo.
This vendor, which I've mentioned before, has more than a year disobeying regulations and authorities, the police and traffic department. They have asked him to move from that area, which is not an area to do business, much less in a red zone.
En el estacionamiento de People Landing siguen estacionando en rojo y en curva. ¿Hasta cuándo van a enforzar las reglas para estos vendedores y a educarlos y a que respeten a las autoridades y a otros vendedores?
In the Pierport Landing parking lot, they still continue parking in the red zone and on the curb. When will the regulations be enforced upon these vendors and educate them so that they can respect authorities and other vendors?
Sobre el asunto de los baños públicos en el área del acuario, frente al restaurante Babagán, los indigentes siguen ocupando 3 de los baños y a veces solo hay 2 o 3 baños desocupados o libres.
As far as the issue with the public bathrooms located in the aquarium area in front of the Bubblegum restaurant, homeless people continue occupying 3 of the bathrooms, and at times there are only 2 or 3 unoccupied and available bathrooms.
Sugiero que pongan cámaras, ya que adentro de los baños ya han encontrado una persona muerta. Escuché un comentario que los otros baños no los abren porque necesitan poner nuevo cerraje, que al cerrar la puerta indique que está ocupado o vacante. ¿Por qué si este es el problema? ¿Hasta cuándo resolverán este asunto? Ya que hemos reportado a ustedes esto por más de un año.
I suggest that you place surveillance cameras since they have found a dead body inside the restrooms. I've heard a comment that the other restrooms are not kept open due to them needing a new locking system. So that the door is shut, it indicates busy or vacant. If this is the case, until when will the issue be resolved? It's been over a year since we've reported this.
En la junta pasada conté a ustedes que se necesitan cámaras de vigilancia por los 2 lados de los baños, frente y atrás, especialmente Aquarium Way, ya que es una avenida muy transitada tanto por vehículos o vehicular y peatonal. Y de noche vienen muchos grupos de jóvenes en motitos o bicicletas de motor y manejan muy rápido y agresivos.
In the past meeting, I've mentioned to you that surveillance cameras are needed for both sides of the restrooms, in front and in the back, and especially in the Aquarium Way, since it's a highly busy transited avenue, both pedestrian and vehicle-wise. And at night, several groups of young adults gather around riding mini motorcycles and bicycles, driving at high speeds and aggressively.
Sé que tengo más tiempo para hablar, algo que no está escrito aquí, pero muchos de estos jóvenes que están con esas bicicletas ahora que están comentando, se están subiendo al área del acuario, subiendo hacia el lighthouse.
I know that I have some time remaining left for me to speak, but a lot of these young adults are going up the ramp on the Aquarium Way.
Y también chamaquitos.
And very young adults too,
Y
very young
es
kids.
una área donde transita mucha gente mayor o niños.
It's a highly transited area where a lot of adults and kids pass by.
Es todo el área de los barcos desde que estamos en Shoreline hasta subiendo al lighthouse.
All the ship areas along that area and along the iHouse.
Manejan muy cerca de los carros y paran sus bicicletas.
They drive very closely to passing vehicles and ride up the bikes, showing off.
Yo a veces he hablado con ellos y les digo que tengan respeto, pero ellos usan malas palabras.
I've tried to talk to them, but they always use profanity language.
Bueno, gracias por escucharme. Tengan feliz noche y un buen descanso. Y espero que se escuche mi petición.
Well, thank you so much for listening. I hope you have a good night, and thank you for listening to my petition.
Thank you. Next is Gray, then Rogelio.
4 p.m. start time for meeting is bullshit. Some of us are getting here as fast as we can from work, and now you want to limit us more? Rex made fun of a resident for falling asleep. These meetings can run late, he said. Yeah, they can, but starting an hour earlier only benefits the council, not the residents. So all due respect, fuck that. This council thinks having to sit and listen to the public is like the worst thing in the world, but sorry, I think that listening to the public should be a big part of your job. Maybe if the council members limited the time on their speeches, there'd be more time to hear from the public without any issues. The public is here for meetings on our free time, after work. We are not getting compensated for this, ergo our time should be prioritized. And I did notice at the beginning of the meeting that clock stayed at 0 for a long time without the mic being cut off when someone was singing the council's praises. Anyway, so our country is still at war. This not only affects Long Beach residents because of high gas prices, but because people have children in the Army, the Navy, and other military services. People are worried that they are being deployed and put in harm's way for something so needless, Trump's ego, and to provide Netanyahu cover while he advances Israel's agenda of expanding their borders further into Palestine and Lebanon. At the No Kings protests, some local mothers gathered to speak out against the war because their sons were deployed. Our mayor stopped by to speak with them, kind of. It was more of a photo op. But the mothers did try to speak to him, and they pleaded for his sympathy. And he said something to the effect of, "I'm local, I just do dog parks and street signs, yada yada." So I tried to jump in and say, well, the city's passed contracts with companies that work with DHS, like LexisNexis and General Dynamics. And his response was, "I don't get a vote." Which is true, I'm not gonna debate a fact. But he didn't take a stand, and he did throw the council under the bus. It's not his fault these mothers are disappointed, it's yours. Because this local level government isn't doing one of the few things it can do to defy this needless war, which is to stop using taxpayer money on corporations that do business with the DHS. We have a contract with LexisNexis, which is its parent company was awarded $172 million in DHS contracts in the last 20 years. We have 2 contracts with General Dynamics IT, which is awarded a $386.4 million contract with the DHS. We have Anduril, a weapons manufacturing company planning to set up a building by the Long Beach airport. Our city doesn't seem to be doing anything to stand against the war, it seems to be encouraging it. So at least be honest with the moms next time. Tell them the council chooses not to do the little it can do to stand against the war. Let's skip some of these things here. So Israel is getting $3.3 billion in American tax money, and that alone is horrendous, but no doubt some of this money is so the IDF can train ICE soldiers, so this is a double whammy. Big government is using our money to fund our oppression, and the money...
Thank you. Rogelio. After Regilio is Gerald Higginbotham.
I want to take this opportunity to highlight Joshua Rodriguez, Lee Golden, Oscar Cancio, Terry Rivers, Chris Sweeney, and April Ronnie. So who are these people? And I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name, but who are these 6 individuals? These are 6 individuals that were fed up. They literally were like, you know what? I'm going to run for mayor. These are 6 individuals that have never held public office of any type. And, you know, they are my running mates, they're Rex running mates, but I want to highlight them. And the reason why is because I'm embarrassed of the quality of people that are in the governor pool. I mean, it's terrible. And LA is no better. But at least Long Beach, the 7th largest city in California, at least Long Beach is the shining light. Because if you ever seen all of us running mates at a meet and greet, we don't debate each other. We don't point fingers. We don't bicker at one another. And the reason why is because without even stating it, we have a common goal, a common purpose, and that's to take these people out. Because this is the machine that's been broken for years, even before this council was put on. So May 19th is the last and final day. If anybody does not like what you hear, what you see in your city, sign in to be a write-in candidate. You too can be a write-in candidate. Your name won't be on the ballot, but enough people, if they vote for you, then you can go to November. With that, to everyone else that's running, don't get attached to the outcome. Life is not about outcomes. Life's about the journey. Life's about the destination. There's only going to be one winner for each of these positions. Just be proud of yourself that you put in your name in the hat, because we live in historic times. Right now, this is the time of change. And yeah, anyways, I'm just proud of each and every one of the running mates that is running for mayor, because we need to get this machine out. Thank you so much. God bless each and every one of us.
All right, Gerald and then CJ.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Dr. Gerald Higginbotham. I'm with Unity for a Better Community and the Captain's Millionaire. For years, we have worked directly with residents across our community in leadership development, financial literacy training, mental resilience, and community stabilization. What we continue to see is this. Many of the challenges we face are not isolated problems. They are connected. Violence, homelessness, hopelessness, mental stress, and community disconnection are often rooted in economic instability, lack of structure, and lack of opportunity. People do not simply need programs. They need pathways. This is why we are building a community-based stabilization model in North Long Beach focused on helping residents move from survival mode into structural growth, leadership, and productive engagement. Our goal is simple: help people stabilize mentally, economically, socially, and spiritually, so they can become contributors to the community instead of remaining trapped in cycles of crisis. We welcome the opportunity to collaborate with the City of Long Beach, schools, churches, mental health organizations, and community partners who are serious about long-term solution and measurable impact. I want to thank each one of you for your time and for your service to the city. Thank you.
Thanks, Gerald. You want to say how people can find you? Your organization?
You can find me online at uforabc.org. That stands for Unity for a Better Community. Or you can go out to the Captain's Millionaire, captains.plus online. And my phone number locally here is 3.
Oh, you don't need to give your phone number.
Okay, but anyway, The websites are out there. If you go out there, there's a lot of information. It's been a privilege and honor talking to you tonight. This is the captain speaking.
All right.
Blessings.
Thank you. Have a good night. All right, CJ, then G, then Amy.
Hi, Council. Hi, Mayor. Hi, everyone who's behind me. I love all of you for being here. I feel like it's awesome that people are at City Council meetings. That is literally why I try to come every week. I try to bring more people here because I want the dialogue that I think is supposed to be happening here, but I don't feel like is. Like, I feel like from both sides, we could probably agree this is not a conversation that's happening. It's just a lot of yelling. And that, honestly, like from over here really sucks. I assume it sucks for you because yeah, nobody can enjoy that. I mean, unless maybe that's your thing. Sorry, not trying to assume you don't have things, but have your thing. But maybe that's, getting yelled at sounds like shit, quite frankly. I work in the East Village and I live in District 5 as a renter. I work in a retail space where I'm seeing people from all over Long Beach and lots of tourists all the time. And honestly, everyone's really fucking confused about what's happening. And like, you're not making it any easier because you're making all of us more confused by not doing things that are in the interest of the people who live here. And I recognize that like, it feels like that's happening, maybe sometimes, but like, that's not what I'm hearing from where I'm sitting behind a counter where people come in and talk to me about how they can't pay their rent, they can't get food, they can't fucking like get housing. I have a guy who comes through every couple days, his name's Eureka. He is unhoused. And all I can fucking do behind the counter is give him water and some snacks. That's all I have the ability to do in the position that I'm in. But like, there are so many more things that could be happening. There are so many more things that I think are happening, but like, who fucking knows about them? Where is the community outreach? Like, that you've heard that, it's been hit on, like, if I had a hammer, multiple times tonight. Where is the collaboration with us? Like, I get that the people who are here, we're here, we're doing the thing, right? But like, are you incentivizing more of that? Can you? Like, I'm trying to bring people in who are already interested, but like, can you also sweeten the pot too? Can we all try to sweeten it so that we all actually can create something amazing in the city that it feels like everyone who's in this room gives a major fuck about? And I love that. That is the people I want to work with. But it really doesn't feel like we're on the same page, and I really need some fucking clarity. So please, like, maybe have a meeting with y'all outside of this that's not with us, so you can get on the same page and then we can get on the same page after. More meetings, like, I hate that. I fucking hate more meetings, but like, there's not even a group chat where we can duke this out and like dislike each other's comments, you know? We don't have anything like that, and I honestly kind of wish we did, because that might be something, right? Rooms are rooms, chat rooms are rooms, whatever. You all are here because you wanted this, and we're here because we want it. Can we find a fucking something, a middle ground, anything? Yeah, free fucking Palestine.
Thanks, CJ. Anytime you want to check in, connect with Montserrat, I'm happy to talk. Maybe not the group chat thing, but I'm happy to get coffee and talk. All right, next is G and then Amy.
Hello. I wanted to address the asking to be a full-time council. It sounds like it's asking for additional pay, and this council has not proven its efficiency. It's often very redundant, and I don't think that warrants additional funding. Certain council members asking for more time, but I truly think you need more homework. You need to gain understandings of details of topics before coming to the meeting to shorten times. If you want shorter times, you need to do your homework at home instead of talking in circles while we're all here not getting paid. Y'all are here all getting paid and talking in circles and wasting everyone's time. Get a different job if you don't want to be a public servant. If you're worried about long nights of hearing constituents, you're in the wrong fucking business. A few times throughout the meeting, I heard council members hear a topic that was about safety, and their comment pivots us to surveilling constituents, surveilling community members, rather than talking more about safety. It really shows where everyone here's mind is at, and shame on you all. You address your constituents as a nuisance when they're the very people you are meant to be servicing with the actions you take during these meetings, you have fallen so far from the purposes of being public servants. You vote in your own interests, you throw money at tourists, and outsource our solutions that could be solved in city. For example, they were saying, you're sending money to El Cajon. There's no one here who can do electrical painting? Really? There's no one here who can do electrical painting? Really? So we have to go to El Cajon and outsource our services there instead of it going to that money going to someone in the city. That was $500,000, Modica, $500,000. I don't want to see that shit in my city. So if you don't like being a public servant, you're in the wrong business. Get out of here. All of this, rather than doing things that would benefit the local people in the city. It's very frustrating. It's very time-consuming. It's very energy-consuming. It's very draining for all of us. And also, not to mention, Rex here gets to eat while we're not allowed to eat. Some of us have medical concerns and should be eating at this time. Shame on you. I want to see the timer go down while constituents talk. I want to see them get into the yellow and the red. We all get into the yellow and the red when we get to talk. I want to see the 5-minute timer counting down so that they can have this feeling right here. It's so frustrating. You guys are willing to do this to your constituents, but you don't face that ever, and you never have to face that. And when you go for 8 minutes, you don't have to deal with any of that. It doesn't matter. Reducing the time for individuals to speak will be regrettable. If public comment goes on for too long for your taste, that's a you problem. Be strict over what you can control, which is presentation times and your times for speaking. Do not cut public comment. It's shit.
All right, our last speaker is Amy. Is Amy here? All right, seeing no Amy, that concludes public comment. Thank you so much. We'll now go to closing announcements and adjournment. Okay, I said your name like 3 times. All right, you're up.
Okay, so I'm just going to continue on my comment about the proposals that are being suggested on limiting constituent participation. I definitely want to echo the sentiment that you guys need to be timed, because you guys spend so much fucking time just yapping away in circles that we're going to start timing you guys and see how much time is actually you guys talking about nothing. Also, SB 707 only requires you guys to make it telephonically and audio, whatever, available to your constituents. All this other fluff is not required. You guys don't need to go in circles over things that are not being required or mandated. That's just for your convenience. It's like, oh, if you want us to make it easier for you, we're actually going to make it more convenient for us and make it seem like it's easier for you, but it's not. So that's just fucking annoying that we get limited, but yet you guys get to talk about nothing for hours. It's hours. It's crazy. Like, it's literally 10:49 right now. And obviously we're still here because we care. And the reason that there's not enough people here is because they can't make it before 5 p.m. So it's not that people don't care, because people are going to find out, regardless of you guys not putting this out for your constituents to be aware of. We're letting the community be known. And just because they don't show up here doesn't mean that they're not paying attention, they're not caring. They're tuning in online, they're paying attention to how you're voting. And we're also campaigning for your seats that are coming up in June. Like, I don't think it's a coincidence that this is being brought up at this time when we're supposed to be focusing on who we're going to replace you guys with, and also now trying to still have our voices heard, because majority of us aren't going to be able to make it here before 5:30. I didn't get here today until 7. I'm a remote worker and I work right down the street. I mean, I live right down the street. So tell me how somebody who commutes a minimum of 30 minutes, because if you live in Long Beach, you are either a remote worker or a commuter. So tell me how somebody who commutes at least 30 minutes after work is going to make it here if they get off at 5. And not only that, your suggestion of like, well, signing up online, but you still have to be here by 5:30. Like, all of the suggestions today were just complete bullshit. It doesn't benefit us in any way. It benefits you guys. And we're going to let the public know what's happening, because this doesn't benefit anybody. That's all I have to say. You guys honestly are a disappointment for our city council. And June 2nd is quickly approaching. And we may not get your seats this year, but we're going to get your seats.
All right, that concludes public comment. We'll now go to closing comments. What's up with the screen? Is it not working? All right, just show of hands if you have a closing comment.
For announcements?
Yeah, go for it, council member.
Just want to say happy Pride Long Beach and invite everybody to the 43rd annual Long Beach Pride Parade, which is on Sunday, May 17th from 10 a.m. It starts at Ocean Boulevard at Ladero Avenue and goes all the way to Alamitos Avenue. And the festival is Saturday and Sunday at the Marina Green Park, from 12 to 10 at night. So hope to see everyone at the festivities.
Thank you, Councilmember Kerr.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to invite you to Science Night at LBCC happening this Friday, May 15th from 4 to 8 p.m. Enjoy engaging in a variety of STEM experiences. This free event will be taking place at the Liberal Arts Campus on Carson and Clark in the C and D buildings along in the quad area as well. Next, Playmakers is hosting this year's Long Beach Adaptive Sports Fair on Saturday, May 16th, also at the LBCC Sports Complex from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Join Playmakers in your community for a fun-filled day of inclusive activities that individuals of all abilities can attend. You can gain hands-on experience with a variety of adapted sports, including basketball, baseball, bocce ball, dance, and more with expert coaches and volunteers. On Saturday, May 16th, consider stopping by Kubo Long Beach for a free Kapwa event from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. It features wellness themes, mercado, curated programs featuring meditation, sound bath, and panel discussions. This event is free at 3976 Atlantic. And lastly, stop by Bixby Knolls for the Kittical Mass 14th anniversary celebration on Sunday, May 17th. If you're not going to Pride, celebrate 14 years of riding with Pixie Toys and Pedal Movement featuring live music. The ride leaves from the back parking lot at 11 a.m. behind Pixie Toys. Thanks. See you at Pride.
Any additional comments? If not, thank you so much. Meeting adjourned. See you next week.